Live from on the ground in India. SEN Test Cricket. India versus Australia.
It's the taken! It's a moving sprint. Over the wicket at him. He bowled him! Down towards Lalor and it'll clear the ropes. Trapped on the pad. They're up, he's out.
That is Test cricket at its finest. Kohli stands his ground, straight down the ground. He lifted it up. That is a shot of an emperor.
For Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Live from India. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket. India versus Australia.
Good morning and welcome back to SEN Test Cricket, live from India for Henley Homes. Buy a completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. And for Tyre Power, know your tyres. There's a lot to like about indoor, and the surface here at Holcast Stadium is one the Australians enjoyed exploring every inch of on day one. Truth told, it was a brilliant toss for Steve Smith to lose with his three-pronged spin attack, given the chance to let rip in conditions that skewed heavily in favour of ball over bat from the get-go. But in situations like this, you have to get it right to make it count, and that's precisely what they did with Matt Kuhneman chopping the head off the snake before charging to a memorable 5-wicket bag. His story's a stunning one, not even in the squad at Nagpur, to a debut at Delhi, to 5 for 16 on day one of this third Test match. When we spoke to Nathan Lyon last night, equally potent with his 3-for, he was proud as can be of both the Queenslander and of Todd Murphy, who set up Virat Kohli like a 10-year veteran. There have been plenty of negatives from this tour so far, but a major positive is that Australia's spin department looks to be in great hands whenever it is that Lyon's fine career comes to a close. In reply, tense opening exchanges gave way to a defining 96-run stand between Usman Khawaja and Marnus Labuschagne. The latter required more than his fair share of luck along the way, but on a pitch like this, without it, you're in strife. For Khawaja's part, it was the definition of a half-century worth double or more, even if he did fall late in the day to a lofted sweep. Until then, he was the sea of calm the visitors badly needed. As for a time was Smith, but he was undone by a late gem by Jadeja, who, predictably enough, has all 4 wickets to fall so far. All told, that puts Australia 47 runs to the good with 6 wickets in hand. In theory, a strong position. But in reality, the next couple of hours will have enormous bearing on this match, with Pete Hanscom and Cam Green charged with the responsibility of piloting the mission upon the resumption. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin, as always, is Bharat Sundaresan and the Australian chief cricket correspondent, Peter Lalor. Baz, good morning to you. Last week at Delhi, when Australia botched it, the message was loud and clear. Chances like this don't come along too often in India. They simply have to make the most of this one today.
Oh, good morning, Adam. Good morning, Peter. You're absolutely right. They blew it 10 days ago. They can't afford to blow it again, because this is, if anything, a better opportunity than what Delhi was to really not just run the game, but run away with the game. And just looking at the Australians warming up this morning, I saw Mitchell Starc had a pretty long hit. He will have a role to play, hopefully later on in the day from an Australian perspective. But for now, Cam Green and Peter Hanscom both look pretty okay during their brief stay out there. This pitch has been interesting. Once the little moisture underneath was dried out by the hot sun, it has not spat and bit as much as it did in the first session. And I think there will still be runs to be scored on.
Pete, good morning to you as well. You had a spring in your step when you walked into the box this morning. You had a nice gentle walk to the ground, caught some cricket as well.
Oh, it's a lovely walk. It's about 5 kilometres through the back streets. The best time in India is the morning. People up, going to the temples. Everyone's a bit chilled. There's none of that traffic on the road, which I had to wade through on a walk home last night. And this is now the second game of cricket I've covered today, because I got to see the opening round of the Yodas Premier League match, which was being played in a car park with a tennis ball. Extremely serious cricket. And if you go to my socials, God, I love my socials. I've become an Insta maniac.
You become an Instagram story maniac, to be precise.
Absolutely. My daughter, who is in that area of fashion and stuff, says I'm on my way to becoming an influencer. Anyway, if you go to my Insta or my Twitter page, you'll see some of the Yodas Premier League opening round. Excellent cricket it was too. But you played a bit of that, didn't you, Bharat, back in your day?
We all did, yeah. And we didn't have we never called them Premier Leagues back then. This is way before the IPL when I was growing up. But you would get the colored jersey. Back then it would just be like a white T-shirt that was painted on.
Were your games streamed live? Because this one's being streamed live. We can keep watching it during the first session.
Now, mine wasn't streamed live. They were always recorded on a little handy cam. You know, those old Sony handy cams.
Yes.
And we would all sit together and watch it. And it was a big deal. And or we would have these competitions between one apartment complex and the other, all for money.
Right.
All for money.
Money?
Yep, 150 rupees if you won, and they were serious contests.
Bloody hell, that's better.
So that's about $2 in Aussie currency if you're wondering.
We used to get a voucher to Pizza Hut for the player of the match when I was played in the C grades.
Well, we are in indoor. In indoor cricket, of course, you'd get a jug if you took a hat trick, or we're in a 50-run partnership. But speaking of the conditions here, they were conditions that Pete Handscomb and Cam Green looked equal to yesterday. Certainly Handscomb, he's got this ability to lunge out of the crease and meet the ball at the pitch without necessarily dragging his back foot. He's got very flexible groins, dare I say it, Baz. Must do a lot of yoga.
He looks like someone who does a lot of yoga.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw a glimpse of him waiting to come out to bat. It felt like he was doing some meditation. Maybe he was napping, as you said. Yeah, you're right. I mean, he also has really supple wrists, lovely hands. The open face of the bat I keep talking about helps him get singles and twos on both sides of the pitch. What's also interesting with what India are doing, you can see their spinners are just going through their warm-up. They seem to be this focus on length correction. You can see, I just speaking to people who know about spin bowling in these parts, they felt that India were a little too full.
Absolutely,
And
yes.
you can see that those cones or whatever they're placed on the pitch, on the side wickets, are much shorter, that 3-meter length that Matthew Kuhneman spoke about. I thought Matthew Kuhneman, the Queensland's Jaddu, Jaddu on day one in indoor.
Well, he spoke last night in the press conference, and he said that in Delhi, he's always been a big fan of Ashwin, and obviously his opposite number, Jadeja, who he wants to be. And he said to Jadeja, "Got any tips for me, mate?" And Jadeja says, "I do, but I'll tell you after the series." But he said, "I watched him very closely, and the one thing I picked up was the length, dragging that length back, when the ball's a bit softer and older." And you talk about Peter Handscomb, I think the first delivery Handscomb faced was that from Jadeja. He had to come so far forward, he overbalanced, didn't he? He drags you out of the thing. And that's what Kuhneman did so well. Like Todd Murphy, he's a sponge. He's just picked up all that by being up close and personal with Jadeja in Delhi and practicing for 6 years on an Indian pitch in Brisbane.
Perfect.
Well, and that first dismissal yesterday goes to exactly what you're pointing out there, Pete, the Rohit Sharma, which was at a really important time. I mean, they're done for 27. They've hit 6 boundaries in 25 minutes, and he's willing to drag the length back and give it some extra flight, generate that dip that's such a weapon for Jadeja. Rohit went dancing, Kerry did the rest. Kerry had a great day with the gloves, and he got started with that stumping, which got Australia away.
I mean, one thing you hear a lot of Indian spinners talk about is you can have all the skill, you can have all the variation, but the most important thing you need to have in these conditions is a big heart. And that's what we saw from Murphy in Nagpur and Delhi, and definitely from Kuhneman here, that courage to... All right, if you want to take me on, you can take me on. You might be the mighty Rohit Sharma, but I'm not scared, and that's what got him the wicket.
Pete, you're all over this. They just show a graphic on the television screen here showing Jadeja dragging his length back yesterday. He's already got 4 wickets. He didn't bowl the house down yesterday, but his wicket-taking deliveries are still as good as anyone going, and Steve Smith had to endure the trudge off the ground late in the day from a ball that exploded out of the surface. So while it did get a little bit better for batting deeper into the day, there is still the occasional ball that shoots through and bounces, and when it does, you need to have done everything right to repel it.
I don't want to take anything away from the Australian batsmen, nor do I want... the Australian bowlers. But I thought that first hour, there's a little bit of moisture around and gave it some extra grip, and that might have been, that first hour, before the moisture sort of burnt out of the pitch, might have been the hardest hour to bat. Now, that's not to say that it's not hard now, but I think it was 11 out of 10 then, and it'll sort of be 9.5, 10 out of 10 the rest of the time. It'll never be easy to bat on that pitch. There are parts in front of the, obviously in front of the left-handers for the Australians, that look like a moonscape already on day 2. It's really baked hard, that thing. It's got a sort of veneer like a veneer like a spanakopita. You know, that soft phyllo that just crumbles.
Like it all crumbles on your shirt. That's the one.
Do you eat spanakopita in Adelaide?
Yeah, the Central Market has a great spanakopita.
Does Ish make spanakopita?
Yes. It won't surprise you to learn that Steve Smith's out there having a very close look at the pitch at the moment. He's actually having a chat to Ravi, who's going through his paces as well. It's a gorgeous morning here at Indoor. It is 24 degrees currently. Our weather check is for Kubota Cast. Kubota shaping and building Australia. The expected top, as always, is 33. It feels like every day we're in India, Pete, the expected top is 33.
It's like Darwin, isn't it?
That's right. They're a very easy place to be a meteorologist. But no, not a cloud in the sky. So we'll keep an eye on the weather throughout the course of the day for Kubota. Together, we are shaping and building Australia. But yeah, I mentioned in the intro that the responsibility is on the shoulders of Hanscom, an experienced cricketer. He's been picked specifically for conditions like this with his footwork and his ability to absorb pressure, and Cameron Green. Now, he was willing to use his feet from the get-go last night, Bharat. We saw at Gaul last year on a snake pit, that's how he got out of trouble and got to a match-defining 77. This feels like a huge day for the West Australian all-rounder.
Oh, absolutely. And he didn't play the sweep yesterday. And look, a lot of focus around that sweep shot or the sweeps he played in Gaul in that first test, but he also used his feet beautifully. He skips down the wicket. He's such a big man. He just needs to take 2 steps and he's there to the pitch of the ball. And the Indian spinners would have noticed that as well. Someone like R. Ashwin, don't be surprised if he drags it wide, if Cam Green does use his feet to him. R. Ashwin looked a little off yesterday. We didn't know. We weren't sure what happened. Maybe, I heard that he dived for a ball, so maybe hurt his shoulder slightly. He was clutching it. He went off the field for a few overs. But if he's at his best, expect him to test Cam Green and his footwork. Another big day for Alex Carey as well. We saw him training or batting 2 days out from this test. He wasn't sweeping much. And generally he sweeps so much, as we've discussed before. He pulls a glute muscle. But he did not do that. I don't know whether it was just a sore glute or maybe he's looking at other options to play against spin. So big day for Green, but big day for Carey and Hanscom as well.
I think your point's really good on Green. I mean, he's a natural batsman. He doesn't have any fear yet. He hasn't played enough cricket to have any fear, but he has an enormous advantage with his stride, and that's what he's got to try and do. Not trying to hit the cover off the ball. You try and go too hard here, you'll get in trouble, even though it is a small ground and they do tend to go over the fence. I ran into Pete Hanscom last night. He was with... It's interesting how these sort of players decant, all have different methods. But he was wandering around outside the team hotel in the car park with his son Jack under his arm and his wife, I think Sarah, yes it is Sarah, with him, and he just looks so content and so happy. And he's a batsman at a certain place in his career. He's the captain of his state. He's been in Test cricket. This is his second chance, and I think the stress goes out the second time around. You know, the first time around you're playing for your life, you're playing for your career. The second time around you go, oh well, you know, it'll work or it won't work, and he's in that place.
Really well summed up. So Hanscom will resume on 7, Cameron Green on 6. Play to resume here in about 18 minutes' time. Australia 4 for 156. They lead by 47 runs. Pete, we'll let you go back to the press box on the other side of the ground to bring up the stream of the Otis Premier League. We'll get a score update from you on that later on. We'll take a break here on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes and for Tyre Power. On the other side of it, Daniel Norcross having a chat with Louis Cameron and Phil Long.
It's Daniel Norcross alongside Phil Long, Louis Cameron, as we build up to the start of the second day. A day that could be series defining if Australia really can press home the advantage that they got yesterday by picking up those 10 wickets in no time, bundling out India for an epically low score of 109. And Phil Long's our resident statistician. Louis Cameron is the brains behind the whole thing. And between us, we're going to run the rule over some of these numbers, because yesterday was a day for a numerologist like you. Yeah, I could see you, Phil. You were just grin all over your face. Lowest scores hither and yon. And Nathan Lyon did something yesterday that is worthy of note.
Yeah, excuse me, as anyone will tell you, that statisticians like low scores or high scores, that's when you're looking. Anything in the middle, well, we don't want to know about that. There's nothing happening. Well, look, at the start of someone's career, Matthew Kuhnemann, 5 for 16, his maiden 5 wickets haul in Test cricket. At the other end of his career, Nathan Lyon, and we spoke about yesterday, Dan, saying we think from a sort of English point of view, he's a bit underrated, and you know, but when you look at his numbers, incredible, and in this part of the world and against India, absolutely fantastic. As far as taking wickets against India, now only 2 bowlers have taken more wickets. That's Derek Underwood and Richie Beno. That's in India. Versus India, the only bowler who's taken more wickets is James Anderson, so he's on the way to the top of that
and
list.
he's played a hell of a lot of test matches, I suppose. Yeah.
And then now top of the very list for wickets by an overseas bowler taken in Asia is Nathan Lyon. He's taken 129 wickets in Asia. Yesterday overtook Shane Warne, who had 127. And if we look at the bigger global picture in terms of wickets ever taken at test level, Nathan Lyon's moved on to 471. He's in a bit of a battle with Ravi Ashwin to reach that magical 500.
Louis, you've seen a lot of Nathan Lyon, and as Phil alluded to there, I don't think he's given quite the credit that he deserves in England, I guess, because England had Graham Swan more recently, and there's something that's slightly diffident and down at heel in the look of Nathan Lyon. He can't help that, but that's just the way he presents. So what is it that Nathan Lyon is doing that's picking up? I mean, this is an extraordinary number of wickets for any bowler to get.
And against India, and to think back to 2013, 10 years ago when he first came to India, he had a terrible time. He hated it. He got dropped for the first time in his career after the first test here, and he only came back because of homework gate. And then in the last test in Delhi, I think he took what was then his best career figures, was 7 for something, and it was an awful tour for Australia. They lost that test, but he came away with some confidence. It was actually under Shane Watson, funnily enough, who was standing in as captain for Michael Clarke for that final test. And I've heard him speak about how Shane Watson kind of reinvigorated his career. He said something like, just pull up your sleeves and get into the fight. And that's the kind of mantra that even 116 or something tests later, that he still kind of brings with him. And I guess the technical element of it is he's had to change how he bowls. So we were talking yesterday, Daniel, about that beautiful overspin that he gets in Australia, that gets that lovely bounce that makes him such an effective bowler in Australia. It doesn't work very well in India. So he has to come a bit more side, a bit more square seam, they call it, get the ball spinning more on its axis, like you see Ravi Chandran Ashwin do. So those are all the things that he's had to do over his career to become a better bowler here.
It's enormously impressive. The numbers are not all of it, though. The psychology is there. And yesterday he spoke about his plan to put pressure back on the Indian dressing room.
Oh, yeah. No, there's no point in hiding behind that fact. One of our big goals is actually trying to put some pressure back into the Indian change room. I think the way the guys have gone out there and trusted the game plan and gone about it, I think hats off to them. It's not, as we can see, it's not the easiest conditions to bat. It's not back in the day where the scores are 400, play 500, play 600.
Right, I think that just suddenly cut off there. But the plan to put pressure back on the Indian dressing room, that's not an easy thing to do, because you're looking at a side that's 2-0 up, and it's got the wood over Australia. They look spooked. Their selections seem very strange from the outside. How did they do that yesterday? What was the sort of the guts of that?
We'll go back a step further, Daniel, and look back to the first 2 tests. And in the first test, they had India in a pretty, they were about level in the game, and they lost. And then going back to the second test, they had them on toast twice. They had them 7 for 140 in the first innings, had a lead of about 100, and then let the tail get them back into the game. They got back to parity, and then even then, Travis Head whacked 40 before stumps on the night of day 2, and put them in a really strong position. So Phil's just showing me now they were 1 for 61, bowled out all out 113. So they had India on toast twice in the second test match, and they lost. So they'll be thinking, yes, we're ahead in this test, we've done a really good job, but we can't take anything for granted.
No, they really can't, can they, Phil? Because you've seen these 2 games, and I've been listening to them from afar, and it has been one of the noticeable things that the crucial, I don't like to talk about crucial moments, because every moment in the game of cricket is crucial. You add them all together, but without doubt, just as you're getting nearer the end of a test match, that's when India have excelled and run away. Now today is a chance for Australia to go the other way, but Australia have had their own collapses, haven't they? Well,
there's a lot of buts. There's a couple of big buts. Yes, Australia, as Louis just mentioned, had that collapse at Delhi when they were in the game. They were possibly slightly ahead of the game. Australia there had that big collapse. Yesterday morning, of course, we saw all those wickets fall. 7 wickets fell before lunch, 5 for 18 in 33 balls, and that's an Indian top order that was blown away. And the other thing we always have to keep coming back to India's home record. Just phenomenal. They just don't lose games at home.
No, they really don't. But, you know, they might lose this one. And I'm not sure if it'll happen exactly today, but whatever happens today will be unbelievably crucial. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're a couple of minutes away from the very first ball.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Officer and Calcalo, henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley Completed Home at the Dales Ponnybrook, henley.com.au, and for Tyre Power, Kumho Tyres. At wicket-taking prices, the Australians Hanscom and Green have made their way to the middle, being followed by Rohit Sharma and his Chargers. They'll resume at 4 for 156. Adam Collins with you, and to begin our coverage on the second morning here at Indoor, his former Indian champion, Ravi Shastri. Ravi, good morning.
Morning, Adam, and what prospects this morning. I think this first 2 hours so crucial from the series point of view.
Tremendously exciting when you arrive at a day's cricket. Phil Long made this point off air earlier, and you know that the next 2 hours could dictate the entire fortunes of the Test match. Some sessions mean more than others, and this certainly has that energy around it.
And it's always the case in India. You must remember it's a 9:30 start. You know, you get dew overnight. The covers are on. You know, there will be a little bit of moisture, and this is where the spinners get the bite, and you know, the quick turn with bounce. So Australia will be fully aware of that.
Interesting though that India aren't going to start with spin. It'll be Mohammad Siraj. He bowled third change yesterday, didn't take the new ball. They started with spin at both ends. He bowled 3 overs, done for 7. He was a handful on morning 1 at Delhi, effectively knocking Warner out of the series, and picked up a wicket with his first ball at Nagpur. So seen from the get-go, and this will be the 55th over of the Australian reply.
And there's a reason for that, because Mohammad Siraj has dismissed Cameron Green quite a few times. The leg before, there'll be a leg side field set for him. There's a short mid-wicket, short square leg. He'll be looking to angle the ball into the pads, looking for leg before and looking for the one that's chipped up in the air.
Yeah, so matchups early on from India as we wait for the first ball to be bowled on this second day. So, as you point out, 2 catching mid-wickets about 13 metres from the bat. Rohit Sharma, the straighter of the 2, just 1 slip. Men out of deep backward square, deep square leg. The deep square coming a fraction squarer in the end, and the long leg becomes a fine leg. Just adjusting the field, getting it right, Siraj. He's beneath us here at the southern end. Day 2 begins here. Green on strike, Siraj bowls, and Green pushes to the straighter of the 2 catching mid-wickets, Rohit Sharma, who bobbles it in his hands performatively before throwing it back to the bowler, Phil Long.
Yeah, just a very quick bit of housekeeping. India reviewless, remember. They used all their reviews yesterday.
Yeah, that's that now with Australia having 6 wickets in hand. It's not going to be easy, but you can see straight away zeroing in on that line, middle and off, bringing it into the into the right-hander.
I like the idea of them having a set plan for Cameron Green here early on. Looked good last night against spin. Siraj up to the crease, bowls here. Green on the drive, doesn't get all of it. Siraj collects it in his follow-through, no run. So the lead upon resumption is 47. Green, first innings of the series, made an impressive half-century against India at Sydney a couple of summers ago, but that was in the second innings, chasing declaration runs. Different circumstances here, obviously. Did bat well in Galle last year. We were remarking on it in the build-up that he came out in impossible conditions at Galle and swept his way to 77. I wonder whether we'll see him sweep today.
He can use his height to good advantage. Plus, there's no reviews left.
So Rohit comes even straighter at mid-wicket, right next to the pitch. Siraj bowls Green, inside part of the bat, down to Rohit Sharma. His shadows on the pitch. Good start here from Siraj, asking good questions, bowling to his field.
Yeah, and pretty slippery too. The rhythm looks good, the line looks good. He has the natural knack of getting the odd ball to nip back sharply into the right-handers. That's what he's looking for here. That's the field set for him.
He's got a good record at home. He averages 23, but he barely gets a bowl. His 6th Test match for 7 wickets. Yes, didn't get used in the second innings at Delhi. Only 1 over in the second innings at Nagpur. So very much that second seamer here at home. He's up to Green, delivers here on the front foot, pushing out the middle of the bat to cover point. No single. Yes, he's 18 overs in the series before this innings. And, of course, there was that extraordinary MCG test debut a couple of years ago, which you oversaw, Ravi, when he had a big first day, helping bowl out Australia. And by the end of the series, he was leading the attack. It's a great story.
Yep. And he wanted to go back, you know, when we were in Blacktown, because his father passed away. I had to sit him down and say, listen, your father would have wanted you to stay here and take 5 wickets in an innings, and I think you'll get it. And he got it at the Gabba.
Yeah. Kept India in the game, and we all know what happens next. What a performance. Siraj. And Green pulls out. Now, there's something going on behind the bowler's arm. We saw that happen quite a bit yesterday. Usman Khawaja would have pulled out half a dozen times, and yes, it's unfortunately a fairly regular factor here in Test cricket in India, that something's going on behind the sight screen, or in front of the sight screen rather, and Siraj is frustrated by that, understandably.
Because he was just about to deliver. He charged into the top of his bowling run-up, and then Green pulled away. I think there's some camera that is pretty close to the eye line of the batsman, which has moved down.
You can hear Rohit Sharma doing his best Bharat Sundaresan impersonation there, talking to umpire Menon. Siraj, 5th ball of the day, bowls to Green, who defends. Well bowled, well played down towards mid-off. Good intent. Does the fielding.
Good intent from Green. You know, you've got to be sharp early on, because in India, unlike Australia, you get the ones that skid through low. So you've got to be right up there with that footwork of yours. Got to be precise. If you're late or slow, first up in the morning, the ball might just hit that pad before you realize what has happened.
Gutsy character as well, mate. An unbeaten 51 at the MCG after shattering his finger against South Africa, and that's against Nokia Rabada on a pacey surface at Melbourne. And that knocked him out of the Sydney Test in the first couple over here. Enjoyed his time in Pakistan and Sri Lanka last year in challenging conditions. Siraj bowls to complete his over, and Green pushes out wide of mid-off but won't get a single. So a maiden to start from Siraj. 4 for 156. Green stays on 6. Hanscom 7. The lead's 47, and Green still isn't happy about something that happened from the final ball. Bharat's it's the roving camera that runs across in front of the sight screen and down towards cover. It got in his, I don't know if it was his eye line, given how tall the man is, but it must have been in his peripheral vision. We saw a test match at Hobart last year, Ravi, where Stuart Broad, who was bowling, lost the plot at the roving camera. What did he say? Get the robot out of the way. So you can understand if that's going with the at the batter's end, that he might be a bit put off.
And if it runs in the genes, his father is the match referee.
Yes.
He'll have a word straight away to that roving. And it must be in his eye line, because he's right on top of that cameraman.
Chris Broad, his 118th Test match as match referee. What a great gig that is, match referee. There's only a handful of them. They do a lot of work. Yes, get to see a lot of cricket as well. It's going to be Jadeja to start. He's got 4 for 63, all 4 wickets to fall yesterday. Picked up Labuschagne, Khawaja and Smith in a single spell to close out the first evening. The ball to Smith especially was an absolute beauty, just proving this pitch has still got some menace in it if he can get it in the right area on the right length. Jadeja, 21 wickets in the series at 11.
Peter Hanscom wants that camera moved. I think it's a good call.
Yeah, so this is the now where are we? This is the camera that's positioned. Well, he's going to be left arm around the wicket, and that camera, to be fair, is in front of the sight screen. That's not the roving camera, that's the fixed position. Hanscom's happy now, though.
It's moved now, because Jadeja bowls from the edge of the crease.
Yeah.
And he's right behind him.
Slipping a silly point to catching men. Jadeja's first ball of day 2. Hanscom goes back and leaves it through to the gloves of KS Bharat. That might have just gone on with the arm. We're behind Hanscom, but the response from Jadeja was that he wasn't far away. Hanscom, good last night. He's faced 37 balls. Punch the edge here. That brought Hanscom forward. Tried to offset the spin, but just too much of it. So Jadeja right on the mark.
And much better lengths. They would have talked about those lengths, where they have to draw the batsman forward. They overpitched a lot yesterday. Hanscom was dismissed by Jadeja, caught in the slips in Delhi.
It was a fine piece of bowling. Best of the lot in the second innings. Here to Hanscom, bit shorter. has the chance to deflect it into the man at silly point. Shubman Gill, no run. Here's Bharat into the stump, Mike, the wicket keeper. Wearing the helmet. Kohli at slip. Man out at deep point. Jadeja wide of the crease. Hanscom better. Well forward, smothering the spin, pushing to cover.
Much better speeds from Jadeja now. He's got it a little slower, so he's getting it in the right areas. I thought he was more mid-90s yesterday, 94, 95. Those last two deliveries, 1991, but in the right areas.
Hanscom, an unbeaten 72 at Delhi last week in the first innings. Jadeja here to him. He's forward again, pushing the cover. Same as the previous ball.
People will ask, what's the right length? The right length here is to make the batsman grope forward. Let him reach out in defence.
Interesting hearing Matt Kuhneman speak about that last night to the press, saying that you can get tempted to bowl too full in these conditions. You've got to be disciplined, like Jadeja is, at landing it between about 5 to 6 metres, as he has to start here. Last ball of the over. Forward is Hanscom again. A couple of maidens to begin the second day. 4 for 156. Australia remain. They lead by 47 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires, with Hanscom on 7 and Green on 6.
Good afternoon. A crash out in Point Cook has Forsyth Road closed northbound over the Princes Freeway. The inbound exit ramp is also closed from the freeway to Forsyth Road. Make sure you jump off earlier at Old Geelong Road through Hoppers Crossing instead. And a crash in Knoxfield on Ferntree Gully Road inbound at Stud Road has the right-hand lane and both right-hand turning lanes blocked. This March, Bob Jane T-Marts have great buy 3 get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. With 24 stores located in Melbourne, they'll look after you. T's and C's apply. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Great shot, store-wide super sale now on. It's going to be Siraj to continue from our southern end here at Indoor. Holcar Stadium, lovely morning. Up towards the high 20s in terms of the temperature. Not a huge crowd in yet, but that'll swell through the morning, I'm sure. 9:40 local time. Siraj up to Green, who drives and gets the first runs of the day, and it's a boundary. Just beating the diving left hand of Ashwin at mid-off. Got on the front foot, timed it sweetly. Green into double figures. Our boundaries for Blunston. Right on with Blunston. 4 for 160 Australia. The lead beyond 50.
And great intent. I mentioned that in the first over he played of Siraj. Even now pounced on that over-pitch delivery. Nice stride. The hands were close to the pads when he was playing it. Met the ball under the eyes. Good start.
Just the 10th 4 of the innings. Right on with Blunston for your chance to win. Siraj bowls again to Green. Better length, a little bit dragged back, and he's able to get Green forward, shoving it out to point. No run.
You can already see the difference when India played Australia in Australia, and Mohammad Siraj got Cameron Green out. He would fall over a lot more, get across his stumps. Now you can see that front foot going towards the ball, towards the line of the ball. So it's much straighter. He's getting a better and a bigger stride in.
It's such a big part of his game, Green, isn't it? When his feet get moving, he's a hard person to bowl to, as tall as he is. Two catching mid-wickets remain for Siraj. Close to the stumps. Green driving to mid-off. Ashwin gets another touch, no run. There's this measure that Jared Waitley uses to try and guess how long a test match is going to run for. It's how many shirts does he iron before the test starts. It was I do a similar thing. It was a 3-shirt test for me at the start. I thought this might be another 3-dayer. But in order for it to reach a 4th, a lot would need to go right from here. More likely to be 2 than 4, I suppose, if Australia.
3 more than enough, because you can wear that one of those on day 4 for a bit. That's it.
Yes, might be wearing a Hawaiian shirt on day 4 out on the tonk. Short ball hits Green on the arm. First short one of the day. Siraj lets him know all about it as well.
Good stuff. That was expected. He's got 2 men back, and you could see the stride that was being put by Cameron Green. So this was a good short ball.
We're going to get a replay here for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. Hit him on the glove. That is the perfect target. You don't necessarily want to get it round his helmet. Where you want it is hitting the fingers that were broken at Melbourne. Hard to tell. I'm looking towards Louis Cameron on the side of our box to see which digit it was in relation to where it's hit. Is it the same hand? No, they caught him on the right hand. Nevertheless, That's a big win for Siraj. Green, he's 10, facing up, pull up, pace off. Deflected down to backward point. No run.
Good bowling, really good bowling. This
down at 118 kilometres an hour. So he follows the pacey short ball with a, I guess, more like a one-day international rolling his fingers down the seam.
And this is where he's learned so much. He's got the variety, he's got the skill, and he's got the hands, much like Mohammad Shami. The ball comes out nicely. Something seems to happen with the ball when he has it in his hand. And he's at the batsman, especially in these conditions. Being a skidder keeps the batsman honest.
Siraj pass umpire, Menon bowls here, back of a length. Green rides the bounce and defends off his stump. Siraj, hands on his head, he knows that's a good over. Just a boundary coming from it. Australia lead by 51 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires, therefore for 160.
Save up to 80% at Coco Republic's warehouse sale. Starts Friday 9 a.m, 31 to 33 Wangara Road, Cheltenham. 3 days only, ends Sunday while stocks last.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies. With a wide range to choose from and available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. Visit k-rain.com.au.
Our first session is for MEGT, Australia's Apprenticeship and Employment Experts. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. Jadeja, his second over, round the wicket. Northern end, Hanscom forward, defending down the pitch. Big stride in. I sense this will be a defining contest. Jadeja up against Hanscom.
He's got such a low backlift, so it's a dead bat when he puts it out there.
Australia's best player has spin through the series. Jadeja to the Victorian captain. Again comes forward. Soft hands after getting to the pitch.
And what he does well, he gets his pads out of the way. He pushes that bat forward. It's a dead bat. Total control with the top hand. It's a low backlift. So the ball has to go to ground if it hits it.
He's got the silly point and the slipping close. Deep point out on the rope, sweeping. Jadeja bowls. Hanscom again is able to get forward. That's that length again, about 5 metres. I wonder whether he might drag it back again. Or go a bit fuller and get silly point and slip in the game. No short leg. Already an absorbing contest between this pair. Jadeja passes umpire Wilson. Bowls here. Hanscom pushes the short leg.
I like the application from Australia. You might lose a wicket, but at least the mindset is, treat the bowling on merit and play straight and look to play forward as much as you can.
Just gives a sense of calm as well, doesn't it?
Yes.
They can bat for half an hour without losing a wicket.
Yes.
It'll feel significant even if the board isn't ticking over. Jadeja delivers. Hanscom beaten outside the off stump. That's the quicker one. Shoots it through at 97 clicks into the gloves of KS Bharat. That's hard spun. That's class.
Really good. That was much quicker, but the length was spot on. And as a batsman, you've got to expect this. Just put this behind you now. Put this behind you, and just focus on the next ball.
Remember Smith saying that in Pune in 2017. Jadeja's going to beat you all day long. You can't fixate on it.
Yep.
Hanscom, who played in that test, facing Jadeja here to complete his maiden, and so he does, out to cover. Well bowled, well played, Australia. Stay at 4 for 160 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires. Hanscom 7, Green on 10.
Did you leave your front door open? With Honey Home Insurance, you'd know. Get home and contents insurance policies with smart home sensors included at honeyinsurance.com. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
At Underworks, we're serious about that one more sprint. And believe me, it does hurt, so you need extreme comfort from your socks. We're serious about getting you to wherever you're going. Underworks, the number wonder down under for sports socks.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Stay in touch with us throughout on 0433 98 11 16 on the text line. Siraj bowls here. Green beat, wafting from the crease. Didn't get forward or back. Not great carry, but Siraj, as is his prerogative, goes up and has a little word to the West Australian. He loves getting in the scrap. As I say, good morning to Bharat Sundaresan, jumping in with Ravi Shastri. Hello.
Hello. Good morning, Adam. Good morning, Ravi.
Good morning, Bharat.
And yeah, we've already seen with Mohammad Siraj, he's such a competitor. And from the ball one in this series, he's been at the Australians. He's not got a lot back, but that hasn't meant he's taken a step back.
He keeps the pressure. He keeps the pressure on the opposition.
A lot of experience now, 28 years of age. Played so much cricket for India A before breaking into the national team. 2 catching mid-wickets to Green. Short ball. Handles it pretty well in the end. Gets inside the line. Bunts it out to backward square where he gets a single. Moves to 11. And leads 52. 4 for 161. Hanscom will get a look at Siraj for the first time today now.
Yeah, but you can see the fast bowlers trying the short delivery. It's good. You would want to see Mitchell Starc doing the same when Australia bowl, because as a batter you don't know which one's going to bounce, which one's going to go over your head, and often you're looking to fend it from in front of your face. Especially with 2 men back, you're thinking twice about playing the lofted shot on the onside.
So they're keeping the same field for Hanscom. The 2 catching men at mid-wicket. Long leg, deep square out. Just 1 slip. 4-5 field. Siraj away from us, bowls to Hanscom, who defends from the leg stump out to the wider of the 2 mid-wickets, where Shreyas Iyer does the fielding.
He's hitting the bat. You know, it's good pace. 142, 143. It's as quick as anyone's bowled in this game. And you can see it from the outside. It's skidding through after pitching.
India's seamers in the series averaging 21 with the ball compared to Australia's averaging 51. So it gives a sense of how effective they've been when they've been used. It's the sort of underrated story, isn't it? We're spending so much time on Jadeja and Ashwin, but Shami and Siraj have played their part. Shami, of course, not available for this test. We were told rested. I'm not sure if you've learnt any more about that, Ravi, as Siraj pulls out in his run-up. Do we think there was an injury there with Shami?
Not really. I think he was managing some workload. They also wanted to see how Umesh goes.
Yeah.
You know, with the World Test Championship coming up, there's not much of 5-day cricket after this.
And the news that Bumrah is unavailable for the next few months, I think that would have played a big role in it as well.
Plus the combination. You would need 3 fast bowlers, if not 4.
Slow clap from the crowd. Siraj bowls, Hanscom pushes again to Shreyas Iyer at mid-wicket. I saw a report that Bumrah might make his comeback via the IPL. Is that your understanding, or is that now completely off the cards?
No, I think the closest they feel is the World Cup, the 50-over World Cup at the end of the year.
So that ends up being almost a 12-month injury.
Yep.
Yeah.
For a man at very much the peak of his powers. He's been ranked as the ICC #1 bowler in the world. Yep. Siraj is having a chat here with his captain, Rohit Sharma. Looks like they're going to make a change to that configuration at mid-wicket. For long chat. Umpire Menendez eavesdropping on it. What language would those two be speaking to each other in?
Oh, in Hindi.
Hindi.
Yeah. I mean, Rohit would be getting stuck into him in his Mumbai Hindi. He only knows one Hindi, doesn't he? That's very Bombay. That's the kind of Hindi
that's what does that mean?
He just asked him to move around. Yeah.
Move around. Oh, so a third. Okay, so there's a third catcher on the onside now. So that there's. Let's see where he ends up. It's going to be Jadeja just around the corner. Not quite leg gully, not quite short square leg. Just behind square. Takes another step in. So 2 catching mid-wickets and the very short square leg. 2 left in the over. Siraj bowls to Hanscom, short ball. Rides the bounce, doesn't get up. Ends up at cover, no run.
He might be an international captain, IPL winner, but Rohit Sharma has never changed. The way he speaks, he changes when he's with the Mumbai Indians owners, I've heard him say. But he's still, the language and the way he speaks Hindi or even English on the field is the same like he would have spoken when he was playing junior cricket in Shivaji Park.
Absolutely. And he's a very proactive captain. You can see now the thought process, field placing, leg gully for the short ball.
Last ball from Siraj here, short again. Hanscom takes it on with control down to long leg, gets a single. He'll also retain the strike. Hanscom 8, Australia 4 for 162. That puts them 53 runs ahead on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
For ultimate braking performance on your off-road adventures, fit Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Their high-tech ceramic formulation provides low dust and noise while delivering high-temperature stability and exceptional fade resistance. They also feature our mechanical retention system backing plate for improved pad attachment strength. Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
Good morning to all of our listeners in the UK. It's 4:20 in the morning, 4:20. TalkSport 2 is where they're picking up our simulcast throughout the series, and they've been enjoying the Test cricket in New Zealand. As well in India, Jadeja new over to Hanscom, looking to drive through cover, times it sweetly at the deep point in the end, where the fielding is done by Chiteshwar Pujara. Hanscom, his second single of the morning, moving to 9 from 53 balls, but doing a job, 4 for 163.
You'll see a lot of batsmen when they're looking to drive it. It looks from the outside like a slice, but you have to open that face of your blade because of the turning ball and push it in the direction of the turn. If you go straight down, the chances of an edge are big time.
And that's something he's done really well throughout this series, hasn't he?
That's why you use your wrists, like Khwaja did.
This pair have added 17, but the more relevant number, they've been out there for 62 balls, just soaking up the pressure. Slip, silly point, Jadeja to Green for the first time today. Green goes back, tucks him round the corner. Hanscom gets through comfortably. In the end, the throw goes to the non-strikers end from Siraj. 2 singles to start the over. The lead's 55, 4 for 164. Green up to 12.
You would have seen a lot of Australian batters do well in these conditions. Dean Jones jumps to mind. Who stood out for you? Ravi, like Australian batters who battled?
Alan Border. Alan Border stood out because come back to that.
Jadeja bowls, Hanscom defends lunging.
Because he was so quick on his feet. He was very mobile. He was down the track to defend. He was down the track to hit along the ground or over the top. He could sweep, strong off the back foot with a cut in the pull, and solid defence.
Jadeja bowls wide of the crease, beats Hanscom for the second time this morning. A shout, but only really from KS Bharat, the wicketkeeper. Collier's slip was unmoved. Jadeja went up as though he had to. Not out, no review. Watching the replay back here for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. Very similar to the ball in the last over. A bit quicker and spun hard from the middle stump. Had to play at it. And India don't have a review, I should note.
And this is something Alan Border would have done well. Just put that ball away.
Oh, yeah. He was hard-nosed. No messing around. He backed himself 5-6 hours even on this surface to bat.
And they visited Asia so often when Border was captain. Jadeja bowls, Hanscom's forward. This point's made in Mike Coward's defining book about cricket in that era. That Australia were always somewhere in the subcontinent, be it India for limited overs cricket or in Pakistan fairly routinely. Went to Sri Lanka in that time as well. So players like Border got the chance to play a lot on turning tracks. Jadeja to finish the over, going back is Hanscom, placing it to backward point. End of 60 overs, 4 for 164. The lead's 55, Hanscom's 9, Green is 12. That's all on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Any day, any weather, Yarrabeen Golf welcomes all players. Tackle the pristine 18-hole public golf course, you'll love it. Also, to fine-tune your game and get better faster, visit the driving range. Receive instant ball flight data on every shot you hit with the magnificent Top Tracer range technology. First-time player, casual golfer or long-time veteran, tee off at Yarrabeen Golf. Just 10 minutes from Melbourne CBD, Yarrabeen Golf is on Melbourne's doorstep. Yarrabeen Golf, Fairfield.
Things that you absolutely love to see. Peter Hanscom calling for the wide-brimmed Australian white hat. Speaking of Dean Jones before, Ravi, that's what he loved doing as well. The Victorian captain, the late great. And Hanscom with spin at both ends now. Akshar Patel's going to replace Siraj. Wants to wear the hat.
No prizes for guessing who was Peter Hanscom's childhood hero.
Yes.
No prizes.
I think Dino was...
Since he's a Victorian?
Yeah, there you go. There's a certain group of us of an age bracket we all love Dino. He was everyone's childhood hero. Everyone had a cat or a dog named after Dino as well, I'm sure.
And the number of articles the late Dino wrote about Peter Hanscom and how much he backed him.
Akshar starting his 10th over, first of the day. To Green round the wicket, slip and the silly point, but Green bisects those two men, ends up at backward point off the front foot, no run.
Yeah, there was a period a few years ago, a lot of criticism of Peter Hanscom and his unique technique, and Dean Jones was the one who, column after column, saying, no, you still have to back him. It doesn't matter what it looks like till it's effective.
No sweepers, all the men in for Green. Akshar bowls outside part of the bat, spits out through backward point, they get a single. Green up to 13, but wasn't in control of that shot. 4 for 165, the lead up to 56.
But what worked for Dino, Ravi, like with the double 100 and the other runs he scored?
Again, quick on his feet. Very quick on his feet. Ooh. smother the spin.
Sorry, just jump in here. Replay for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. That did clip Shubman Gill at silly point on the left pad. So he didn't get a hand to it, but if it hit his left pad, it was a catchable height. So half an opportunity, you might say, there for India. Green survives it. Back to Hanscom. Akshar around the wicket. Hanscom facing his first ball in the wide brimmed hat, deflects it down to backward point, no run.
And if you look at the 80s and if you see, if you think of they having to back on this track, I mean, two players you'll pick out straight as Aaron Border, Dean Jones.
Two men that love to use their feet, as does Hanscom. Akshar bowls, Hanscom goes back in the crease using the depth of it. Ball ends up at the same place, backward point. Good start from Akshar here.
Needs a wrong spell. He's bowled short spells, 2-2, 3-3 overs, so he's really not got into his stride or any sort of rhythm. He's more round armish as compared to Jadeja, but he's taller.
That was a straight ball to Hanscom that went straight on with the arm, so he had to have his feet in the right place, and so he did. Akshar again, 2 left in the over. Hanscom back once more. Gets a single to deep point, well played. He did that so many times at Delhi last week. Into double figures from his 60th delivery, 4 for 166, leader 57.
I like his body language at the crease, Peter Hanscom. You know, he plays at his own pace. He doesn't allow the bowler to rush him. He's very calm and composed, very comforting for the dressing room as well, watching from the outside.
To Akshar to complete the over. Slips silly point to Green in the helmet. Leaves alone, not far away at all. That's on with the arm. 2 types of leaves and all the rest. The score is 4 for 166. Ravi Shastri is jumping out. I'm jumping out as well. Daniel Norcross taking over from me after the break. The lead's 57 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Good afternoon. There's been a crash on the Deer Park bypass outbound before Christie's Road. The right-hand lane is out of commission with traffic heavy from the Ring Road entry ramp, and a serious crash in Point Cook has Forsyth Road closed northbound over the Princes Freeway. The inbound ramp is also closed from the freeway to Forsyth Road, so jump off at Old Geelong Road through Hoppers Crossing. Head to the lottery office for your chance to win a tax-free $204 million in the massive European Million Super Draw lottery. Visit lotteryoffice.com.au. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN, and Jadeja is in. First ball he plays pushed into the offside, fielded at silly point. Test cricket with Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. Henley.com.au. Jadeja has a slip in, a silly point, backward point, extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Backward square leg and a deep point. Just the one fielder out the boundary is Hanscom. Prods forward, pushes up the offside, and there's no run. What is going off out there, Louis Cameron, who has just joined us?
I'm disappointed in the crowd. We was talking about how knowledgeable they were yesterday, and the first ball of that over, they all went up for the crowd catch.
Yeah, they've got a different bunch in today.
Yeah,
it's too early in the morning. Yeah. They get knowledgeable as the day progresses.
Well, anybody who's up at this time in the morning is cluelessly mad, in my view. Yes, his next delivery is pushed into the offside and fielded a point, and there is no run. I mean, I think you've got to be deranged to be getting up at the time of day that they demand you watch Test cricket in this country. Bharat, you were telling me that the pace of life in India, I can hear it, is very much a late evening into the night kind of place. I hear it from my hotel room when I'm forced to bed 2 hours earlier than I otherwise would be, in order to get up at this ungodly hour as the ball's turned into the onside, fielded mid-wicket, there's no run. And this is one of the cradles of civilization, India. And 9:30 is no time to be playing cricket.
Well, that's the only way you'll get to the ground on time, to beat the traffic.
I suppose there's that. Yeah. Yeah, there is that. Jadeja in once more. Hanscom again defends a full delivery out to mid-on, and there's no run. But what I ask, and I'll come to it, because this is the 5th ball of a Jadeja over.
Let's not go anywhere.
And as we all know, there's no time. I mean, he started just as the break ended. The Indian over rate is commendable, but somewhat scary. But I have questions. Full, defending into the onside. They're going to go through for a single. And they'll get there, but they'll get there. End of the over. We've had 7-8 this morning. Australia have not lost a wicket. They're 4 for 166.
Save up to 80% at Cocoa Republic's warehouse sale. Starts Friday 9 a.m, 31 to 33 Wangara Road, Cheltenham. 3 days only, ends Sunday while stocks last.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Australia's most popular hose reel is now at Bunnings. The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend. The Holman retractable hose reel, Australia's most popular retractable hose reel. Available at Bunnings.
Welcome back. Test cricket and SEN with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Daniel Norcross, Louis Cameron and Bharat Sundaresan. Harsha Patel is about to bowl his third over in this spell, and back into his crease goes Harsha with defence. Well, comes on with the arm. Bharat, we're talking about 9:30 starts.
Yeah, you're moaning about 9:30 a.m. starts. You're just lucky we don't have a test at the Eden Gardens. In Calcutta, test matches start at 9 a.m. because it gets darker.
Well, because you've only got one time zone.
This is a bugbear. This is a bugbear.
Oh, I mean, discuss, right? Harsha Patel in, pushed into the offside, no run. Is Brisbane madder than Calcutta or vice versa? Because Brisbane is, behind Adelaide at various points, isn't it? And that makes no geographical sense at all.
Well, I think the Indians haven't covered. I mean, this is one of the biggest countries in the world, geographically, size-wise, and it's got one time zone. It does.
It does, yeah. Sorry, an edge. But to a backward point, and there is no run. But we're not sitting. Yes, all right.
And to the extent even Sri Lanka was so impressed with us having the same time zone all around. They said we'll latch onto the Indian time zone, so we share a time zone.
So Sri Lanka have got the same.
Yeah, they
so,
do.
But they're quite east, aren't they? So, yeah, east. So they have a similar issue. It gets dark early. It's not as bad as Brisbane and the cows and the curtains, though. It's pushed into the offside and there's no run. The lack of daylight savings time, because the cows would be confused.
Yep.
It's not the cows that be confused. They've got to be honest, it's the farmers. Don't blame the cows. The cows just do what cows do.
Queensland people will be very upset with
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They may well be. Come on, come at me.
Smartest cows in Australia, the Queensland ones.
Yeah, but the faded curtains argument was also one that made literally no sense. Harsha is in. This is played off the back foot to backward point, and there is no run. There's one ball left in the 63rd over. When we come back, I want to talk to you two guys about what is happening on this pitch. It has slowed down.
It has, but 2 times in this over, handspin's gone back to Harsha Patel.
Yep.
And
it's perilous.
It
is perilous.
A lot of noise around the...
Actually in full, and that brings Hamilton forward. He plays defensively back to the bowler, end of the over. 4 for 167, Australia.
Planning your proposal is a big deal. You want to get it just right.
Release the doves. Cue the orchestra. Fireworks, now. So, will you marry me?
That's the ring? But it don't mean a thing without the right ring. The Diamond Guys. Diamond experts, so you don't have to be.
Welcome back. Test cricket on Henley Holmes. Buy a completed Henley Home in the Dales, Bodybrooke, henley.com.au. Australia, well, they haven't lost a wicket, but they've gone nowhere. They've scored 11 runs in 9 overs this morning. Both their batters are still there. There's one form of cricket taking hold of Test cricket. Mr. Danger is in, pushed it to the offside, there's no run, and that's the thrash, bash, crash of Baz
Do
Ball.
we always have to talk about it? No.
11 off 9.1. 11 off 9.
We can leave Baz Ball aside. We're seeing a different form of Test cricket here, Daniel Norcross.
We are, one that's trying to destroy Test cricket. Of course, I jest. Australia is still there, but it's a genuinely serious point. They've occupied the crease, that's fine. But if one, as we say, has your name on it, then suddenly you're looking at this going, well played. You've lasted 35 minutes, but you're 11 for 1 in effect. The Jadeja is in, defend on the front foot, back to the bowler, no run.
And you just heard the wicketkeeper say everybody's up. And everybody, all the fielders are in, nobody on the fence.
Yeah. Such a contrast with yesterday. Green, defence, the short extra cover, no run. Yesterday I was perplexed by the 4 boundary riders at the very start. Here, there isn't a single person on the boundary.
But the pressure's been built. Pressure's been built by the Indian spinners.
I spoke to Usman Quadra about this before play. You can see the video on cricket.com.au. if I try and block every single ball from Ravi Jadeja, I'll get out 2 or 3 times.
Right. Jadeja in, and that's blocked again by Cameron Green. So everyone has a different method, but Green's method is not the same as Guaja's by some distance.
And handsome as well. I mean, just looking at the scorecard now, 11 off 72 balls. These guys have all got different methods and different ways of playing it.
They're soaking in the pressure. They're soaking in the pressure. They just need to hang in there.
Jadeja is in, and Green defends slightly shorter. They're all full, but this one's just been dragged back in length a touch back to the bowler. It's dot after dot after dot here. We've had 10 overs nearly, and still 11 runs scored this morning. Down the wicket comes Green. Shackles are broken, and whacks that. Well, how far has it gone? It's gone for a Blundstone boundary. Right on with Blundstone. End of the over. Australia 4 for 171.
Red Rooster's $2.50 snack subs, each with succulent chicken, crisp lettuce and your choice of sauce packed into a sub. The Rooster's calling. Get it where you can while you can. Available all day.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Tyre Power Store-wide Super Sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of Kumho tyres. You can buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power Store-wide Super Sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
SEN Test Cricket with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. And Phil Long, who is with us today, I'm very delighted to say, thanks to Fuso Trucks. Fuso Canters are in stock now. Job done. Tells me that there have been 51 dot balls in the first 10 overs. 51 out of 60. And of the others, there are only, what is it, 10 runs scored. So there have been like 8 ones and a 2. Basically. Oh, no, there was that 4.
There's a 4 of Siddharth. There are 2 ways of looking at it. One, you can say Australia have been defensive, but they haven't been stuck in the crease. They haven't actually let the Indian spinners dictate terms. They've allowed them to bowl maidens, but they have been quite intent. I mean, they've shown a lot of intent in terms of going back, going forward. They haven't been beaten too much. It's very unlike what they did in Norcross.
Yes, lads.
Right. Well, that's all well and good. It just suggests to me that they're not quite sure what plan to follow, because they follow one plan at Nagpur and then a totally different one here. So Harsha is in, and this is chopped off the back foot, and I'll get a single for it. And look, at the moment, they're fighting a battle with being in India and playing against India, and no one's saying this is easy. And actually, look, if you're Australian here, you're going, phew, haven't lost a wicket, we're still there. And that's all well and good. We haven't seen Ashwin yet. It won't be long before we do, I fancy.
Have either of you guys seen, he's just moving now, but the silly point they had was behind square.
Yeah.
And he was incredibly close to Cameron Green. He's just gone in front of square now.
Harsha is in. That's defending the offside. Picked up a short cover, not really a short extra. I'll give you the field. Slip, silly point, backward point. A sort of deeper cover. Ashwin saving the hard hit. A hard hit one, if you like. And there's a short cover stroke, short extra, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a backward square leg. Again, no one on the boundary. Such a contrast to yesterday's fields, but that's the way these guys are playing. Now, Cameron Green did have a go the last ball he faced, and he defends this delivery into the offside. No run. Last ball of the previous over.
And it's a contrast for Cameron Green, thinking about to the test that he won in Gaul last year, the first test Australia played against Sri Lanka. He came out and he could have been out 4 times in his innings. He ended up making 77 and basically winning Australia the test on a really difficult track. It looks like he's got a different method here.
Also different kind of pitch. That one just went. Balls were hitting the keeper on the helmet, not just once but repeatedly. This pitch is slowing down.
It really is. Shows in, defended back to the bowler, no run. The speed of turn is noticeably slower, and actually the quantity of deviation, I'd love to see is a little spin chart, because balls are straightening more than turning, if you know what I mean. They're not ripping. I'm not sure I've seen as much dust fly off the pitch as well today. So actually just 1 or 2 paces is in, forward comes Green, defends back to the bowler. So the whole pace of today is very, very different. And it's working for Australia at the moment. If you're listing in that lead of 63, and the temptation is to grind and grind and grind India into the dust if they can. Patel is in, forward comes Cameron Green, plays to cover, along the ground. End of the over, the 11th of the morning. Australia still not lost a wicket, 4 for 172.
Your Mercedes-Benz. It's the very definition of a prestige German vehicle, epitomised by the iconic three-point star. But should you bend your Mercedes-Benz, Charlie Battisti & Co. will ensure your star shines again, restoring your vehicle to pristine condition. That's what you can expect from a dealer-approved repairer of Mercedes-Benz with over 35 years' experience. CharlieBattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
SEN Test Cricket with Henley Holmes. Buy a Henley completed home at the Dales, bonnybrookhenley.com.au. Now, Jadeja has bowled unchanged.
Yeah.
We've had a few overs of Siraj, a few overs of Harsha. When do we see our Ashwin?
I think both Akshar Patel and Jadeja seem to be in good rhythm now. And if a wicket doesn't fall in the next 4 or 5 overs, I haven't seen Ashwin warm up yet.
Jadeja is in. This is edged by Hanscom along the ground. It's going to run away down to the boundary, a Blundstone boundary, right on with Blundstone 4 for Hanscom. Not a perfectly in control shot by any means, but he played it in such a way that the ball was never going to go in the air. It was full, 4 more to Australia.
And this is why I think Australia have won this part of the session already. By soaking in the pressure, not panicking like they did in Nagpur. You'll get boundary balls. That was off the edge, but it was Fuller. He got him to change his length.
And this is potentially the issue with how they're using Jadeja is over bowling him.
He's in now, faster, flatter, pushed to City Point, no run.
And people talk about, fast bowlers needing a bit of time off and rest between spells. It happens with spinners as well. I mean, bowling spin is not an easy thing to do. Yes, they can bowl long spells with fast bowlers, but already he's tiring a little bit. I know that wasn't a perfect boundary, a perfect shot by Pete Hanscom, but it's too full, and that's not where he wants to bowl.
And also don't forget, he's coming off an injury.
Hanscom comes forward and defends into the onside. So short mid-wicket, no run.
He was away for quite a few months. He plays 1 Ranji Trophy games, takes 7 wickets, and straight into this Test series. And he's already bowled quite a few overs in this series.
Yeah. How many overs did he bowl in the Ranji Trophy game?
Not too many.
Yeah, because he took 7 for it.
Exactly.
And didn't he?
Yeah.
And Louis, I mean, you as a bowler, as Jadeja is in, Hanscom defends back to him along the ground with the front foot.
Careful with where you go here, Dick. That's a very loose term. Yeah.
But surely you find more energy when your tide is winning and your tail is up and you're taking wickets. It gets a little bit harder when you've got a deficit of 67 and your opponent, you're still going to take 6 wickets.
100%. It's such a mental game, isn't it? You can hear the guys around the bat, they're all encouraging you.
It's energy sapping, full, flicked away by Hanscom, but to short mid-wicket. Again, very full, too full.
And those guys around the bat, they're trying to give him that energy. They're trying to say, Jadu, come on, let's go. Let's get the ball in the right spot.
Lovely, Jadu. Yep. And his hair is not looking as well as it does most days. It's all over the place. That ponytail's very clumsy this morning. It's a sign.
Like Samson, but sort of. A spin on that. As this ball pushed to the offside, square of the wicket. They go through for a quick single. And Green, who was a little lopey getting home, but he did get there. Direct hit would have been interesting. End of the over, Australia 4 for 177.
Red Rooster's $2.50 snack subs, each with succulent chicken, crisp lettuce and your choice of sauce packed into a sub. The Rooster's calling. Get it where you can while you can. Available all day.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Thank you for voting Beaumont Tiles #1. You want great prices, range and awesome quality? Get that and 20% off floor tiles. Yes, 20% off our massive range of floor tiles when you choose Beaumont's. You're #1. Beaumont's.
Test Cricket on SEN with tyre power. Know your tyres. Both of you guys spotted Cameron Green quite slow to get to the other end there, and it's not the first time today.
Well, it's twice in 2 or 3 overs, I think it was, where I mean, it wasn't close, he did make it both times, but he's a big guy. He can get to the other end very quickly because he has enormous strides, but it does take him a while to get going.
A bit like Usain Bolt. He was quite slow over the first 20 metres, wasn't he?
Cameron Green will love that comparison, yeah.
Harsha continues, and he's got now basically 2 slips in, really. Trying to describe them as Hanscom comes forward. The first is a conventional slip. The second one is, a short gully.
Yeah, short gully, yeah.
Let's put it that way. And then there's a backward point looking over the right shoulder. But, goodness me, a lesser spotted boundary rider is out here. We've got a deep cover. Short extra, 3 in the ring on the onside.
Just looking at Ashwin's body language, he doesn't know why he hasn't been given the ball yet.
That won't please him. Forward comes Hanscom, flicks away to a short fine leg. Throw comes on the wrong end. And Cameron Green did get off to a decent start, and he did make the call. The throw gone to Hanscom's end, because Hanscom was a little hesitant, which can happen. It's another thing that I'm not criticising the approach, but when you have a slow approach, a slow start, you don't get into the habit of running. And so when a run happens, there's a, hooey, something's changing here.
You could see that time Cameron was committed to the single from the outset, though, and he got down there in about 3 strides.
Yeah, no, he called it as well.
So then, and he comes forward. It's solid defence. He's getting, his legs are moving a bit better now here. That front foot is moving with more authority, I'd say.
And we do know Cameron Green's running came under the microscope during the Adelaide test last year. But your South Australian brethren, Travis Head, wasn't too happy with it, was he?
He got stuck into him, didn't he? He can be a little doozy at times.
Oh, yeah.
Although I don't think he was completely to blame for that run out.
Check in, defended. So stopped at silly point, patted towards the stumps. No run.
This pitch, you can see the comfort with which these batters are able to trust their defence, which a lot of Indian batters could not in the first session yesterday. Tells you that Australia are playing this very smartly.
It also tells me that the pitch is slowed down. I'm not going to say flattened out, because that wouldn't be quite right, as this is defended to short extra cover, because there's still the occasional puff of dust. There's still turn there, and it was never not flat. It was just that the ball enjoyed being on the surface, let's put it that way.
And when I say play smartly, that's also part of it, reading the pitch and having realised that the pitch is playing differently, Louis.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I don't think the Australians were expecting it. I think they were expecting this pitch to get worse today.
Check in, forward comes Green, defending back to the bowler. 4 for 178 at the end of the over.
Good afternoon. Delays are easing after a crash on the Deer Park bypass outbound before Christie's Road, although there is a breakdown on the Tulla Freeway outbound before Buller Road that has the left-hand lane out of commission and speeds of 40 through the area, and a serious crash out in Point Cook has Forsyth Road closed northbound over the Princes Freeway. The inbound exit ramp also closed from the freeway to Forsyth Road. This March, Bob Jane T-Marts have great buy 3 get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. With 24 stores located in Melbourne, they'll look after you. T's and C's apply. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Test cricket on SEN with Henley Homes. Buy a Henley, compete at home at the Dales. BonnybrookHenley.com.au. We're welcome. Thanks. It must be said. The Fuso trucks, Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done to Phil Long, who's with us throughout this tour. Jadeja in, a drive and a miss, and a ball that's turned. And a smile teases across Jadeja's lips. And that's the first shot in anger that Hanscom's played. He has picked up a boundary today off a thick outside edge, but that was wider. And he went after it, and it turned. It turned from wider.
Yeah, that boundary is only scoring strength. It's not been a single so far. It's been singles, dots, and that 1-4.
He's only hit that 1-4. That's been it. Oh, he's beaten on the outside edge. Appeal, big appeal, not out, no reviews. That's one of the things that as an Aussie listening back home, you can take comfort in. That if you hear us say, no, the umpire says not out, they can't be out because there are no reviews. Hanscom beaten on the outside edge there, and that's twice now that Jadeja's just now got something to happen on the pitch. The first time the ball was pitched much wider. It was wide of off stump. That was probably pitching middle and off middle. Beat the outside edge. Forward comes Hanscom 2-4. We're able to get to the pitch. Turns to mid-wicket, no run.
The second one he had to play out. He had to defend that ball, and he played inside the line. He didn't follow it with his hand, so he'd be happy with that. The one before that was the first time I reckon Jadeja's actually given Hanscom a bit of width. And Pete's...
Sorry to interrupt. I think we've just got a no ball signal. Yeah.
He likes to get close, doesn't he?
He really does. He really does.
I don't understand why he does that. He must think there's some advantage in getting really close to the line. It was quite clear.
Forward comes Hanscom, defends back the bowler. Sorry, Louis, you were saying?
Yeah, I think the ball he played, the first ball of this over where he played a miss, that was the first one where Jadeja really gave him some width. And,
Yeah.
and I think, that, as you mentioned, 18 off 85 balls, that pressure is building, and his eyes light up when he sees the width.
Yeah, they might want to try doing a little bit more of that. As this takes a thick outside edge, squirts to backward point, no run. He does have protection in the form of a deep point, does Jadeja, so he can afford to just have a little tempter, maybe up above the eye line.
And sometimes those fielders out in the boundary can actually be an attacking option, because in Hanscom's head, he's thinking, well, I can just get off strike and I don't have to face this bloke for the rest of the over if I can just get that ball out to the guy at the deep point boundary. So Jadeja throws it a bit wider, and sometimes that can be the one that gets a play and miss or gets the edge.
Here's Jadeja again. Forward comes Hanscom. His defensive game is in very good working order, and he pushes that into the covers. Rohit does the fielding. There's no run. 4 for 179 Australia. No ball. Advancing their cause. They began the day on 4 for 156, am I right? So 23 runs in one ball shy of 14 overs. Jadeja in, and it's chipped in the air. Turned into the onside. That was the attempt. It was very full, but it's landed safely. And Hanscom survives. He has 18. Green has 17. Australia 4 for 179.
Style your outdoor area for less with Amart. Save up to 70% off a huge range of outdoor furniture and end-of-season stock. T's and C's apply. Offer ends tomorrow, so hurry into Amart.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, with a wide range to choose from and available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. Visit k-rain.com.au.
Test cricket on SEN, the first session. Sponsored by MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. And we've had a couple of texts in, possibly inspired by my saying, get on with it. I know, an impatient man. Ross says, I love the Australians' approach this morning. Absolutely fair play. India have bowled well, but we have defended really well. You're not wrong, Ross. They have defended really well. And Brent, on much the same theme, says, first session's hard to bat on there. Love what they're doing. Great test of mental strength. I agree with you both. Ross and Brent, you're spot on. And there's going to be a test now of a different type, because for the first time this morning, after 55 minutes, we get to see our Ashwin, the off spinner, and he's going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Green, and Green comes forward in defence to a ball pitched on a round off stump, pushes it back up the wicket. Phil Long is with us. Yes, Phil.
Yeah, Ross and Brent are spot on, aren't they? I mean, you look at one number today, 0 wickets.
Yeah, well, that's what we can look at now, and that is my point.
And I think
for wicket falls,
what they're politely saying to the two Englishmen on commentary is Bazball can get in the bin.
Well, 10 wins out of 12 says no, we'll stick to it. Thank you very much. As this ball is defended up to mid-off and there's no run.
How are England going in the World Test Championship? Just wondering if...
Oh, terribly badly.
Yeah.
But it starts all over again soon, doesn't it? Most of that World Test Championship, as this is driven up to long on, was played under non-Baz ball. It was played under timid ball. I think they'd be top of it if it started in June, which is, I know, preposterous, because they're not a particularly good team, but they seem to be playing well. If you can understand the distinction between the two things.
Yes, they are, and it's been exciting for Test cricket.
Yeah.
I think anyone can admit that, even the most parochial of Australians.
It has been exciting, but this also is exciting. I mean, it's lovely for me to get to see a game of Test cricket, the like of which I used to watch regularly. But my day job has changed since Baz ball. As forward in defence comes Hanscom, pushed into the offside, no run. And nowadays, what I do in Baz ball is watch it with my old eyes and say, what kind of shot is that? That's ridiculous. England, what are you doing? And then have to go, oh, they seem to have won again. Except the other day, I was quite delighted that they lost one at last, because then we could do the age-old English thing and say, what the hell are you playing at? Ashwin in, down the wicket comes Green, defends back to the bowler, and there's no run, because there's nothing, you know, if there was going to be an Olympic sport for hypocrisy, we in England would win that hands down. That and bagging our own team.
Yes, it does feel like there's a huge implosion coming just because of the nationality.
It's got to. As back into his crease goes Hanscom, defending again. Another dot ball from Hanscom. We are, not quite. We've probably got another over, I think, before we get to the end of the first hour. 4 for 180 Australia at the end of the over.
You're working hard to make your construction business a success, but understanding the rules and regulations can be daunting. Call Master Builders Victoria. Their members get access to a range of expert advice services, including health and safety, employment and industrial relations, legal advice, and much more. Whether you're in residential, commercial, or civil construction, talk to Master Builders Victoria today about membership. Call 9411 4555 or visit mbav.com.au. RTO 3935.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. We've got one more over before the end of the first hour. Jadeja's going to bowl it. That'll be 16 overs that India have squeezed in. We've had a few overs of pace from Mohammad Siraj, who at one point in this match looks like 3 overs being informed. Looked like he was going to play no part in the game, really. But he got cemented this morning as Green comes forward to a full delivery, straight full delivery. And what's been noticeable is that Hanscom and Green have negotiated those straight full ones really, really well. Very positive footwork.
And what a contrast to yesterday's first hour, which I believe was 5 for 45.
Nice one. Forward comes Green, defends at the offside, no run. That's the voice of Louis Cameron you can hear alongside Phil Long and myself, Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, we needed that drink yesterday, didn't we, after that first hour?
We really did.
Drink of water.
Yeah. It was exhausting. Jadeja in on the leg stump this time. He's going to get a single as it goes past the right hand of Jadeja up to long on, long off, and gone back. So I do think when you've got Australia where you want them, you might want to encourage to hit over the top, but
well, it's interesting because they haven't quite pushed them all the way back for Cameron Green. They're about, you wouldn't say 3/4 about it. You know,
two-thirds.
Two-thirds.
Like yeah. But give us a single if you play it softly.
Maybe. Yeah. Enough to get a single.
4/7 I'd give it.
Yeah. My fractions aren't great. Just enough to tempt him into going over the top still, I think.
Yep. Jadeja in. This is driven square of the wicket by Hanscom, and that is his. Well, is that his first non-4 this morning? Is it his second scoring shot, Phil? Picks up a single.
Oh, no, plenty of scoring shots, but it's all been singles.
All been singles.
The 4, yeah.
Thank you. 4 for 182. Hanscom to 19 from 92 balls. Green 19 from 49. He's on strike. That's a down the leg side. This is going to run away for a Blundstone boundary. Right on with Blundstone. It's, well, I think going to be leg buys. And a Kia scoreboard, Kia movement that inspires.
And that's
rises to 4 for 186.
That's the greedy ball there from Jadeja, if you can call it that. He's going at Cameron Green's pads. He's trying to hit the stumps. It was 97 kilometres an hour, so he's bowling fast and trying to fire it in there. But it comes back to the guy's bowled all morning. The guy bowled about 25 overs yesterday as well.
Green drives back to Jadeja. He gets a little tangle with Hanscom, and that is the end of the over. We're going to have a change in the commentary box. Adam Collins and Bharat and Pete Lalor are going to be replacing all of us straight after the break with Australia and the drinks interval being taken, standing at 4 for 186. Wicketless in the first hour.
Collins jumping into commentary with Pete Lalor. It's drinks. First session on the second day. We've got Alex Patterson and John Donohoe back in the studio, Pete, cutting the highlights for us. There weren't many highlights there, 30 runs in the first session, but I tell you what, that is the kind of quiet, gentle hour of cricket that Australia were dying for when they arrived this morning. They just needed to take some sting out of the test match, and they've done it perfectly.
What better highlight can there be, Adam Collins, thanks for turning my mic on, than Australia getting through a session without losing a wicket?
I mean,
I'm talking about a pitch where India lost 10 in just over 2 hours.
I mean, if they get through this session without losing a wicket, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but if they were to get through the second hour, another blameless hour for them, it would be, I mean, I'm not saying the pitch is anywhere near as venomous as it was yesterday, but it would be quite the effort. Jadeja bowling into the ground. 32 of the 70 overs sent down have been from the left-arm tweaker, 4 for 78. The only man to take a wicket. Interestingly, Ashwin's only bowled 17 overs out of the 70, which is a snifter down for him. So all eyes on what India do in this second hour with Hanscom and Green still there on 19 apiece. We've got Phil Long with us as well on all the stats for Fuso trucks. Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done. Longy.
Well, it's on the big screen over there. It's 16 overs there were in that first hour. 30 runs. There's the big number at the bottom. No wickets. You mentioned Peter Hanscom. 19 from 92. That's a strike rate of 20.65.
I've got to say...
beautiful.
Yes, I was going to quote a former Prime Minister, they're a beautiful set of numbers. 19 from 92 for Hanscom. He could... I mean, this is what he's built for, right, Pete? He is built to absorb pressure. He's been around for a long time. He's made a lot of first-class hundreds for Victoria in oppressive conditions, facing Test attacks. Remember last year he made an absolute beauty against New South Wales, against the Test attack at the time. He's temperamentally well-suited to exactly this mission.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw him meditating over in the players' box yesterday, hanging out, chilling with his kids. He's a man in the right point in his life, and he's wearing these Indians down with his patience. He's sort of, they've reversed the cards, haven't they? The shoe's on the other foot.
Lead of 77. Here's Ashwin around the wicket to start the second hour of day 2. Forward in defence, no run. 93 balls now for Hanscom. I interviewed Hanscom during the, I guess it would have been one of the early lockdowns in Melbourne in 2020. In fact, it would have been the first one because I was also locked up in London. Ashwin bowls round the wicket. Hanscom beaten with a bit of turn, but smothers it almost off the thigh pad down to short leg, no concerns. And, you know, reflected on something that Chris Rogers, one of our colleagues on SEN Test Cricket, said when Hanscom was making his Test debut back against South Africa in 2016, that in Hanscom's first-class debut, it was a searing hot day in Brisbane, and he was batting with Rogers.
Right.
He gets to the tea break, and you'd imagine, you know, all the excitement, playing for Victoria for the first time, 20 years of age. Ashwin bowls, Hanscom defends. He sat on the massage bench and meditated for the full 20 minutes.
Lovely.
You don't expect that from a 20-year-old on first-class debut, do you? No, you don't. It kind of gives you a feel for the way Pete Hanscom's made. He's sort of more than the average bear, if you like. That odd tap before he waits. Ashwin bowls, he dances and defends like he's Cheteshwar Pujara. No run.
You know, I've been doing a lot of walking since I've been in India. I feel like I've been in India for a year. That's why that first hour felt like a session. And I've learned one thing, or I know one thing about dealing with the chaos of traffic in India. There's no footpaths. No. And there's no sense of, you know, traffic going in one direction. It comes in all directions. It's terrifying.
Ashwin slips short leg. Hanscom forward defence.
And it's a little like batting on these wickets. And the key thing is your footwork. You have got to take an assured stride out into the traffic. The worst thing you can do is to hesitate. If you hesitate, you get run over. The drivers coming at you from 360 degrees have got to know that you are walking that way.
Ashwin bowls to complete the first over. After tricks, caught a short leg, inside edge, straight into the hands of the man at short leg, Shreyas Iyer, who makes no mistake. Hanscom's long stay comes to an end on 19. He did everything right, but Ashwin got one to bite and turn and bounce as well. And at last they get the breakthrough. 5 for 186 Hanscom stay ends on 19 from 98 deliveries. Watching it back for Beaumont Tiles, that is the quintessential Ashwin dismissal.
Yeah, and just like crossing the road, no matter how confident you are, one day you might just come undone like he's come undone there. He's got forward to it, he's reached, but that little bit of turns caught the inside edge of the bat, and Pete Hanscom's gone for 19. Dismissed at 10:38 on the second morning. Well, Alex Carey comes out to bat.
So it was a partnership that was worth 40 runs. Feels like a lot more than that for the 134 deliveries they absorbed along the way. But you are right. Alex Carey walks out to the middle, and we know how quickly this can turn, and we know how quickly Ashwin can turn it. Along with Jadeja, he's been the spinner of the series for Lumo Energy. Well bowled Lumo Energy. Carey, who's been out sweeping a couple of times in the series. I note how much scrutiny came his way after the second innings at Delhi. Reverse sweeping twice in the series, isn't it? Once at Nagpur and once at Delhi. And he has been adamant that this is just the way he plays against spin. But it will be an intriguing little stretch of play. How does he get himself in? It's the end of the over as well, so it'll be seen from the northern end. Umesh Yadav's going to get an opportunity. Bowled just 2 overs yesterday, none for 4. The veteran seamer back into the side in place of Mohammad Siraj.
Alex Carey's situation embodies the situation of the entire Australian batting innings. They need to correct from Delhi, but they don't need to overcorrect. And the danger is they could fall into a gap. So will Carey play the sweep early like he usually does? I'm not so hard on him sweeping. I remember him being, praised, venerated even, I think, for playing 19 sweeps out of his first 21 deliveries in an innings. Was that in Sri Lanka?
It was. First innings at Gaul. So, Green 2 catching mid-wickets. New spell for Umesh Yadav. Bowls here pushing out towards extra cover. So now, we're talking a lot about Carey, but Green is the set man. He's faced 52 balls. He's fought hard this morning, reaching 19. Can he be the one that goes on with it? Getting another replay here for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, of the Hanscom dismissal. I mean, he lunged a long way forward. You can't question his commitment to what he was trying to do, but that's all about Ashwin. Sometimes you've got to accept that that's a fine piece of bowling, and so it was. Umesh up to the crease, wider of it, bowls to Green, pushing out towards mid-off, no single there.
Just couldn't quite reach far enough, could he? Just beat him with that back, with holding that length back that Jadeja talked about yesterday, and Kuhnemann did so well. And there was me talking up how confident he had been striding out to the traffic. But if there's a tuk-tuk driver that's got your name on it, look out.
Deep backward square, the one man out. Fine leg as well, sorry, beneath us. Umesh bowls Green, goes back and defends right under his eyes. Well played. We've got Phil Long with us as well. Longy.
The moral of that story is we better be careful walking home tonight, haven't we?
Yeah, my wife did say to me this morning, I'm a bit worried about you. You're going to get run over. I think there's only about 100,000 road deaths a year in India. You might want to check that stat, Phil. It's not surprising, really.
I was just going to say before the wicket fell that is the perfect analogy for you to start your piece when Hanscom makes a big score today about his footwork and crossing the road. But that gets shelved with all the other wasted intros. Umesh bowls and Green clips it in front of square. Nice big gap there. Should get 2, does get 2. Well played. He moves into the 20s. Green 21 from his 55th delivery. Australia 5 for 188. They lead by 79 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires.
Very quickly, the first scoring stroke of the morning that wasn't a 1 or a 4.
There you go,
There
eh?
you go, eh?
Well, Hanscom isn't the only one striding out with purpose. Green does it and does it very well. And he's got an enormous stride. I mean, he's always reaching down into the bowler's half of the pitch, isn't he?
Umesh has got the 2 mid-wickets and a man at 4th slip. Kohli bowls here, Green's forward. He's doing that well on the forward press. It's a little shimmy down the track before the ball's bowled as well, giving himself every chance to mitigate any movement. Unlikely as it is, we're into the 72nd over. Umesh, though, is an expert at reverse swing. Second new balls of interest statistically as well. India just simply don't need it. They've only had to take the second new ball 4 times in their last 34 test innings, and not at all in this series. Gives you a sense of how dominant their bowling group have been. Umesh arrives and bowls, and Green hit on the pad, shout for leg before, up goes the finger of Joel Wilson. India have gone bang bang, removing both set men. Green, well, I'm sure he'll review. They've got all 3. He makes the T sign, but that might have been some of that reverse swing from Umesh Yadav. That's the plan set with the 2 catching mid-wickets. Green playing across his front pad. He's been given out on the field. But Lally needs to be touching the stumps to send him packing. On the scoreboard, Australia 6 for 188. We'll watch it back. Peter Lalor, your first impression of the replay?
I tell you what, my first impression is that Green has lost his balance here. We're talking about confidence in his stride.
Close to the back there. Can we just check with Ultra Edge, please?
I reckon that's kissed the front pad on the way through.
Yeah.
Because he's been hit in line with the leg stump and maybe even the outside edge of the bat.
Through, please.
There's a bit going on here.
Mate, I think he's 3 years in. He's
no bat involved.
So there's no bat involved, no ultra edge.
Ready, please.
The question is
height.
Well, it's looking good for Umesh on the second replay, I must say. The first one, there was a bit of mitigation, but straight through the ball tracking. Hits him in line with leg stump, and it is umpire's call. He's gone.
In line,
it's clipping leg stump, not much of it. It's high on the edge of the bail. He throws his head back in despair. He's but centimetres away from a reprieve. Instead, Cameron Green leaves the field. Australia 6 for 188. They've lost 2 for 2, Australia, and Green's stay ends on 21. India right back in the game. A brilliant bowling change from the captain, Rohit Sharma. Indeed, a double change after drinks. Ashwin, now Umesh taking wickets. The lead is 79. The game is in imbalance. Australia are ahead, but they have got work to do in this first innings, and that is a big moment for India, for Bendix, the best-known breaks.
Game has a way of making an idiot of you, doesn't it? You just start talking about how good they're looking with their footwork and their defence, and 2 overs running. It's all done. So we've got 2 new batsmen at the crease, and this is the most difficult time to bat in Australia. I suspect there's a little bit of reverse here for Umesh. Ravi Ashwin, of course, has the ball in his hand, and he's up and about. When Ravi Ashwin has a bit of momentum, he's a difficult man to stop. Australia 6 for 188. This game's back on again.
Ashwin starts his new over. So wickets from the last ball of 2 consecutive overs on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. 6 for 188. Carey's first ball is a sweep of the lap variety, off the mark. Pete Lalor puts his head into his hands. A little bit worried, understandably so. 6 for 189, the lead's 80. Well, Carey's showing right away that he's going to stick to his plan.
Well, not at all. That's what I was trying to say before. It's done so well for him in the past. I mean, we're all praising him for those 19 sweep shots out of 21 deliveries or something like that in Sri Lanka. You can't put it away. You've got to back yourself. Maybe just be a little more judicious. But what's Alex Carey without the sweep shot? It's made him what he is. He's got to keep playing it.
Swatching again for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. That ball from Umesh Yadav, considerable reverse swing. He did that really well to finish off Australia at Pune back in 17. He's been playing against Australia all the way back to 2011 in that ill-fated Border Gavaskar series for India, where they were punished 4-0. Ashwin's got 2 slips and a silly point. Stark's first ball round the wicket. Stark gets it nearly on the full, yorks it, gets a single out to point. The lead's 81. Off the mark first ball. Stark, who enjoys a batting average of 33 in India, played a half-century in the aforementioned Pune Test match of 17, and of course his highest Test score, 99, was at Mohali back in 2013.
The homework series gets that big stride in, similar to Green. Not as accomplished a batsman as Green, but nonetheless one who can do a little bit of damage.
So 2 wickets and 34 runs in the session. How different that feels than when we jumped on commentary just 15 minutes ago, Pete.
Back onto the sweep. See, I don't want to see Steve Smith sweeping, but I do want to see Alex Carey sweeping. That's my point.
No,
I knew I'd get to my point at some stage.
And it's a fair one. It's a very reasonable point that Carey isn't a late adapter to the sweep shot. He's been playing it forever, and thus the field's set. Deep backward point for the reverse sweep. A man around the corner on the 45 for the mistimed lap. And deep backward square if he nails it, sweeping. 2 slips. Ashwin round the wicket, Carey forward, defending down the pitch. Ashwin collects it rather off his own bowling, up at 91 kilometres an hour.
Luring the batsman forward again. Got him success over Hanscom.
Crowd involved as well. And they get this test to speed up. Ashwin bowls, Carey goes back and plays judiciously under his eyes. That's spun hard. All eyes were on Ashwin. We mentioned that Drinks had only bowled 17 of 70 overs. He was frustrated yesterday. You could see it in his mannerisms, in the way he was talking to Rohit Sharma. But in the book now, a little tweak to the field. Deep backward point goes a fraction finer for that reverse sweep when it inevitably comes. Carey on strike, gets forward, plays defensively, but in front of square. There's a single there. KS Bharat, the wicketkeeper, has to race around to forward square to cut it off. Carey 2, 6 for 191. The lead 82.
Fierce competitor, Ashwin. Reminds me a little of Harbhajan Singh, the way he approaches the game. We saw Harbhajan looking resplendent in a brown pinstripe suit on the field this morning. Part of the commentary team. Ricky Ponting's nemesis.
Ashwin to complete the over, beating Stark outside the off stump. Just thrust at that one. End of the 73rd over. 6 for 191. The lead's 82 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Carey's on 2. Stark's on 1. And our coverage is for Tyre Power. Know your tyres.
Hi, Patrick Cripps here from the Carlton Blues.
And I'm Nico Hines from the Cronulla Sharks.
This season, go Ultra with Foxtel.
Don't miss the NRL, Formula 1,
and for the first time ever, every game of every round of AFL live in 4K Ultra HD.
AFL, NRL, F1 live in 4K Ultra HD, only on Foxtel.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley, completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au.
Carey scratching his mark.
Round the wicket, Umesh bowls inside part of the bat. Mitchell Stark, make that Alex Carey rather, into the turf, ends up down the pitch. Again, that movement from Umesh. It's got to be of the reverse variety, given we're in over number 74. Watching the replay back here for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. Yep, he's holding it for that one that can come back to the left hand around the wicket. Our first session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Adam Collins, Pete Lawler, Phil Long with you.
Little telltale signs when the reverse swing comes in. So Green sort of lose his balance trying to play that ball because it wasn't where he thought it was going to be. And similarly there with Carey.
Umesh, northern end to Carey, who forces it. One day style off the front foot. Shreyas R tries to field with his feet. Don't know what he's doing that for. They get through for a single. Carey 3. 6 for 192. Morning to all of our listeners in the UK on TalkSport 2 as well. We're taking our simulcast throughout the course of the series. You can follow all of our action on social media, SEN_cricket, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and on the podcast feed as well.
Very difficult to start here, especially for a bowler like Stark to be out there when the ball's reversing. Love to have the ball in his hands, not the bat, I reckon. He puts a high price on his wicket. We'll see how he goes against Umesh.
Yeah, I do wonder whether Stark might be tempted to play the way Umesh played yesterday. He can hit a long ball. It is a small ground, and there is a big gap. No one on the rope on the leg side. 2 slips down the gully. Umesh bowls him! That is superb reverse swing bowling from the veteran. The off stump is cartwheeling. Stark is castled for 1. Australia have lost 3 for 4. 7 for 192. The collapse feels as though it might be on now. They do lead by 83. They had put in the hard yards. But Umesh Yadav with the old ball. Watching it back here. That has done him all ends up. And that stump is cartwheeling. 7 for 192, Pete Lawler.
Searing delivery. Would have accounted for a top 6 batsman. Stark, a little tentative, understandably. Wants to get his eye in. It's very difficult against that reverse swing. He pokes at it. It's swung in, it's straightened, it's taken his off stump, and it's gone cartwheeling back. It's nearly impaled KS Bharat, that stump. And Mitchell Starks walks back into the dressing room. His first innings in India hasn't gone as expected. And Australia aren't where they'd want to be, Adam.
And what an intervention from Umesh Yadav. He probably wouldn't have expected to play in this series. He would have been the last man in the squad. India have got such depth in their fast bowling talent. They've developed that in the last 5 or 10 years in the time that Umesh has been in the national setup. But here he is back again, making his mark, getting the old ball to talk. Umesh has now taken 100 test wickets in India at an average of 24.7. Speaks volumes about what a contributor he's been.
It's a good sign anyway for Mitchell Stark when he does get that ball a bit later in the innings. There's some reverse swing there for you, and
Absolutely.
He can go through the tail.
So Nathan Lyon, his first ball, Umesh bowls and Lyon defends out towards mid-off. No run. That Kia scoreboard's moving quickly. Kia movement that inspires.
Lyon still, but watchful on the crease. Hangs back. Keeper, first slip in a gully. A chance for an outside edge here, even on this track that really hasn't had a lot of bounce on it. Old ball. See a replay of that stump. Took out Bharat.
Umesh over the wicket, northern into line. Inside edge for valuable runs for Blunston. Right on with Blunston. Not far away from a second bowled in the over. But that lead Advances up into, well, I was going to say into the 90s, up to 87. 7 for 196. Can Australia reach 200 for the second time in the series? No sure thing with the way it's going at the moment.
That's an elegant French cut right over the top of middle stump. Very lucky to still be there.
There's boundaries for Blunston. Haven't been forthcoming too often. 14 in the innings, but only 4 today. 3 wickets since the drinks break. 2 of them, Umesh. He finishes. He's successful over here to Lyon, who's forward defending. Good way to finish. 7 for 196. With Carey on 3, Lyon on 4. Our coverage is for Henley Homes by Henley Completed Home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. And for Tyre Power, know your tyres.
Good afternoon. There's been a crash out in Ormond on North Road eastbound before Grange Road with the left-hand lane closed, and reports of an incident in Reservoir on Spring Street outbound at Regent Street. There's also been a serious crash out in Point Cook on Forsyth Road, which is closed northbound over the Princes Freeway, and the inbound exit ramp also closed from the freeway to Forsyth Road. Red Rooster's $2.50 snack subs, each with succulent chicken, crisp lettuce and your choice of sauce packed into a sub. The Rooster's calling. Get it where you can while you can. Available all day. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley Completed Home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Ravi Ashwin, he's been in on the act since drinks as well. He picked up Peter Hanscom to break the stand to 40 to get India going on this second morning. And he'll get a look here at Alex Carey, who's on 3. Slip, silly point, Ashwin round the wicket, hit on the pad, on with the arm, finger goes up again. Carey given out leg before wicket. They are going to challenge as they would. Nitin Menon hasn't had a good game, but on face value, with that ball going on with the arm, Carey might be in strife as well. He did get a stride in.
It's a fair delivery.
So impact will be a factor. First replay coming up for Beaumont Tiles. Talk us through it, Peter Lalor.
It's hit him halfway up the pads on first view, and I'm just seeing the replay now. Yeah, hit him below the knee roll. He's got a decent stride in.
Okay, I'm just going to need to check with
that's going to hit middle and leg, I think.
Yeah, it's hit him in line with the off stump, and it's going straight on. So
keep it rolling through. We've got a flat line.
It's
no batting.
Almost impossible to see how he survives this. They're going to ball tracking. Watching it here, it'll be 2 reds. That much I'm certain of. Is it doing too much? It is not doing too much. It is hitting leg stump 3/4 of the way up.
The wickets.
The collapse is well and truly on now. Carey, leg before wicket for 3. India have taken 4 for 10 after drinks. The lead is 87, with Australia 8 for 196. This could, and in all probability, will end in a hurry, Pete Lalor.
Well, were we dreaming that first hour where nothing happened? Australia wandered through uneventfully, took their time, seemed to be totally at ease with the conditions that have presented themselves. Now we've got Umesh Yadav at one end, not only getting reverse swing, but actually getting some bounce that suggests to me that this wicket has baked a little harder than it was yesterday. But having said that, we see that ball keep a little low. We see the wiles of Ashwin. He has 2 for 44. And the crafty spinner from Chennai is back in the game. He was on the plane in seat 1A when I flew from Chennai to Indore a few days ago. I looked over his shoulder. He was playing chess on his phone.
Well, he's playing 4D chess at the moment, Phil Long.
4 for 10 in 25 balls since we took drinks.
Well, that'd be about the moment I stepped into the box.
It's the very moment we took on commentary duties, Pete. Correlation or causation, logging again.
And just remember, at drinks, 16 overs have been bowled, 30 runs, no wickets.
So none for 30, followed by 4 for 10. Ashwin round the wicket. Todd Murphy's first delivery is left alone through to the gloves of KS Bharat, the one that spins. 2 slips, silly point. Murphy yet to fire a shot with the blade in Test cricket. 5 runs he's made. The best of 3 not out. Ashwin bowls to Australia's number 10. Finds the leading edge, doesn't quite carry back to the bowler. We talked about the second new ball when Green and Hanscom were batting, saying it might be the first time India have needed it in this series. Well, we're only in over number 75. They're a decent chance of finishing it before then. Ashwin again, full up. Murphy presents the full face of the blade, defending back to the bowler.
Well, Todd's dad thought he'd be an all-rounder when he came into the game. So it wouldn't be a bad time for him to show something with the bat right now. What have you seen?
Just seeing that ball that Ashwin bowled to get rid of Carey again on the replay screen. Here to Murphy, driving, doesn't beat Rohit Sharma at cover. I reckon that might have been the Karen ball, watching it. I think he flicked that up the front of the hand, which is why it got a bit of deviation off the pitch back towards the left-handed Carey. So, I mean, yes, Hanscom and Carey are both out to Ashwin, and there'll be questions asked about Australia's play against spin, but that is just class bowling as well. Ashwin wide of the crease and beats the left-handed Murphy to complete the over, to complete our commentary stint as well, Pete Lalor. It's going to be Bharat Sundaresan jumping in with Daniel Norcross after the break. Australia 8 for 196. The lead is 87. Murphy yet to score. Line is on 4. And our first session is for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au.
Foxtel's winning deal is on sale now. Get drama, movies, sport and Netflix all in one place. Search Foxtel or call 131787. New customers only. Offer ends April 20.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30am and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
Enthralling test cricket with SEN. Tyre power, know your tyres. And first ball of a new over from Umesh is driven back towards him and deflected to mid-off. There is no run. Australia 8 for 196. We have with us stat boy Phil Long. Tell us all about that first hour. What did Australia get in that wicketless first hour, please, Phil Long?
They scored 30 runs, 16 overs when we went for drinks.
Yeah, 16 overs, 30 runs. The delight of the Australians of the way they managed to hold off India was palpable in this box. It was vindication of a certain way of playing cricket, wasn't it? And those 30 runs, well, they seemed irrelevant next to the lack of wickets that had gone down as Umesh charges in. Big appeal for LBW. It's squirting away onto the offside, not out. They pick up another single, but those 30 runs, well, they're now far less important than the other statistic, which, as we know in India, is wickets in clusters. And those 4 wickets that have gone down mean that this is now India's morning. Opportunity lost, Bharat Sundaresan, to put some pressure back on the India bowlers in the first hour. Instead, it's India who are now right back in this game.
No, I still don't think... I know where you're going with this, Daniel Norcross. No, I still think Australia played the first session perfectly, but it's the one thing that they didn't account for was Umesh Yadav's success on these pitches. Adam was just talking about it. They call him strong man in the Indian camp. There's been a strong man performance in the last 20 minutes or so.
Umesh. He bowled him! Murphy's gone! Off stump out of the ground. It's a 5th wicket in no time. Australia are crumbling. Dear, oh dear. Fantastic, fantastic bowling from Umesh Yadav. He's now got 3 for 12. And Australia are on the brink at 9 for 197.
Oh, they don't call him strongman for nothing. He's been getting this off stump traveling. Another Australian batter who's been beaten for pace on this slow pitch by Umesh Yadav. Full, he's always at the stumps. And that off stump has gone for a little walk. To be able to do that on this pitch, he's got those mighty muscles as Umesh Yadav. But he's turned this game around in a hurry. He did it with the bat yesterday, all those 6s, and he's doing it with the ball here.
Well, you did say what happened. You are the expert. The SEN app. Download it today from your app store. What are we at now, Phil? Since Australia eschewed Bazball for their own particular brand of cricket, they're now 5 for what?
Well, they've lost 5 in 33 balls since drinks, actually 5 in 28 balls.
5 in 28 balls, but the surprise, I think, for everyone will be that it's come at the hands of pace. Now, this must mean, if you're an Aussie back home, you're thinking Mitchell Starc. Can he do stuff with the new ball? And he may get his chance. Well, will he get his chance before lunch? This is playing conditions time. When does lunch happen?
No, I mean, lunch is still a fair way away, 26 minutes away. If Australia survive till then, they'll be very happy.
Well, if they don't, they might get a very handy 15 minutes with a hard new ball, and Starc could have 2 bites of the cherry.
He certainly will. So will whichever spinner opens from the other end. But this is why this Indian bowling attack is so unrelenting.
Yeah.
It's not just the spinners.
Right, Kuhneman faces up to Umesh. Ooh, it just takes his bat out of the line of the ball at the last minute. The ball goes through the keeper. There's no run. 9 for 197. The lead, 88.
And the fast bowlers, Adam was talking about it, the Indian fast bowlers have averaged 21 per wicket. That was at the start of the day. That average would have dropped considerably with the 3 blows that Umesh Yadav has struck the last half an hour or so. But it's just a complete attack. It's not just Rashmin Jadeja, Shami, it's Umesh, it's Mohammad Siraj. They attack the stumps. They have their own ways of taking wickets.
So there's a new ball available in 4.2 overs. Probably won't need it. Umesh hit outside the off stump through to the keeper, no run. How long was that partnership for the 5th wicket, Phil? How many overs? Because of the contrast of the speed of the game that we're watching is so crazy. You know, you're sitting in, you're settling in. There's even time to nip across, get yourself a cup of coffee, maybe. Relax.
Came together in the 49th over yesterday evening, and they were broken in the 71st today.
So 21 and a half overs for 40 runs. Since then, chaos. Umesh in, down the leg side. Great take from Bharat. Right, and the stumps diving away to his right. The end of another wicket taking over. Australia 9 for 197.
This is an ad for the Oporto Bondi Box. Bondi burger, chicken strips, chips and your choice of drink. Just $16.95. The Oporto Bondi Box. Grab one at a store near you.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick BMW's customer service is world class, and Abdul's review proves it. I appreciate not only your commitment to providing a good service, but to the friendliness and efficiency. I'll be recommending Berwick BMW. Good on you, Abdul. With next day servicing available, visit Berwick BMW. LMCT 8953.
Welcome back. SEN Test Cricket with Henley Holmes. Buy a Henley complete at home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. So R. Ashwin is going to continue. Right arm around the wicket to the right-handed line. Line has 5, and he's beaten on the outside edge, and there is no run. We've got a slip, we've got a backward point, cover, mid-off. That's your offside field. Short leg, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a long on. A deep backward square as well. Ashwin in, and Line is defending into the offside. There's no run. Follow SEN Cricket on Twitter, Instagram and TikTok by following the handle at SEN_cricket. Subscribe to SEN's Cricket Content Podcast on the SEN Cricket Podcast channel. You know you want to with this match so magnificently poised. Sweet, bold, missed, gone, out. Australia done. 197, all out. It's been a procession since drinks. Lyon for 5, Ashwin picks up 3. What an incredible 40 minutes of cricket we have witnessed. Bharat Sundaresan, sum that up in a noise or a couple of words.
That's how things happen in India. They can go on for a while, very, very slowly, but once things start happening, they happen really fast. Ashwin would have enjoyed that wicket. Nathan Lyon has held him at bay throughout this series, hasn't gotten up to him too often, but it's a shot that Nathan Lyon prefers playing. Pretty much every ball he faces off spin, never got to the length of it. And R. Ashwin is smiling again, India are smiling again, and they're back into this game.
Well, it was a wonderful piece of bowling. It turned from outside the off stump, straightened, hit middle and off, and it brought the end of Australia's innings. Quickly, Phil, the last 6 wickets went for
11 runs. They were 186 for 4.
6 for 11, but in Australia, do not be despondent. You have a lead of 88. You are on top in this game, and there's going to be a burst of Mitchell Stark before lunch, I've no doubt. We're going to throw for a break. When we get back, it'll almost be time for India to pad up again.
Hi, Kevin Sheedy here. As an Essendon BMW ambassador, I am proud to introduce you to the first ever fully electric BMW iX3. Pushing beyond speed and power, it's where electric driving meets excellence. Thrilling through every turn with boundary-pushing efficiency, the BMW iX3 gives you a new kind of driving pleasure with zero local emissions. Book a test drive today at Essendon BMW and discover the future of electric with BMW. Essendon BMW Centro Circuit, Essendon Field.
LMCT 11803.
Our well-being
our communities, our wildlife, our planet. We all need trees. Head to wwf.org.au/we all need trees to learn more.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Hi, it's Nick Strauss from Berwick Motor Group. Customers say they love that new car smell, and so do we, because the all-new Nissan Qashqai has arrived at Berwick Nissan. Test drive the Qashqai STL as it's in stock now for immediate delivery. Priced from $47,490 drive away, we're adding even more value, throwing in a 3-year free servicing. Come and see us or visit yournextnissan.com.au. Best wishes, Nick Strauss. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8760.
It's Australia's first 10-year warranty with 10 years cap price servicing. Mitsubishi 1010, you can count on it. Exclusions and conditions including Mitsubishi servicing apply. See a Mitsubishi dealer for details.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Optus Business Mobile Plus is fit for businesses of all shapes and sizes. Get all the mobiles, SIMs and data you need, and none you don't. Search Optus Business Mobile Plus today, call or visit us in store. Great business starts with yes.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
Twin bowls to complete the first day, but after tricks, caught a short leg, inside edge, straight into the hands of the man at short leg, Shreyas Iyer, who makes no mistake. Unesh arrives and bowls him. Green hit on the pad, shout for leg before, up goes the finger of Joel Wilson. Hits him in line with leg stuff, and it is a post call, he's gone. 2 slips down the gully, Umesh bowls him! That is superb reverse swing bowling from the veteran. The off stump is cartwheeling. Ashwin round the wicket, hit on the pad, on with the arm, finger goes up again. Carey given out leg before wicket. Watching it here, it'll be 2 reds, that much I'm certain of. Is it doing too much? It is not doing too much. It is hitting leg stump in 3/4 of the way up.
He bowled him! Murphy's gone! Off stump out of the ground. It's a 5th wicket in no time. Australia are crumbling. Sweet ball, missed, gone, out. Australia done. 197, all out. It's been a procession since drinks. Lyon for 5, Ashwin picks up 3. What an incredible 40 minutes of cricket we have witnessed.
Yep, it really was an extraordinary 40 minutes. It was a fairly extraordinary hour before that as well, if truth be told, as Australia resumed on 156 for 4, looking to build an impregnable lead. They've got a lead of 88, which could be impregnable. We've seen the way wickets have gone. They've gone in clusters. The first hour's play today was an anomaly. At no other point in this test match have 2 batters got in and been so secure in their defensive method. They, granted, showed almost no ambition. There was one sort of drive at a loose ball that Hanscom went for, but he missed it. Other than that, there are a few. How many boundaries were there, Phil, in that first hour?
3 off the bat and 1 4 that went for leg buys.
Yeah.
And then there's been another 4 in the carnage after drinks.
And there was one of those 4s was a kind of squirt outside off stump to a very full ball. The other 2, there was one from Cameron Green when he did use his feet and went to go over mid-wicket when the field had all come in, which is another anomaly. I've got Bharat Sundaresan beside me. That hour was unlike any other hour in the test match so far. But frankly, the 40 minutes after it was also unlike any other 40 minutes because it was the fast bowlers doing the damage. So we're watching confounding cricket, Bharat.
Well, life in India is confounding, as you've learnt in your 2 or 3 days here. Every time you think, hey, there's no chaos in my life, there's chaos in a lot of it. And it was carnage after the drinks break. And people who are used to watching Test cricket being played out in India will not be surprised. Umesh Yadav, I remember a few years ago, in 2018, the last Test match I covered as an Indian journalist, I may add, in Hyderabad, turning wicket, Ashwin and Jadeja on top of the game. Umesh Yadav finishes with 10 for the match. So he is that kind of bowler. On a pitch with low bounce, he's a very, very tricky customer. He's skiddy, he attacks the stumps, and that's what we saw. All 3 wickets he took were balls which were on a length, but just skid through, and too quick for Stark, too quick for Murphy, and too quick for Green.
Brilliant captaincy, though, because it held back against the top order, whom you fancy would have stood a better chance of keeping out those deliveries. When the tail came, mopped up. And that has, in a way, been the story of this series to a degree, hasn't it? That the depth that India have had have meant that you don't really get to mop up India's tail until the 8th wicket has gone down. Whereas with Australia, and the great Australian teams of the past had tails that had a little bit more vigour. This tail is by necessity, because you've got to pick spinners here, and the spinners that Australia have are not crash hot with the bat. So this is kind of what happens, and it puts a lot of pressure on the top order. And I guess that slightly informed the approach of Hanscom and Green when they came out today, because they knew what was beneath.
Yeah, and Alex Carey, unfortunately, has not had a great series with the bat. He started well in that first innings in Nagpur, but ever since, he's just found ways of getting out. And Ashwin and Jadeja have just been too good for him, to be honest. And Ashwin as well. I mean, he looked a little undercooked yesterday. He wasn't smiling. You could see his shoulders weren't. His shoulders seemed tight and felt like he had injured his shoulder as well. But today, we were talking about it when we were on air last, Daniel. He was on the boundary, not smiling. He was looking a little grumpy. Why aren't they giving me the ball? And I think it fed into it. So he gets the ball right after the drinks break, and bang, breaks that partnership. And that was the beginning. That was the beginning of the end for this Australian first innings. And India have held them to a below 200 total once again in this series. But still, 80 plus runs is a big lead, you would think, in these conditions. Australia is still very much in front.
Absolutely, and it really puts Usman Khawaja's innings into great perspective. He hit 60, next top scorer, Labuschagne, with a very scratchy 31. He was lucky to last that long, bowled off a no ball. Steve Smith with 26, Cameron Green with 21. Hanscom's 19, took up 98 balls. I'll give you the bowling figures. Those are the only guys into double figures. Bowling figures are Ashwin, 3 for 44 of 20.3 overs. Jadeja didn't add a wicket to his overnight 4 for 78 from 32. Akshar bowled wicketless today, 13 overs, none for 33. But Umesh Yadav, 3 for 12 in 5. And Mohammad Siraj, the other bowler, used 6 overs, none for 13. 6 wickets falling for 11 at the back end. Phil Long.
You went through that scorecard there. Yeah, the 5 of the top 6 got in without ever getting in.
Yes.
As far as the numbers go. And then, as we know, the tail, well, we've just seen it blown away.
It was blown away, but what a tricky session this could be for India now. 13 minutes, you'd imagine it's going to be Stark and, well, I wonder, will it be Stark and Green, or will it be perhaps, well, we've got 2 right-handers, Stark and Kuhneman?
I think it would be Stark and Kuhneman. We saw him take the new ball in both innings on Test debut in Delhi. And just about the tail, I mean, we'll give Phil some time for this. I'd love to know what the last 5 wickets have averaged for Australia in this series so far. Cannot be a lot. Cannot be a lot.
Get to work on that. Well, we've got a short amount of time at the lunch break to chew the cud. We'll have a look. Here we go. First ball of the Indian second innings. Stark is in, and that hits the pad, goes down to the boundary. A flick off the pads, down to the boundary for 4. No bat on that. And Rohit Sharma would be delighted. Doesn't care how it comes. Just slightly ill-directed. Down the leg side. 4 leg byes.
Very different to the first ball he bowled to Rohit Sharma yesterday morning. Was on the mark and should have got him out. As we know, Australia didn't review this time. Got the radar wrong, Mitchell Stark, and immediately looks at his finger.
Yep, his finger has been troublesome. The Aussie pacers are struggling, both of them in that regard. Cameron Green's got finger issue. Mitchell Stark's got a finger issue, but he bowled very well in the first innings in that first over. He's in again to Rohit. Down the leg side once more. Great take from Carey, diving away to his left, double-handed. Phil Long.
4 extras there, leg byes. No extras in the first innings here for Australia. No extras in the second innings. They bowled in, where were we? Delhi. So back-to-back innings without any extras. And then we have 4 leg byes, first ball of the innings.
That's a back-to-back innings without any extras. Completed innings.
In these conditions, that's
Completed
very
innings.
impressive.
That is amazing. Wonder how many times that's happened, Phil. Sorry, people at home, I just knew that would upset our scorer. Stark into Rohit, who flicks away. Down to deep backward square for a single. The deficit down now to 83. But don't make any... Don't be despairing. Back wherever you are in Australia. A lead of 88 in a match where 109 in the first innings, 187 in the second. And that 187 was... had moments of solidity, but for the large part, batting has been very, very difficult. So, you know, if India score 200, that'll give India a chance. But Australia would also fancy their chance of chasing 113. So 200 ain't going to be easy, you wouldn't have thought. Unless the pitch changes entirely or Australia bowl particularly badly. Stark in, left arm over the wicket. Again, 2 leg side. He's played up to mid-on. Sorry, by Shubman Gill. And Nathan Lyon moves to his right to field. 1 more to the total. Gill off the mark straight away. In the first innings, Gill was very aggressive. What have you seen?
Mitchell Stark once again checking out his finger. He's wincing. You can see just rubbing it against his pocket. Tip of his finger. That's what's been troubling him ever since he injured it.
It's a very strange injury, wasn't
it? And there
it?
is blood on his pant.
Yeah.
That's not a very good sign.
Well, it's India and it's an Australian, so something's got to give, like Dean Jones. Stark in again on the leg stump, but just worked away with it. Economy of shot from Rohit. Just laid bat on it and angled that bat out towards deep mid-wicket. They pick up a couple of runs. Stark's just got the radar wrong here. Everything is on leg stump or just outside leg stump. I don't blame him for it, because he is now not drenched in blood, but there are little dappling dots of it all over his left pocket. And how is it, this case? I mean, this is a wound that's just refusing to heal?
It is. I don't think it's 100%, as he's been saying. He's fit to play, but it's not 100%. It's still work in progress.
And here it comes again. That's more like it. That's on off stump. Rohit defends into the offside. End of the over. None for 8, India. The deficit 80. It reminds me of an injury that England left arm pacer, another left arm pacer, Timar Mills, has picked up. He had it a couple of times in England and it's resurfaced. It's taken him out of cricket again, so he can't go to the PSL, I think it is. He's had a split on the, you know, like the equivalent of the knuckle joint on your big toe. And it's a wound that just refuses to heal. They've glued it and then it's come back open again. And that's a different part of the body, but it's the same sort of thing. It's just a wound that will not stop opening up. Now then, Bharat, you're an expert for a reason, and Kuhneman is going to open.
It has to be Kuhneman, left arm spinner. He bowled so well in the first innings, 5 for 16, and he'll want this ball not just to turn off a length, but also to slide in, skid through, attack the pads.
They've got a chance of squeezing 3 overs in here, just about. In the last 8 minutes before lunch, as Kuhneman is in and Gill comes forward solidly, and Kuhneman moves swiftly to his left to field. There's no run. If he can bowl an over in Jadeja style speed in a couple of minutes, and there'll be 1 more from Stark. He might squeeze in 1 more himself.
Well, they call him Jaddu.
Jaddu.
The Queenslanders do.
There is Kuhneman. Oh, beats the outside edge with one that rips past and into the gloves of Carey. That's turned appreciably. This hard new ball on this receptive surface. Just take a little look at this on the replay, and it's, well, that's a horrible ball to play. That could so easily have kissed the outside edge. He had to play at it. Kuhneman in once more, and slightly shorter, brings him forward nonetheless. He dabs it into the offside. There's Gill, and it's picked up from the covers. Labuschagne, a man who we have discussed. I strongly believe that Marnus Labuschagne has a particular look that is unique in world cricket. I'll explain what I mean by that in a moment. As Kuhneman is in, and that's defended back to the bowler. You know when you do like a pub quiz and they create a composite face for you. They take someone's forehead, someone's eyes and nose, and someone else's mouth, and they say, who are these three people? Well, I think Marnus Labuschagne looks like any combination of three people you wish to put together. It's marvellous. Kuhnemann is in, and that's defended on the front foot into the offside.
No,
No
what's
run.
also marvellous so far has been Matthew Kuhnemann's length.
It's good, isn't it?
It has been really, really good. He's on the mark straight away, beat the bat. That's how he got Shubman Gill out in the first innings. That length, the ball ripping past his outside edge.
Really tough time for these openers to bat. On a sort of hiding to nothing, and Kuhnemann's got a ball on a string here. And that's just a little shorter. It allows him to push the ball out to deep cover, point for a single. Australia will want to get on with this now as Murphy fields, because there are just under 6 minutes to go. They can get an over of Stark, another over of Kuhnemann in to take us through to lunch. Lunch at 11:30.
Better than lunch at 11, fish fry at 11 in Calcutta. Everybody wants to go cover Test cricket in Eden Gardens. It's something you have to prepare yourself for. And just interesting with Mitchell Starc, we saw in the first innings he would have the tape on his finger in between overs. He's not doing that now, and is still very uncomfortable with that finger, you can notice.
Because yesterday he wanted to put a little sort of guard on it, didn't he? He wasn't allowed to do that. So he was putting tape on. He's not put. Did you see? He's not put the tape on it in between overs.
In between overs, yeah.
He's in, left arm over the wicket to Gill, who defends solidly on the front foot. Bat and pad perfectly close together. Pushes up to Travis Head mid-off. And there's no run. India none for 9. The deficit 79.
And you'd think he's been bowling with that painful finger for the last couple of months. There was a period where he was holding the ball with the splint on, with his index and ring fingers. It's incredible when you think about it.
It's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, and he said that he was getting great shape with that. I don't think he's doing that right now, but it's clearly bothering him and hasn't got his radar right so far in this spell.
Here he comes. And Gill tucks us into the onside, out towards deep square leg. Exactly as Bharat Sundaresan was saying there, just not the radar quite right. In the first over yesterday, pitched it perfectly, just on off stump, angling across, got the tiniest feather that wasn't reviewed. Then he got one just to come back ever so slightly. And it would have been an LBW that wasn't reviewed. We wondered how important those 27 runs would prove to be. Well, no one knows how the game would have played out, of course, if Rohit had been out then.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing if we get to see Kuhnemann to Rohit before the lunch break. He was very restless against the left-arm spinner yesterday.
He was, wasn't he? Stark is in. That's tucked into the onside. Picked up at sort of short mid-wicket. And there's no run. None for 10.
He's had a good last start as Rohit Sharma as captain. The bowling changes, bringing Ashwin and Umesh Yadav on together. That's what resulted in the collapse.
Yep.
Which has allowed India to sort of stay afloat. Still think Australia well in front at this point.
Have they been in front in matches in this series before? And India have come back at the business end, and that's what will be a concern. And, you know, for neutrals around the world, and I count myself as one, Stark in, pushed into the offside. There's no run, fielded at point. Love to see an Australian fight back. Take Islamabad with the series still alive. If not the trophy, then at least the series. But do we always say the next session's crucial? It always is crucial, because obviously that's when they next play cricket, having taken a break. It's fairly facile, I know, but if India can get through that session losing just 1 or 2 wickets and get up beyond parity, which they would do, then that would put jitters into Australia. If, on the other hand, Australia can pick up 4 or 5 wickets before they reach parity, wow. Been a short test for sure, but we'll get them back on track. Full and thick inside edge, but so thick that it actually goes to backward square leg, not as fine leg. So one more ball left in this over. They picked up a single for that, none for 11. And Australia just need to get round here quickly. They need to try to get through to Kuhnemann having another over, if at all possible.
You'd think with just one more ball to go in this over, they will get another over. Of
minute and 15 seconds, but you never know. This is a time for moving sight screens and shoelaces and calling for a drink or pretending to have hurt your groin, remarking your card. They're not doing any of that.
They'll have to do all of that to make
Yeah.
sure that happens.
Starking to Gill outside the off-stump. That's a slightly better line, actually, but well left by Gill. End of the over. None for 11. India 77 runs behind. Rohit 4. Gill has 3. We will get one more over before the drinks break.
And for all the talk around Australia and what they need to do, it's a big innings for the Indian top order. They've had a bad run of late. They've been bailed out so many times by the middle to lower order, not just in this series, but in recent times, even against Bangladesh. The top order, short of runs. Rohit Sharma did get that really nice 100 in Nagpur, but there are a few batters in this batting lineup who are under a little bit of pressure. So if they can get India to 250, which seems a long way away at this point, they would have done well.
Kuderman comes in, left arm around the wicket. Oh, and Rohit is uncertainly playing at a ball that turns quite sharply, and he just ends up playing with an angled bat to what is effectively a kind of very short gully. There's a slip and almost a second slip. It's between second slip and a gully. You get the general idea. Kuderman in. Rohit comes forward, beaten on the outside edge. Carey whips the bails off, then puts them back on. Joel Wilson will walk languidly towards the stumps and say, do I have to keep going? Yeah, you might have to. No, you're right. No, stay there, Joel. You'll be fine. It's a long, old, hot day.
It's beautiful bowling from Matthew Kuderman. And again, Rohit Sharma has had his issues against left-arm spin throughout his career.
He's bowling gloriously, isn't he, Kuderman? I mean, I've only really seen him in the Big Bash. This is a whole new ball game. He's in now to Rohit, who defends. Again, slightly uncertainly. With Rohit, he can be so languid that it's a fine line between languidity and uncertainty.
And he covers it up beautifully, even when he is uncertain. But yeah, you can see he's not very comfortable. This is replays of that first innings dismissal where he just lost the plot. Tried to hit him against a turn on a turning pitch. Not a great idea.
Kuderman in. And, that gets a thick edge and squirts through that second slip. And that is a disappointment because it takes Rohit off strike, and it brings Gill onto strike, who's been slightly more certain against the left-arm spinner. 2 balls to go until lunch.
Yeah, Rohit wouldn't mind that at all. I don't think he wants to run a single now.
No, he's standing really quite a fair way back. Not really backing up at the non-striker's end, and Gill, actually, he's going to force him to take the single by pushing a ball wide of Kuderman and up to long off, all the way along the ground. Gill's looking pretty assured here. Rohit on strike for the last ball before lunch. What a session we have had. We will chew the cud over that very shortly.
A change in field. We've had the long off in position, or maybe they're just getting Matthew Renshaw's on the field as a substitute in to Silly Point, or we just in fact they're getting a second slip in. Long off still stays. The deep cover has moved to long off, and now they have first slip, a second slip, and a short gully. Interesting field. That the last ball Rohit Sharma faced from Kuderman did go in that direction. It wasn't very aerial. Very important ball coming up, and not all balls in a test match are important, Dan, before you cut me off.
Thank you, yeah. Kuderman in, last ball before lunch. Oh, that's an edge. Was there an edge? There's an appeal. Well, for a start, I tell you what there is. There is an appeal for a stumping first and foremost. Rohit doesn't think he's edged it because he's walking off. And this way,
director, we have
2 bites of the cherry.
For stumping.
Yeah, great call.
Front foot checked. It's a fair delivery.
Idea to just go for the stumping.
Please.
You should always do that, because this way you don't have to use a DRS review. You get an umpire's review, because they will check the outside edge. I heard a little noise.
Yeah, Rohit's walking off.
Yeah, he's walking off. He's fine. He's absolutely fine. I think he thinks that he hasn't hit it, so he can go and have lunch. Sharp turn, nowhere near the bat. Nowhere near the bat at all.
Looks like he's clearly missed the ball there. Just confirm that with Ultra Edge, please.
Nicely taken by Carey. The ball's a long way from bat, but another beautiful spinning delivery.
Copy. No batting involved. We'll go to your best side on angle, please.
Here we go. Going to check the stumping. Drama, though, at the end of the session. And the foot is safely grounded.
Foot is grounded behind the line. Thank you. Ready with my decision for the big screen.
Beautiful delivery, though. Beautiful delivery from Kuhnemann. Great end to the session for Australia. A session that started off so well. At first tower, Cam Green and Peter Hanscom looked at ease. I wouldn't have thought you would say that about batting on this pitch. But then, just after the drinks break, change in bowling, Ashwin comes in, strikes right away, and then Umesh Yadav, like he's done so many times before in India, 101 test wickets he's taken in these treacherous conditions for fast bowlers, and that's why he's been so valuable to India. Turns the game around. Australia just 197 on the board. At one point they felt that they might end up with a lead of 120, 130. Wasn't to be, but at the moment I still think they're well in front.
Yeah, well, 120, 130, could have been 150, 160. You never know. Had it not been for that extraordinary collapse, I'll give you the Kia scorecard, if you like. India bowled out for 109 in the first innings. Australia today resumed on 156 for 4. They batted very solidly for an hour without really going anywhere. Scored 30-odd runs and then had the collapse, the mother of collapses, 6 for 11 in 40 minutes, precipitated by it's a combination of Umesh Yadav and Ashwin. And we're going to just a little chat for the next couple of minutes with Phil Long here. What have you got for us? Numbers, God. Do you want to take a break, Bharat?
Oh, nice.
Well, if you're happy to stay.
Yeah,
happy to stay,
stay. You two gentlemen, why not?
Well, indeed. Phil.
Well, firstly, Umesh Yadav, 100 wickets on Indian soil. He's only the 13th Indian bowler to achieve that, so well done him. Yeah, let's split this session into 3, shall we? Before drinks, 16 overs, 30 runs. Big number, no wickets. We mentioned that, didn't we? Then immediately after drinks, in the 39 balls that were bowled, 11 runs, 6 wickets.
Oof. 39 balls. I mean, that's... it felt frenetic.
It felt frenetic. And then just very quickly, the 4 overs since India have batted their 13 without loss of lunch.
Yeah, and they batted fairly well. You've got to say Mitchell Stark's radar not quite on, but Kuhnemann's going to be a big threat, isn't he, Bharat? We've talked about the collapse. We talked about it when it was happening and the brilliance of Umesh Yadav being able to get through that tail. But just very quickly, looking forward to where we're at in the game, Australia on top, Kuhnemann is going to be key, do you think?
Oh, Kuhnemann and the other 2 spinners as well, Nathan. Australia blessed all of a sudden to have 3 wicket-taking spinners, 3 different kinds of spinners. Kuhnemann has started beautifully in the second innings, just where he finished off yesterday. Rohit Sharma still looks ill at ease against the left-arm spin. And crucial 1 hour coming up for not just the Australian spinners, but for the Indian batters as well. The top order has collapsed a few times. Can't afford to do it again.
Phil.
You mentioned the Indian top order. I'm going to mention the Australian bottom order. We're wondering about how their partnerships had gone. In the 5 completed innings so far, the last 5 wickets in each innings have gone for 15, 27, 95 when they made the 263, 18 and 9. So India are never going to feel out of this game.
No, absolutely not. We're going to take a break in a moment. Coming up on the other side of the break, John Donohoe will take your calls and texts on a chaotic first session at Indoor. 1300 736 736 if you want to have your say.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Officer and Calcallo, henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Hits him in line with leg stump, and it is a post call. He's gone. 2 slips down the gully. Umesh bowls him. That is superb reverse swing bowling from the veteran. The off stump is cartwheeling. Ashwin round the wicket, hit on the pad, on with the arm, finger goes up again. Carey given out leg before wicket. Watching it here, it'll be 2 reds, that much I'm certain of. Is it doing too much? It is not doing too much. It is hitting leg stump in 3/4 of the way up.
He bowled him! Murphy's gone! Off stump out of the ground. It's a 5th wicket in no time. Australia are crumbling. Sweet, bowled, missed, gone, out. Australia done. 197, all out. It's been a procession since drinks. Ryan for 5, Ashwin picks up 3. What an incredible 40 minutes of cricket we have witnessed.
SEN at Test Cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home at the Dales. Bonnybrook, henley.com.au, and for Tyre Power, Kumho Tyres at Wicket. Taking prices, Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sundaresan with me, Phil Long's also with us in our statistician's chair. I've heard those highlights back a couple of times now, Bharat. Those 39 balls that will reverberate around Australia, I suspect. They were so close to, I suppose, safe harbour. Maybe a lead of 100 would have felt like that, or maybe 120 with Green and Hanscom batting with such application through the first hour. But brilliant bowling change, double change from the captain, Rohit Sharma, getting Ashwin on for the first time on morning 2, getting a wicket with the first ball of his first over. Lovely piece of bowling to get Hanscom, who was well set. Green falls to Umesh. Next over, reverse swing, 3 wickets for him, 3 wickets each indeed, a collapse of 6 for 11, almost a replica of what happened at Bangalore back in 2017, a test that we both covered. And now Australia are under the pump again. They're going to have to take 10 wickets today. They can't let this drift.
They cannot. And this Indian team, especially the Indian bowlers, Adam, are like the strict Indian parents that most of us grew up with. You just can't get away with them, and you can't get away from them either. Every time you think you have an opening and you're just running away with the game or life, they clasp you, they grab you, and they drag you back. And exactly what the Indian bowling attack has done this morning. The first session, we were there, we were all singing the praises of Peter Hanscom and Cam Green, and so we should. They were batting really well, showing great commitment to their defence, and some attacking shots as well. They just started to rotate the strike, and you just thought this game was maybe slipping away from India. In comes Ashwin, on comes Umesh, and it's all over in 39 balls.
With Umesh especially, I think we sort of lost in our discussion earlier that his dad passed away last week. He probably didn't expect to play in the series in terms of pecking order. Mohammad Shami, very much India's #1 with Bumrah injured, and Siraj, who they like to play when he's fit and available because he bowls with extra airspeed. But Umesh, given the opportunity and taking it with both hands, it's a good story, it's a great story. I mean, he picked up his 100th wicket in India in that spell at an average of 24. I mean, they are lovely numbers.
Oh, it's a lovely story. And he was really close to his father. Growing up, they come from a pretty humble, they have a very humble background. His father always wanted him to be a cop. His father always said, you can play your cricket if you pass the test that you need to pass to become a cop, a local policeman, and then cricket can come. So that's what he did. So he is actually a qualified policeman before he got into cricket. And he comes from a part of Nagpur or the Vidarbha region. It's a mining village not too far from there. So it's like he's the Harold Larwood of Indian cricket, you could say. Always been strong, a huge heart, one of the nicest people you'll meet. And that heart is what has got him through all this while. And don't forget, I was just thinking about it during lunch, our delicious lunch that we just had here.
We're going to come to that, don't worry.
At the Holka Stadium. He's bowled to 5 Australian captains. It's amazing how long he's been around. He debuted when Ponting was still captain.
Yeah, that's right. And you go back to, what was it? Yeah, all the way back to then, 10, 11. Well, it's a long time ago that he first played at home. He was on that ill-fated tour of 11-12 when India were beaten up by Michael Clarke repeatedly, and Mike Hussey and Ricky Ponting. They all got in on the act through the course of that series. He's been a bits and pieces bowler in the series since, but did play a role at Pune in 17 with that reverse swing, and it was reverse swing today. Australia not making it to the second-year ball. They failed to do so on all 5 occasions in the series, and all out for 197. So line with work to do. The senior spinner on, round the wicket, starting the session, bowling here to Shubman Gill. Short leg, slip, shout for caught behind round the corner. Alex Carey ambitious. Line doesn't go with him. So to lunch, Shubman Gill 4, Rohit Sharma 5. There was a boundary, leg buys. Line 471 wickets in his test career. His 118th appearance in the baggy green. Bowling here, using his feet, is Shubman Gill. A bit of interest from the bowler for leg before, and it wasn't far away from Hanscom at short leg either.
Yeah, already the first 2 balls, even that first ball, Shubman Gill, you could see his front foot. He was ready to leave his crease and then held back. This time he did leave his crease. So some attacking intentions from the Indian opener.
So Line took 3 for 35 in the first innings. His first over of the innings here now. Turned round the corner by Shubman Gill, just past Peter Hanscom. Square of him, none for 14 India. They trail by 74. Every single is going to be cheered by this indoor crowd.
And it's building as well, this indoor crowd. It's a Thursday afternoon. A lot of people would have had work. Things start very slowly. And even the coffee shops don't open before 11:30 a.m. But they stay open till very, very late. I've been digging into some late-night ice creams, Adam.
I think the reputation they have as one of the culinary capitals of India and central India, the expectations have been met so far, not least at the ground. Line halfway through is over. Bowls to Ravi, gets him forward, pushing just in front of Hanscom. This time, no run. Just then with the chili paneer to die for. We're very lucky to be eating with the TV guys who are on the other side of the ground this week. We're not with our press colleagues. I don't know how they're going for food, but we've lucked in.
We've lucked in even better because we're not even eating the TV or the stuff that the TV guys eat. I'll come back to that.
I assumed we were with the Star guys. Here's Lyon again. Bowls to the captain, Ravi, who turns it out towards deep mid-wicket in front of the CK Naidu stand. Done for 15 with the single. He's on 6. They trail by 73.
And I did sneak into the dining area for the broadcasters yesterday. No comparison to what we've been having. We've been sneaking into the corporate boxes, unbeknownst to them. You just look important in this part of the world.
Okay, that does make some sense. There are a string of boxes to our right as Lyon completes the first over after lunch. Bowls him! Shubman Gill went dancing and lost his middle stump. Nathan Lyon gets the crucial breakthrough. Just after the long break, India lose their first wicket of the second innings with the score on 15. Gill bowled for 5. Lyon in the game straight away again, just as it was in the first session yesterday. And it's not going to make for a pretty replay for Shubman Gill either. That is straight up T20 stuff. Lyon, spot on.
Oh, it's a terrible shot from Shubman Gill. His head was all over the place. He almost lost his footing as well. No balance. He has his head down, and as he walked past his captain Rohit Sharma just looked away, because you can see in the replay even Rohit Sharma at the non-striker's end throwing his head back. This is not what he was brought back into the side for. Got out to a good delivery from Kuhneman in the first innings. This time he's just thrown his wicket away in the first over after lunch. She saw glimpses of him wanting to leave the crease. But that's a wild shot, and he's paid for it.
Yeah, there's a way to leave the crease when you're getting reset after lunch, and that is not it. UGLY. No alibi for Shubman Gill. That's a Bendix big break moment. Confidence stopping. Bendix breaks. In walks Chiteshwar Pujara, who was bowled by Lyon the first time around with one that, well, basically went along the floor. Now, watching the replay back for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, there was that puff of dust there. The ball is still hard and new, and we saw what Lyon was able to do with that. This time yesterday, or in the first session yesterday. Pujara unbeaten in the chase at Delhi a couple of Sundays ago. Yesterday, he was the third wicket to fall for 1. So 3 failures in the series. And Shubman Gill, why did he do that?
Yeah, it was quite the why did he do that kind of shot. Came from nowhere, really. He was looking quite solid, quite settled.
So Matt Kuhneman will get first use at the northern end, where our press colleagues are, who have probably got the food that isn't the corporate food that we were referring to. Our coverage is for Tyre Power, your trusted local. And for Henley Homes, by Henley Completed Home at the Dales Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. And Bharat Sundaresan's with me. Download the SEN app from your app store today to listen to all of our coverage from India. Kuhneman bowled a couple of overs before lunch. Done for 3, into Rohit, full ball. Picked up nearly on the full, turned around the corner, gets 1 stuck, does the work at backwards square. Rohit to 7, 1 for 16 India, so they had a deficit of 88 to start. Pujara averages 44 in Test cricket, 19 centuries, played his 100th Test last week.
Yeah, you could see as soon as Pujara walked out, Nathan Lyon went up to him, had a quiet word, just a little giggle between two battle-hardened veterans. They've had so many battles over the years, and they'll be looking to resume that. But Kuhneman would want that not to happen. By dismissing him early, Australia need Pujara out of the way.
So bowling with a 6-3 field, 2 catching men in the slips. Kuhneman bowls and Pujara's forward. Hit on the pad, balloons into the onside. How was that, asks the Queensland tweaker. Great yarn that Peter Lawler's filed during the first session about Matt Kuhneman's old man getting to indoor yesterday. His kid said, look, I might play. If they play 2 spinners, I'll probably get dropped. They might go with the second seamer. Don't know about Greeny. All a bit unclear. Kuhnemann to the crease. Bowls here. Pujara goes back and defends off the stumps. No run. His dad, I'm looking through the copy here, his name's Paul.
Yep.
Described as a frantic journey to get over. He said, sod it, I'm going to do it. 20 hours to get here. Had to get through an electrical storm in Singapore. Kuhnemann delivers. Forward is Pujara defending once more. So his plane was delayed at Singapore, had to race across the terminal to pick up a connector to Delhi. By the time he lands in indoor, taken to the terminal in a golf cart. He's already seen that his kid's picked up, 2 wickets in 2 overs. Gets to the hotel to drop his bags off. He's got a third. Then there's a car crash when he's on the way to the hotel or on the way to the ground, one or the other. And gets here just in time to see him hold the ball up and take his 5th wicket.
Incredible. What a story. Manus.
Manus. In at silly point. Extra fielder in now. Kuhnemann round the wicket. Pujara lunging forward as he's done to Australia for a decade.
Only issue I have with Paul is he should not have trusted his son. He should have trusted the journalists. We've been writing there'll be 3 spinners for this test all along. Only hit read up pieces.
Well, he's clearly trusting Pete, giving him the whole yarn there. Kuhnemann, 3 catches on the offside. Pujara deflects. Hanscom to his right. Pats it down. End of the over. 6 gone in India's second innings. They're 1 for 16. They trail by 72. Pujara yet to score. Rowitz on 7 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. To open the bowling on your career, talk with MEGT. Their one-on-one jobs and skills coaching, resumes and job interview tips make you a very employable all-rounder. Call 13MEGT or visit megt.com.au.
40 crispy chicken McNuggets are for friends. Together with tangy Cajun sauce, close friends only. Pick up juicy chicken and tangy Cajun at Macca's drive-thru today. Select items available for a limited time.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, 25% off selected Kumo tyres. How's that? Nathan Lyon bouncing away from our southern end, pavilion end. So Rohit Sharma, the captain, on 7, goes back and pushes past Peter Hanscom at short leg. He'll get a single for that, moving to 8, 1 for 17.
Some housekeeping, as Longy likes to say. Usman Khawaja is off the field. I think he has a sore calf.
Okay.
So we saw Matt Renshaw fielding for him in the first session. And I have a stat request from Longy, and this has to do with the wonderful food that we've been eating sneakily in the corporate section. What was the giveaway? For me, it was the paneer. But what about the paneer was the giveaway yesterday?
We've got Lyon taking a break here while Marnus puts a lid on. We might have time for Phil. Oh, sorry, Phil.
2 different types of paneer straight away. Heaven. And the fact you've sneaked in as well is even better, isn't it?
God loves a blagger. So Labuschane's at silly point. Hanscom's at short leg. And Smith's at slip. So they're boxing in, or triangulating Pujara, who's yet to score. Lyon did pick him up leg before wicket at Delhi, a rare occurrence. Over the wicket to start, Pujara. Round the corner, carries up for the catch and maybe the stumping. Neither of them are supported by a broader appeal.
And they were man in 45 as well. Pujara fell uncharacteristically in the first innings of the series.
He did, yes.
Sweeping Todd Murphy straight to Scott Boland. See, Mitchell Swepson is the substitute on the field for Khawaja.
Phil Long with us for Fuso Trucks. Fuso Canters are in stock now, job done. Lyon bowls, Pujara lunges forward and defends. We had the stat last week that it was in something like 1,400 deliveries. Lyon had picked up Pujara once leg before. We went big on that, Bharat.
I know.
Twice he got him out leg before in 10 balls.
6 balls.
Didn't review 6 balls, sorry.
Yeah.
Once he didn't review, and the second time it was 3 reds and Lyon was very much in the game.
What a sensational duel this has been for so long, Pujara and Lyon. We talk about rivalries in sport. This is right up there in our sport.
And I like that he's over the wicket too, opening up the window. Bowls here, Pujara back, playing to Hanscom at short leg, no run. So they've got the slip, short leg, and aforementioned silly point. Backward point, mid off, that's Green, mid on, that's Stark. Deep mid wicket, Renshaw, the sub sweeping. And around the corner on the 45 is Todd Murphy. And Kuhnemann's at mid-wicket, missed him, beg your pardon. Lyon bowls, using his feet, Pujara, to clip in the direction of Kuhnemann at mid-wicket, who cuts off at least 1 to his left. Well played and well fielded.
Interesting. Pujara does love leaving the crease to Lyon, but it's generally to defend. But what the silly point has done, And you'll remember 2018-19, that series in Australia when Lyon bowled to Pujara without a silly point.
Line to finish the over. 7th of the innings, goes back, catches the call, but it's in front of Peter Hanscom, out towards the sweeper. It's Todd Murphy now. Ended the over, 1 for 18. Pujara has a single. Rowett is on 8. India trail by 70 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. With a fleet of over 250 vehicles, from 1 tonne right up to the big semis, State Transport is ready to deliver your goods on time, safely and efficiently, both locally and Australia-wide. We are the time slot specialists. 24 hours, 7 days a week, and with State Transport, you're ready to go. State Transport, our people are your solution.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley, complete at home at the Dales, Bonniebrook, henley.com.au, and welcome to our listeners in the UK on TalkSport 2, listening to our broadcast over there throughout the series. At 7 a.m, just coming up 7 a.m. there. A reminder that when I'm off commentary, I've got to go and call my 2 daughters.
Oh, yes, you do.
Kuhnemann bowls around the wicket, Pujara forward, tucking around the corner, doesn't beat Mitchell Stark, but Kuhnemann wasn't far from sneaking through. You can see by the response in his follow through, that was a straight one.
It was a beautiful piece of bowling again from Kuhnemann. Also reminds me I have to meet my 2 nieces 2 months away and during the Ashes.
You do. You'll get to meet Peggy for the first time. She'll be 8 weeks tomorrow. Kuhnemann, get closer to the stumps. Pujara forward, deflecting. Labuschagne hovering, waiting, prowling. No run.
This is pressure. This is proper pressure from Australia. They're doing really well. They've started another session really well. Shubman Gill opened it up for them with that wild shot.
Kuhnemann once more. Slow approach. Gets here now. Pujara gets a bit more time here, a bit shorter. Saw Pete Hanscom between overs getting a talking to from the umpires, Baz.
He did. Joel Wilson has been all over it. He had an issue with Shubman Gill's gear as well. Basically the shin pads, which are blue in colour, so he made him tape it up. So Virat Kohli doing it for him.
He'll do that role for Australia. Wider of the crease, Kuhnemann using the angles. The result's the same, and defending is Pujara, back of a length. And as you can hear, our second summariser, Marnus Labuschagne, saying, you can see there's something there. There's something in this, Cooney.
He loves himself some Cooney. He loves Cooney.
India trailing by 70. Kuhnemann past umpire Menon, bowls here defending. It's Pujara off the front foot.
Speaking of Marnus and Kuhnemann, my piece on Kuhnemann had a lot to do with how he was rechristened Jaddu on November 24th, 2021 at the Karen Rolton Oval, which for one day had turned into indoor, the pitch anyway, with 5 wickets.
Those 2 commonly spoken of bedfellows, indoor at Adelaide. Bit of a delay here, not quite sure why. Might be to do with that television camera that'll be over the top of Kuhnemann's arm. Pujara makes them wait. Last ball of the 8th over. He's on 1 from 15 balls. Delivers here forward. Well played. But uppishly down the pitch. As you can hear, Marnus likes it. We like it too. 1 for 18 India. Trailing by 70 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener. Pujara's on 1. Rohit Sharma on 8.
Good evening. Delays are starting to ease following a crash on the Balti Bridge inbound. No such luck for the Westgate, though, after a breakdown outbound that has 2 left-hand lanes closed. Also currently heavy inbound on the Westgate after several earlier incidents this afternoon, and reports of an incident on the Monash inbound before Huntingdale Road has traffic heavy from Eastlink. Save up to 80% at Coco Republic's warehouse sale. Starts Friday 9 a.m, 31 to 33 Wangara Road, Cheltenham. 3 days only, and Sunday while stocks last. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, 25% off selected Kumho tyres. How's that? Adam Collins, Brett Sundaresan and Phil Long, who's with us for Fuso Trucks. Fuso Canters are in stock right now. Job done. Wait for this line delivery and we'll come to you, Longy. Lyon bowls to Rowett on 8. Goes back and defends.
Cheteshwar Pujara, no hundreds at home now in 25 innings. Last 100 back in November 2017. Is he under pressure? Well, is his place under pressure?
Not yet. I think he's just got himself back into the selectors' good books in recent times.
Line to the crease. Bowls here. Goes back, sharp spun delivery towards Rowett. He went all the way back in his crease and the ball followed him. Jammed the bat down. Would have hit middle stump. Watching it back here for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. That is the classic Nathan Lyon off break. From round the wicket, having changed his angle. Lyon straight in the game after lunch with the wicket of Shubman Gill, who inexplicably went dancing and slogging. Lyon bowls past the outside edge of Rohit Sharma. There's a shout for caught behind. Carey astutely whips the bails off as well, so they might get the 2-for-1 review. No. Nitin Menden's
he's onto it.
On top of that, he's not giving them the little check for the stumping, check for the caught behind, and they don't go upstairs.
Brilliant bowling. Big turning off break followed by the one that slides on.
That's where Lyon's improved in Asia. Look at it yesterday. Bowls here, using his feet. That's good from Rohit to get outside the line of the ball, line of the off stump, using his pad more than his bat. A shout for leg before, but way down the strip.
Yeah, he's had his troubles with Lyon over the years, especially in Australia. Rohit hasn't played much Test cricket at home against the Australians before the series. Played him really well in Nagpur. Boys, at the moment, he still looks very edgy against spin.
Lyon bowling up in the low to mid 90s kilometres an hour. Delivers here. Rohit goes back and beats Hanscom at short leg. Gets a single out to Todd Murphy. Up to 9, the captain. 1 for 19.
Just going back to Phil's point, his question about Pujara, I think the overall instability of India's top order sort of ensures that they stick with Pujara. He hasn't had a great home record, as you said. 2 very good tours of Australia. The county season he had broke back into the Indian side last year, as we know. The hundreds he's made away from home this year. But still, hasn't been the same. He struggled against spin. It used to be his major strength. His powers of concentration, clearly, like it happens with everyone, with all of us, not the same as it used to be. Been around international cricket for a long time. His 13th year of international Test cricket.
Yeah, it was that bumper year for Sussex that got him back in the Test team after getting dropped last year, averaging 110 in county cricket. Last ball of Lyon's over. Up comes mid-on. And defending is Pujara. 1 from 17 for the man with 100 tests to his name. India 1 for 19. They trail by 69, and that's on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener.
If you'd like more control over how your super is invested, Choice Plus is the Host Plus investment option that puts you in control. Invest directly in the ASX 300, ETFs or term deposits with their easy-to-use online platform, complete with real-time online share trading and the latest market information. More control over how your super is invested. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited, general advice only. Consider the Host Plus PDS and Team D at hostplus.com.au before making a decision. Search Host Plus Choice Plus today.
Spinners in tandem for Australia, vying to be the spinner of the series for Lumo Energy. Switch to Lumo Energy. Kuhnemann, 5 in the first dig. What they'd give for a couple more here in this session. The Mexican wave going up around indoor. Starting to our left, where it looks like there's a few students in Thursday afternoon, a few school kids, especially on the middle deck. Crowd's filled up nicely. Really quite a pacey Mexican wave as well. Past us now. Up we go as Kuhnemann goes up. Bowls to Rohit Sharma. Pushing down to mid-on, no run. I'm quite taken by the stands on the western side of the ground here, Bharat. We've got every bay named after a former Indian great. As Kuhnemann prepares to bowl and the Mexican wave goes past that section of the ground again. Rohit goes back and clips and gets one out the deep square leg. 1 for 20. He's into double figures. They trail by 69. So we've got the Sachin Tendulkar stand, the Anil Kumble stand, the Kapil Dev stand, the Sunil Gavaskar stand. You get the idea. They are the poxiest little signs and the tiniest little stands. Yeah. It kind of reminded me of when we were in Pakistan last year, where everywhere we went, there was a Javed Miandad enclosure.
Imran Khan
enclosure. There's these, you wouldn't call them stands. You know, naming a single bay after Sachin, really. Kuhnemann bowls and forward is Pujara defending to where short leg isn't, and Peter Hanscom jumps over from silly point, no run.
If you actually look straight down the middle, there's a distinction between where we are sat to the western side and the eastern side. Like you said, on one side it's more the modern day greats, Sachin Tendulkar, Anil Kumble, Kapil Dev, Sunil Gavaskar, and Ajit Wadekar, don't forget.
And Vijay Hazare as well.
And Vijay Hazare as well. Vijay Hazare snuck in there.
Kuhneman staying around the wicket to Pujara, silly point rather than a short leg, but the ball again ends up at short leg. I wonder whether they might consider a change there.
And remember, going back to my piece from 2016, if you look to the right though, some stalwarts from years gone by, C.S. Naidu, brother of C.K. Naidu, Chandu Saravate, Kandu Rangnekar, and some other people who weren't cricketers but who've been involved with Madhya Pradesh cricket for a long time.
Pujara 1 from 19, Kuhneman to him here, pushing on the front foot to silly point. Labuschane's never far away under the lid.
So there's a distinction between the past and the present. Now, you can't call it the present, but I don't know how Vijay Hazare is stuck in there.
Yes.
But a lot of successful Indian captains. Vijay Hazare first Indian to win a test against England.
Kuhneman to the crease, bowls, Pujara back, cutting well. Nice big gap in that direction. Work to do for Murphy. Collects at 5 metres inside the rope. They get a couple to complete the 10th over. Pujara's on 3, India 1 for 22, trailing by 66. On the Holman scoreboard, Holman for the smart gardener.
The siren has sounded. The wait is over. Finally, there's a premium T-shirt without the excessive price tag. You don't need an athlete's body to look great in these T-shirts. Perla T-shirts are brought up top to accentuate your shoulders and chest, with extra length and space in the torso so you don't put on the show when reaching up high. Soft and comfortable, you'll never want to take it off because a Perla goes with just about everything. Be confident in your own T-shirt. Head to getperla.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan, talking about the history of this ground.
Yes, some historical figures to our left, some icons of Indian cricket.
Line, southern end, so our end. Passes umpire Wilson, bowls here and going back right into bounces Rohit Sharma, placing it out the deep square leg, getting 1. He's 11, 1 for 23.
Very quickly, just the kind of number that us statos like. That 2 at the end of the previous over was only the 3rd 2 of this day. There's been a lot more happening.
It's been dots, wickets, ones and boundaries.
Yep, and very few boundaries. It's going back to some successful captains. Vijay Hazare won India's first test against Pakistan in 1952. 53, Ajit Wadekar, of course, famously was the captain when India won their first test in England in 1971, and also the famous series win in the West Indies in 71.
So he led them when they won the series there in 1971?
He did. And the first test, famous story of how he was asleep on the massage table when the winning runs were scored. Abid Ali was the one. Dan Norcross might have been watching that game. Cut short for 4. Bhagwan Chandrasekhar taking 6 for 38.
That's quite the sledge. I'm privy to Dan Norcross's passport details, and I can tell you he was alive in 1971.
I thought Dan Norcross was watching cricket from the minute he was born.
Line 3 catching men round the wicket to Pujara, who dances and defends. Pujara dances and defends. Pujara dances and defends.
Line balls, Pujara defends. I can't believe there's no T-shirt.
We should make some merch before these two rivals retire. And just the amount of times I've seen that play out. Line bowls, Pujara dances and clips for 1. Moves to 4 from 23. 1 for 24 the score. They trail by 63.
Just to finish on the stands couple there. Won India's first ever World Cup, famously.
I watched the flick on the way out. I watched the 1983 hagiography, where there's one scene where Kapil makes his famous 175 at Tunbridge Wells against Zimbabwe. You know, we all know the story. They're 5 for sod all. Kapil walks in, breaks the world record, and sets India on a path to the World Cup victory. And what really tickled me was the cameo. Lion bowls here, going back is Rohit, no single, well stopped by Hanscom at short leg. One of the 6s that the actor playing Kapil goes all the way, one of the 6 in the innings. The real Kapil Dev in a cameo catches it with one hand and says, "Great shot, Kapil." Wonder how much he was paid for that.
Well,
I actually auditioned to be an extra in that film.
Oh, really?
A few of us from Wisden Cricket Monthly put in applications to be members of the Australian team. Unfulfilled. Lion bowls and Rohit Sharma clips into the onside again. No run. Our colleague Phil Walker specifically went for the role of Trevor Chappell.
Fair enough.
But he didn't. We thought we'd put the moustache on him and all the rest.
I think
Phil has been part of our SEN coverage in England last couple of years.
I think with you, it's just the hair, Adam. I don't think anyone had their hair so lovely and so well gelled back in 1983.
Yeah, only really Keith Miller holds a candle to it. It was well finished by then. Last ball of the 11th over. Line delivers, and again, Rowett gets forward to defend out to mid-wicket. End of 11 overs. We'll have a change in commentary with Daniel Norcross jumping in for me. India, 1 for 24. They trailed by 64. Rowett's 11. Pujara's on 4, and that is all on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener.
Whether you dream of winning a Commonwealth Games gold medal or 3, like the Australian Jackaroos, or you're just searching for your next social competitive sport that could make you a local legend, the skills you've honed over a lifetime of playing sport will make you a legend on the Bowls green. And that green is just up the road. Bowls, local legends wanted. Find a club near you. Visit bowls.com.au and click on Find a Club.
Test cricket on SEN with Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. I'm feeling jealous here now. I should have auditioned to be an umpire, I reckon, in that film, Phil. I could have got away with it with my age and... Do you know, I got given the wrong accreditation for the Women's T20 World Cup. I got given players and match officials. I was down as an umpire. And you could argue I would have done a better job than some of the umpiring that was on show during that World Cup. As Kuhnemann starts a new over, has defended it to the onside, but has it come off pad? That's the question being asked. Well, no, says the umpire, and there's no great interest in that. Ravi Shastri has joined us as Bharat Sundaresan falls off a chair away to our left. But I think he's fine. These things happen in these boxes. 1 for 24, India, as Kuhnemann is in with a slip and a silly point in place. Has pushed out to the offside. There's no run. The boys were talking earlier about all the different stands named after the various different players here, and Adam said that some of them he described as slightly poxy. They weren't large enough as far as he was concerned. Well, I can beat the Sunil Gavaskar stand because at least it's a stand, and the Kapodev stand. There are people sitting in it. It all beats the bat, goes through to the keeper, no run. At Trent Bridge, there is a Gary Sobers waiting area, right, which is basically a table and 4 chairs at the bottom of the staircase that you go up and down to reach the commentary boxes. Yeah, actually, literally, this is a waiting area for the greatest all-rounder who ever walked the earth. Kuhnemann is in, that's cut. Out towards deep point, just be a single though. Field is positioned out there on the boundary. Murphy flings back in, 1 for 25. So, you know, there's about 150 people can sit in the couple dev stand. There's literally 4 chairs and a round table for Gary Sobers.
Oh. What a player he was. You're right. One of the greatest to walk the earth.
Did you get the chance to see much of him?
Yes, but not of late. Saw a lot of him when he used to come to India, used to come to do commentary as well.
Kuhnemann is in on just 2 or 3 paces. That's well, attempted cut from Rowan. It just rolls back up the wicket. He's not got the timing quite right here.
It's so similar this session to after lunch to the first hour of play, where India didn't get a wicket, but the discipline was good. They didn't allow Australia to get away. Australia doing something similar know that if they get a wicket, it could lead to 2 or 3, if not more.
They have come in extraordinary clusters in this match so far. Kuhnemann in, forward comes Rohit, defends into the offside. The end of an over that's yielded just the 1 run. India 63 behind, a 1 for 25.
Hi, it's Nick Strauss from Berwick Motor Group. Customers say they love that new car smell, and so do we, because the all-new Nissan Qashqai has arrived at Berwick Nissan. Test drive the Qashqai STL as it's in stock now for immediate delivery. Priced from $47,490 drive away, we're adding even more value, throwing in a 3-year free servicing. Come and see us or visit yournextnissan.com.au. Best wishes, Nick Strauss. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8760.
SEN Test cricket on Henley Homes. SEN Test cricket with Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. Henley.com.au. And Phil, you have got a little stat for us.
Yeah, Ravi just mentioned it's very much like the first session this morning. Just the 12 runs off the 8 overs we've seen since lunch.
Line is in, around the wicket, tossed up. Oh, has that got an edge through to the keeper? There was a noise and they've gone up for the stumping as well. Here we go, the double bubble appeal. I'm never quite sure about that, Ravi, but it's the way they do it.
They do it because they're not sure about the caught behind, but when you review for stumping, you have to look at the caught behind as well.
Move on to front on spin vision, please.
So we'll find out shortly. I heard a noise. It could be bad on ground, I guess. It could have been what I heard. Here we go. Pujara's come forward to a wideish ball. No, I don't think he's hit that.
Okay.
Clear gap.
Ball is close to the back there. Can we just confirm with ultra edge, please, when available?
Although my eyes could be dreadful.
When the ball goes past the bat, there seems to be a gap, and that back leg seems grounded as well.
It does.
No bat involved. We'll go to your best side on angle, please.
Yes, I think he's going to be safe here. Pujara, that
rolling through, please. Foot's grounded.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ready with my decision for the big screen.
It is amazing how excited keepers get when they take the ball cleanly and whip the bails off, isn't it?
They do. They do, because it's a double appeal, like you mentioned. Just in case there's a feather.
Yeah, well, there was a little noise in my headphones, but it must have been something entirely different. That was a ball that went across the right-hander. Lions spinning the ball back in a lot of the time from around the wicket, and that was a touch shorter. It's worked. Takudama at mid-wicket, 1 for 25. So we've seen two, well, not first hours yet. We're only about 35 minutes in which batters have started cagely. And Ravi, I want to ask you about that as a tactic after this ball. This line is in. And Pujara waits for this and tucks it round the corner to short, fine leg. No run, because obviously they're occupying the crease, but Australia won't be too unhappy about taking just the one wicket at this stage, because they're not getting away, India.
Absolutely, just like Australia found out when India were bowling. You lost 6 wickets for 11 once the door opened.
There are many ways to skin a cat, as they say. Lions in, dancing feet, driving gloriously for a Blundstone boundary. Right on with Blundstone, beautiful shot. Used his feet, got to the pitch of the ball, splashed it through extra cover. Elegant shot as well, all along the ground. And that's a show of intent. 1 for 29, Pujara to 9.
Excellent shot, probably the shot of the day. The way he's used his feet, the ball was turning, but he was so close to the pitch of the ball that he could smother it and hit it against the spin into the gap to find the boundary.
Line in once more, and that's just played off the back foot into the onside. No run.
And was the first boundary of the Indian innings.
Thank you, Phil. The feature it was just how wide Lyon pushed it. He had to be absolutely precise with his footwork there, because if he hadn't been, that would have brought Carey into play. But great use of the feet. And we didn't see a great deal of that with the Australians. Cameron Green once used his dancing feet to take it over mid-wicket, but for the most part, he's playing from the crease. There is danger in that. Now, change of the angle here for Lyon. He's going to come over the wicket to Pujara. And this is work to the right of mid-on, and he's going to get an easy signal as Stark has to trot to his right. And that is the end of the over, with India 1 for 30.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of zip pay and zip money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
SEN Test cricket with Tyre Power, your trusted local. India just lost the 1 wicket since the lunch break. That is Shubman Gill to the bowling of Nathan Lyon. Todd Murphy is going to come into the attack, part of this 3-pronged spin attack. A very unassuming looking bunch, you know, for Aussies. Ravi, Nathan Lyon, Todd Murphy, Matt Kuhneman. They're sort of like very sort of, you know, just blokes down the pub. There's nothing, there's no flash to them, there's no mullets, there's no tattoos.
Very similar, all three.
Old school. I like them. And Todd Murphy is one that's I've not seen until I came into this test. It's a different style, longer run-up. Didn't turn the ball quite as much, but really impressed with him.
Impressed with both of them, Kuhneman as well as Todd Murphy, with their control and with their body language, their temperament. You know, they're not phased, composed.
Here comes Murphy for his first ball. It's clipped to mid-wicket by Pujara. There's no run, straight to the field.
One thing you must realize, that the degree of turn today is much less than yesterday. You know, the pitch has eased out a bit. So runs are possible.
Is that because a bit of the moisture's gone?
Yes, it's dried out a little bit.
Here's Murphy once more around the wicket, played off the back foot, back to the bowler, no run.
And the venom that you saw yesterday isn't quite the same. The ball's not kicking on a regular basis. Batsman has more time to play off the back foot as well. Big difference.
Which informs the approach, I suppose, because yesterday we saw a more frenetic approach from India's batters, definitely, at the start of the innings. Murphy in, that's flatter and a little bit faster, pushed to extra cover, short extra cover, there's no run.
That's because they thought something might happen of every ball, the way it was taking off and spinning and bouncing, that they had to do something. Now they realize things have settled, so if they settle and take their time, runs can come.
Murphy in, it's just tucked into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. You're a seasoned watcher of Indian pitches. Do you expect this to continue to get easier, or will it sort of do a kind of curve and get terribly awkward again in about a day's time?
It can get awkward in a day's time, but this is the best time today to bat.
Murphy in, goes back into his crease. Bajai can't beat extra cover minus Labuschagne. There's no run.
And that's why it's important Australia mix it up. I'd like to see Stark every now and then for his 2-3 over spells once the ball gets a little older. Not right now, or maybe after 25 overs where one side roughs up.
See a bit of reverse from him. Be a fine exponent of that. Now then, Bajai's got an issue with somebody behind the bowler's arm. This happens a world over. That happens particularly badly at Headingley, incidentally. As Murphy is in. That's played tucked into the onside, played off the sort of face of the bat, turning his bat. Stark does the fielding. End of a maiden over. India 1 for 30 after 14.
Fourth generation family member, firstly, which is so exciting. But out of work, I'm a mum and I love to play netball.
I've got 2 young kids, pretty involved with them.
I'm a mum. I've got a beautiful little girl. She's my little ray of sunshine.
My whole family's really involved in the Keilor Football Club, have been for a very long time, very passionate about just being involved in local sport.
Yes, I'm married. I've got children and now I'm fortunate enough to have grandchildren, so I love it.
Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Test cricket and SEN with Henley Holmes. Buy a Henley completed home at the Dales, bonnybrookhenley.com.au. So we're going at around about 2 and a little bit runs per over. Ravi Shastri's alongside me and Phil Long. And the prognosis is that if you're going to be able to stay in, bat long, today might be the day.
Today will be the best day.
Needs to be for India because they've still got some catching up to do. They're 58 runs behind on first innings. If you're just joining us after Australia were blown away after a placid first hour, a wicketless first hour, 6 for 11 and 39 balls. It was quite the stuff, but it was the pace of Umesh Yadav, which was to the fore. Nathan Lyon is in round the wicket. And it's just worked into the onside square of the wicket. Should get a single. Does get a single. As Labuschagne moves smartly to his right, 1 for 31. Tell us a little bit about Umesh, because you know, I don't think when we woke up this morning it was necessarily him we thought was going to break the game open, but he really did.
And you've got to look at his record in India. He's one of the best bowlers when it comes to reverse swing. He got his 100 wickets in India today. I remember him blowing away the West Indies once when I was a coach. He took 11 in the game in India and just got his wickets with reverse swing. And those 2 deliveries to the left-handers today were beauties, absolute beauties. Because the length is different, it's a different skill. You've got to pitch it up further. They're used to bowling in these conditions.
Line is in around the wicket to Pujara, who comes down the wicket and clips to Stark and mid-on and run. Rather, I said dawdling run. It was an agreed lengthy single. Ball goes through the keeper. 1 more to the total, 1 for 32.
But good intent from Pujara. Just coming back to reverse swing. If you see, that's the difference. A lot of teams that come to India, you know, pay a lot of attention to spin, and rightly so. But they take their eye off the ball when it comes to the fast bowlers, and they do the damage. Whether it's Siraj, whether it's Shami, whether it's Umesh Yadav in the past.
Here is Line in round the wicket. Go ahead, just tucks this to short fine leg. There's no run.
And that's why India's been so hard to beat in India, because it's the full package. It's not just the spinners, it's the fast bowlers as well. And the Indian fast bowlers have outbowled the opposition fast bowlers. in the last 3 or 4 years when teams have come to India.
And it's quite the turnaround. I mean, there's many very great fast bowlers from India, but this line is in.
Oh, a big appeal for LBW. He loves it. Oh, and so does Joel Wilson. Well, I think this is going to be reviewed. I wonder, is that pitched in line? It's hit in front. There's no doubt about that. They're having a chat, and Rohit's gone up. It felt a bit lakeside to me, Ravi.
Yep. But this is a big wicket because if Rohit Sharma gets out, Australia can really control the game because he's someone who can keep the scoreboard ticking along.
Right, so it's delivered from round the wicket. The question is, for me, where is it pitched? It's a little flatter. Has that pitched on? It's pitched and straightened.
Oh, yes.
There's no bat involved.
Need to check Ultra Edge when available, thank you.
It's looking very out. They've got to check to make sure there's no bat involved. I don't think there is. I think we can be fairly sure. Yes, that's pad first.
Flat line, no bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Here we go. Really, really big moment in this match.
This is crashing into middle stump if it's pitched in line.
It is. Yes, it has pitched in line, and it is crashing.
Pitching in line and hitting the wicket.
Into middle stump. Rohit's got to go. It's a second wicket. And India's slow start have now lost 2 wickets at 2 for 32. Joel Wilson's got it right. Decision upheld. What a moment. A Bendix big moment. Confident stopping Bendix breaks. Amazing. And it's such a hard line to defend against, isn't it, to play against? Because, I mean, lying there, looking there at the replay screen, he came from really, it was quite wide. The arms came from really wide.
He's so deceptive. When we always discuss Nathan Lyon, he's a difficult bowler to chip down to because of the pace at which he bowls. You mentioned about the angles he creates from around the wicket, getting the ball in. You saw the way he deceived Shubman Gill in flight. He was nowhere near the pitch of the ball because he just altered the speed a little bit. Master of his craft, but on tracks like this, he can be a handful, and he's bowling beautifully now. And credit must be given to Kunaman at the other end, because to bowl well in India, you need 2 bowlers to bowl well in tandem. Get the squeeze on, let the runs and boundaries dry up, and then you create pressure, and one could lead to 2, and that's a big wicket. You've got 2 attacking players out who could take the game to you, Shubman Gill, and you can control the game now.
Well, indeed they can. And there's still a very sizable deficit. 56 runs behind. It brings Virat Kohli to the crease. And Phil, where are we in the battle between Ashwin and Lyon? Because they're on a sort of race to 500 and beyond, aren't they?
Yep, another 2 more for Lyon in this innings. It's now on 473. Ashwin stuck on 463.
463, right. Well, they've both got plenty of years left in them yet. I mean, I'm expecting them to be challenging 600 before too long.
Yep.
Especially if pitches like this appear more often. Bring them both into the equation.
It'll make them 3 years younger.
Yeah, well, it would me. Right, here's Lyon into Kohli, and he clips his first ball out to long on. Well, Mitchell Stark was the fielding. 1 more to the total. He's off the mark straight away. With that, he could do with some runs. He's a bit of a lean trot of it the last couple of years, Phil.
Very quick correction for me. I didn't give Ashwin his 3 from this morning.
No, I did wonder. No. Yeah, because the race has been on today.
Yeah. 466 for Ashwin, 473 for Nathan Lyon.
Well, once they get to 500, there's precious few who've done that. Courtney Walsh was the first.
Yep.
Then McGrath, Broad.
Anderson seems to be going on and on.
Well, I don't know how that is happening.
Seamless.
I think he's made some kind of pact with I daren't say with whom, but some evil force to keep going, as this is tucked to short leg end of the over. India wicket taking over at 2 for 33.
People call me the world's best bargain hunter. I call them with my Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Red Energy, owned by Snowy Hydro. Here's a sustainability tip for your sporting club. Create a recycling subcommittee. Plastic, glass, waste. With the right plan, it's all easily recycled. Red Energy, owned by Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy.
Ravi Shastri, Daniel Norcross and Phil Long here on SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Now, I was asking, well, we went to the break there, asking you, Ravi Shastri, how you play that ball, because Lyon's had a couple that have gone
wider and gone past the outside edge, then that one's turned and straightened.
I mean, what did Rohit Sharma was there, the pace of the ball after pitching. It zipped through. You know, the nip that Lyon gets because of his over-the-top action, he gets the ball to dip and then come back at you at pace.
Todd Murphy, who's another fairly pacey off-spinner, is in. Tosses one up, pushed it to the offside. Kohli wants a single, it isn't there as it goes to head. That's cover point along the ground, no run.
And you saw Rohit Sharma was beaten with that pace off the pitch. Before his bat could come down, the ball had thudded into the pads in line of the stumps. So not easy.
Yeah, it's one of those things you've got to adjust to. You can be beaten for pace by a spinner. Murphy in, defended firmly on the front foot by Kohli.
He's had his number on Virat Kohli. He's got him out 3 times in the series.
Not bad for your debut series, is it?
Absolutely.
So it reminds me when Monty Panesar got Sachin, didn't he? Was that his first test wicket or something insane?
Yeah.
Murphy in, played into the offside of the front
How's this
foot.
for a call?
Yeah.
This could be over today with an Australian win.
Ooh. That is a call. That is a call. Can you give me a list of...
If it gets over today, it's an Australian win.
Well, we're here for the next 3 days, Ravi, so if you could give us a list of sites and things to do in indoor, that'd be handy.
Yeah, you will be outdoors if this gets over today in indoor.
Murphy's defended it to the onside. Fielded said there's no run. Well, I've heard there's some waterfalls. Is that right?
Waterfalls, but some good pubs around as well. Bharat will surely take you around,
Yeah, well, we need to continue that crawl from last night. So clipped into the onside, but straight at short leg. And there's no run. But I guess the scenario is perfectly possible. If India lose their last 8 wickets, maybe only have a lead of 40, 50. That's entirely conceivable. But they do bat long.
Yeah.
Bat down to 9 is a fair way to go for you Aussie fans listening at home. Murphy is in. This is worked. A short mid-wicket. Fielded. Sprawling Labuschagne. End of the over. Another maiden from Murphy. Can't get a runner from India. 2 for 33.
Good evening. Reports coming in of an incident on the Monash inbound before Huntingdale Road. Traffic is currently heavy from Eastlink, and a breakdown on the Ring Road Altona bound up to Pascoe Road has the right-hand lane out of commission with speeds at 40 through the area. Finally, a serious crash out in Point Cook has Forsyth Road closed northbound over the Princess Freeway. Did you know the first Guzmani Gomez opened in 2006 in Newtown and is still going strong 16 years later? Look up #GYG Did You Know for more fresh facts. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Test cricket on SEN with Henley Holmes. Buy a Henley competed home in the Dales, Bonnybrook.henley.com.au. Now, Nathan Lyon goes back to his quite lengthy mark. Both of these off-spinners have quite lengthy run-ups. I say run-up because there's a little stop from Lyon when he comes in off his first 3 or 4 paces. He's in again down the leg side. Well taken by Carey. Not the easiest, that, turning past the hip of Pujara into his glove. There's a short leg and a fine leg and 2 short mid-wickets. You see this quite a lot in the subcontinent. Then you've got a mid-on, that's your leg side field. There's a slip in place, a short mid-off and a cover. And there's also a deep mid-wicket I've just spotted out on the boundary. Lyon in, that's worked away, back to the square. This is the race away down this very fast outfield for a Blundstone boundary, right on with Blundstone. 4 more, a little too short. Pujara picked the length, clipped it away nicely. 2 for 37, Pujara to 15.
Very good shot. Got right on top of the bounce. And good work with the wrists to generate power, optimum timing for meeting it just under his eyes. And once it hit those practice pitches, it raced away.
Nathan Lyon in, backward short legs, very square, just back of square. That's clipped away to the right hand of that short leg. No run. Phil, I know you're in the middle of something, so I'm loath to really ask, but I wondered if you could let me know Kohli and Pujara's combined stats so far in the series to date, because they're on a little bit of a lean trot. Been mentioning India's top orders not been playing well, not been scoring the runs they would like, let's put it that way. This line is in, tossed up and flicked away, straight to mid-wicket, fired back at the stumps by Head. But this is intense cricket from Australia now. They're getting onto the batters, they're getting close in. There's only one fielder out at deep mid-wicket, and then there's this sort of array of fielders just getting closer and closer, more suffocating.
Yeah, it is more like the Australia, and you have seen over the years.
Just the pressure. You can feel the pressure building. Pujara goes back into his crease and works it again to head. No run.
You just feel they're in more control with their field placings, and especially to the spinners. I think Smith, being the captain, fully aware of what's needed, understands the pressures batsmen face, thinks like a batsman.
Lyon's done this a couple of times though. He's also changing the angle of attack, and that necessitates a little change in field here. His head moves from where he's been at mid-wicket. It's Labuschagne, I beg your pardon, who's coming in at silly bit off. Silly. Just the man to have it, silly bit off. With that chirp, Lyon in, completely over. Down the leg side, flicked at short leg. Lyon says, come on. I don't think short leg says, give me a break. It's crashed into his pads. Hanscom could do nothing with that. End of the over, just that boundary from it. 2 for 37, India.
Hi, Kevin Sheedy here. I am pleased to say that Essendon BMW is the destination to find your ultimate driving machine. With a range of new and demonstrator vehicles ready for immediate delivery, the Essendon BMW team are at your service. Also, Essendon BMW is home to the first ever fully electric BMW iX3. Book an appointment today, 1 Centro Circuit, Essendon Fields, or browse online at essendonbmw.com.au.
LMCT 11803.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your trusted local. Just see it on the Beaumont Tiles replay screen. Australia's favourite. I'll tell you in a moment. Forward in defence comes Kohli off Murphy's first ball of a new over. No run, placed a short leg. So the last ball of the over was indeed hit the hands, not the leg of Hanscom. Peter Hanscom at short leg, but it was straight off the middle of the bat. One of those ones that they have stuck, most famously, Russell Arnold, when it's stuck in his shirt from a full-blooded sweep off Trescothick. Comes Murphy, flicked to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So I suppose we technically call it a chance, but
you need that to hit more on the right hand, you know, the right palm, especially when you're that close in.
It would have been sort of fortune as much as anything else, but that would need to stick. Murphy in, back into his crease goes Kohli, plays at the offside, no run. And the first innings, Ravi, we saw Kohli give actually a masterclass in defensive play, didn't we, in that first session when everyone else was struggling.
Absolutely.
Didn't get the runs he deserved, but his defensive technique looks in good working order.
Very good, and the best I've seen in a long time.
Murphy into him, comes fully forward, defends a ball to Labuschagne at mid-wicket.
And the reason why Murphy is troubling him is the pace at which he's bowling. You know, the odd one turns, most of the deliveries go straight through. So that's what's causing problems for Virat Kohli, and just picking which one's going to turn, which one isn't. Footwork has to be precise because of that pace.
Murphy in once more. Oh, he's gone for the pole. Now that was quite a full ball to be pulling, and he's missed it through to Carey. That was a very un-Kohli-like shot, actually. He's 1 off 12. I don't know whether that's played a part in it. We'll take a look back on the Beaumont Tiles replay screen. Oh, he could so easily got a thin under edge.
Under edge, back onto the stumps. You can see he's on edge here, Virat Kohli.
Really is. Murphy's into him, and this time plays ball solidly and correctly to short mid-wicket. That is the end of the over. 2 for 37, India.
Australia's most popular hose reel is now at Bunnings. The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend. The Holman retractable hose reel, Australia's most popular retractable hose reel. Available at Bunnings.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30am and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your trusted local. We've got a change of bowler. Nathan Lyon is out of the attack. He's picked up both wickets to fall in this innings.
Yeah, very quickly, you're asking about the performance of Virat Kohli and Chet Pujara in this series. Kohli high score 44 in Delhi. It's the only time he's really gone on, and Chitra Pujara until today only got out of single figures once when he made the 31 not out in the successful chase at Delhi.
Only got beyond single figures once.
Yes, only got beyond single figures, yeah.
Well, he's beyond single figures today. He's got 50. No stats, by the way. Brought to you by Fuso Trucks. Fuso Canters are in stock now. Job done. So Kuhneman takes over from Lyon. What are Lyon's figures at the moment, please?
2 for 19.
They're on a large screen over there. I should be able to see them for myself. Yeah, I'm so unused to such a magnificent scoreboard.
Oh, that's a good scoreboard. Yeah, it has everything. Yeah.
And it's always a relief for the scorer when you look up and see that it was 2 for 19.
Yeah, there are some scoreboards that just go a little too quick. There's like one of the oval.
Which is the best one in England now?
Well, the oval technically is the fastest, but the problem is, as a commentator, you can't believe that they've got it up that quickly. So you add the run, but they've actually already done it. And this is just worked into the onside for a single. To square leg. I mean, they're mostly aesthetic. They don't have anything like the detail in England. You know, like at Adelaide, you get every
Adelaide has
detail.
Yeah, I mean, it's a famous scoreboard in there.
Yeah, I mean, when they made an electronic scoreboard at Edgbaston, when you were playing at Edgbaston, it would have been a manual one. But they created an electronic scoreboard that looked the same, exactly the same. So they recreated it. Trent Bridge used to be the best, I would say. Kuhnemann is in, he's defended the offside, no run. What would you, I mean, you're the scorer, Phil. What's your view?
Yeah, Trent Bridge was the one that sprang to mind in the UK. The old one there had a lot on it. And say, as far as old-fashioned, good-looking, all the detail, Adelaide couldn't really be beaten, could it?
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
The thing is, there is so much that you can't quite believe that it's all there. Kuhnemann tosses up, and that's flicked away. Through first slip. I don't know how deliberate a shot that was. We'll have to see it again. For a Blundstone boundary for Virat Kohli, right on with Blundstone. I want to take a look at that. Again, at the Beaumont Tiles replay screen, because now, has he played, has at least, I think he's withdrawn the bat, and it's hit the bottom of the bat, flown over slip.
This wasn't intentional at all. He was in two minds, played, not played. Ball's taken the bat, flown over the slip. He's on edge. It's like a cat on a hot tin roof at the moment.
Kuhnemann in, defends on the front foot,
and Australia not giving anything away. This is fabulous stuff. This is terrific cricket to watch. Absorbing, good bowling at both ends, and the youngsters doing the job. Kuhnemann and Murphy.
It's a responsive pitch, but it's fantastic bowling. Really on the money. Kuhnemann in. This is driven wide of green. Mid off, so they get through for a single. That gets Kohli off strike, which is probably what India need right now. 2 for 43.
And Australia got to watch Kohli now, because in this kind of mood, you know, you just feel that he's wanting to get on with it. You know, he's not just going to defend. He's going to look out for runs as well. This could be good stuff.
Kuhnemann to complete the over. 19th of the innings is into Pujara, works it into the onside. They'll get a single as Ravi Shastri takes his leave, and India at 2 for 44 have exactly halved the deficit. They're going to go for a drinks break. On the other side, it's going to be Adam Collins and Louis Cameron.
Good evening. Reports of an incident coming in out in Donvale, that's on Springvale Road northbound before Mitcham Road, and a breakdown on the Ring Road Altona bound after Pascoe Road has the right-hand lane out of action and speeds at 40 through the area. Finally, a serious crash out in Point Cook has Forsyth Road closed northbound over the Princes Freeway. Your best bet's jumping off at Old Geelong Road through Hoppers instead. Get into your Ford dealership quick and get into a Ranger quicker with XL and XLS models in stock now. See Ford.com.au for details. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Get ready for the summer holidays. Book your value car park at Melbourne Airport online now and guarantee your spot. Upgrade to the Value Express and let us park your car. For just a $24 upgrade fee, simply drive up and hand us the keys. We'll have your car waiting for you when you get back. Book online at melbourneairport.com.au or on the spot when you enter the Value car park. Park with ease at Melbourne Airport.
Thank you for voting Beaumont Tiles #1. You want great prices, range and awesome quality? Get that and 20% off floor tiles. Yes, 20% off our massive range of floor tiles when you choose Beaumont's. Your #1. Beaumont's.
With Concave's patented technology, the enhanced sweet spot on your concave boots allows you to get more power and accuracy. Play your way. Get the edge. Concave Boots. Available at concave.com and all good retailers.
As Lyon completes the first over after one. Pulls him! Shubman Gill went dancing and lost his middle stump. Nathan Lyon gets the crucial breakthrough just after the long break. India lose their first wicket of the second innings with the score on 15.
Lyon. Oh, big appeal for LBW. He loves it. Oh, and so does Noel Wilson. Well, I think this is going to be reviewed. I wonder, is that pitched in line? It's in front, there's no doubt about that. They're having a chat, and Rohit's gone up. Yes, it has pitched in line, and it is wrapping. It's in
line and hitting the wicket.
Into middle stump. Rohit's got to go. It's a second wicket.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley, completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. And for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Australia needed a good hour there, and they got one, as you heard in the highlights. Shubman Gill bowled the first over after lunch. An inexplicable dance and slog. Bowled middle stump by Lyon, and Lyon was in the game again, trapping Rohit Sharma with a beauty. Rohit reviewed for reasons best understood by the Indian captain. He was out for 12. That left India 2 for 32. They've made their way to 2 for 44 by the drinks break. Adam Collins with you. Louis Cameron with me. Phil Long as well. Phil.
Yeah, 15 overs there between lunch and that drinks break. 31 for 2.
Yeah, just where Australia need to be. Ravi Shastri made the call before, Louis, that they get busy here, Australia. They could be in a position to win the game today. It's a big ask, but they've got to keep the pressure on. Todd Murphy certainly has 3 maidens to begin. It's Pujara on 17, facing his 50th delivery, placing it out to cover. Kuhneman's fielding no run. Louis, before we go anywhere, the Usman Khawaja update. What's going on there?
Yeah, I wanted to keep an eye on. Spoke to the Aussie media manager. Initially, there was some confusion that it might have been calf soreness. Actually was cramping while he was batting, which led to some back stiffness. So last I saw, he was not in his whites down in the dugout.
Murphy bowling beautifully from the northern end. First run off him here, though. Clipping behind square is Pujara, down towards the rope at deep backward square. Cut off by Cameron Green. They add a couple. 2 for 46. They trail by 40. Pujara up to 19.
So back stiffness is the word that we've kind of settled on. I spoke to him before play today, and he was having a long conversation with Andrew McDonald before he did come to speak to us. But he sent in very good spirits. He was his typical kind of buoyant self. So either he was kind of hiding it then, or it's potentially gotten worse.
Just trying to think whether Khawaja's got a history of back complaints. I know there was a hamstring problem for a couple of years there.
He's held up pretty well for an old fella.
Slipping a short leg, using his feet beautifully. Pujara clipping out the deep square leg where there is a sweeper, but he timed the pants off that. Into the 20s from his 52nd delivery. 2 for 47 the score. So Matt Renshaw on the field for Khawaja has been throughout the innings so far, and this is what we want. Murphy versus Kohli. He worked him over beautifully yesterday. I described it before players. Warne-esque, the setup and the execution. Murphy's been so impressive against Kohli through the series. Had him on the ropes before drinks.
It did. Just correcting it, it's Mitch Swepson on the field.
Oh, my apologies.
You're right, it was Renshaw before lunch.
2 out on the leg side for Kohli. Clips him round the corner to short fine where Mitch Stark does the fielding, no run.
And I only bring it up, Adam, because I reckon they had him on because they had that weird kind of 3 slip field and they wanted an extra close-in catcher.
Right.
Now they've got rid of that Mitch Swepson is probably the better boundary fielder, the better outrider. We saw him get a great run out in Pakistan. That might be why he's there.
And a great catch in Lahore on that final day too. Murphy bowls Kohli back deep in the crease, watching it all the way onto the bat and almost kneeling after contact was made. Fierce concentration from the former captain, knowing that Murphy's got him a couple of times.
3 times.
3 times, yeah, after yesterday. No, you're right, it's 3 times. Gets that one to slide across him. Kohli waiting, Murphy bowls. Wider of the crease, Kohli clips down to long on, nice shot. Gets 1, moves to 7, retains to strike. So 20 overs gone in India's second innings. They're 2 for 48. They trail by 39, make that 40 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. For 43 years, National Tiles has consistently given our customers the best value for money tiles in Australia. Here's proof. Magnificent polished Verona floor tiles. National Tiles' best value price of $39 is over 20% below the market. That's right, 20% below the market every day of the year. Yes, I personally guarantee you National Tiles has the best value for money tiles in Australia every day of the year.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. The expert with me is Louis Cameron. You can download the SEN app and get all of our coverage. Jump on the App Store. It's in all the usual places. And follow everything we're doing on SEN_cricket. Social media feeds, podcast chat, close of play, interviews, the works. Kuhnemann bowls here to Kohli, round the wicket, start of a new over, taken down to long off. One of 2 men out on the offside, single there to Green, 2 for 49. Kohli up to 8. You can keep the text coming through as well. 0433 98 11 16 throughout the session, throughout the day, throughout the series. And last bit of housekeeping. Our listeners in the UK on TalkSport 2, who are with us throughout the 4 test matches here in India. Good morning, one and all. Picking up the coverage with Australia in a good position to push home the advantage. 2 wickets in the 3rd hour of play, but they did lose 6 for 11 before lunch. A wild 40-odd minutes that changed the game, or at least looked to change the game at the time, but Australia have kept their composure well. Something going on behind the sight screen, or in front of the sight screen, for about the 12th time today, Louis.
I'm keeping an eye on the robot. Stuart Broad's favourite piece of technology. I don't think it is that one this time. It's something to do with the sight screen.
That was a great moment in Hobart early last year. He's backed away from it, Broad, that actually. Kuhnemann delivers and Pujara gets forward to defend, although that does bounce a bit more. Had there been a short leg in position, might have been in the game, but there's not. Just 2 slips in close at the moment for the left-arm spinner. Yeah, Broad had that come up on social media last year, and he said, "Get rid of the robot." And he goes, "Oh, it looks like a bit of a deal there." I disagree. I thought it was a good move. A tough week for English cricket. Kuhnemann bowls and finding the outside edge, maybe the thigh pad of Pujara. Lands in front of Hanscom at second slip, but 2 balls in a row. Kuhnemann landing it right on the length he spoke about at the presser last night.
It's remarkable watching Matthew Kuhnemann and Todd Murphy bowl in tandem. I mean, these 2 guys, 2 bowlers who were not even the first choice spinners for their state teams at the start of this season.
Actually hit him in the shoulder watching the replay for Beaumont Tiles. Another delivery here that's on leg stump, pushed into the onside by Pujara, no single. I mean, that's right. The pecking order can be quite odd, can't it? Like, Kuhnemann not the first choice spinner at Queensland. Murphy not always at Victoria. I mean, Ashton Agar's gone back to notionally play for WA, but am I right in saying he won't be?
He's not in the Shield squad.
Not in the squad. Kuhnemann bowls to Pujara, goes back, keeps low, cuts it down towards backward point. Good work, Travis Head, sliding in front of the square leg umpire, who's standing on the offside at the moment. No single, 2 for 49 remains the score. So Agar's gone back to play red ball cricket, and he's not been picked, or he's not been available. Do we know the story there?
No, still haven't kind of worked it all out. I think it was in the works. When he went home, Tony Dodder made a point of saying he was only going back to play Marsh Cup.
Nice ball of the over. Using his feet as Pujara, then stopping and propping and defending the silly point. That's a great over from Kuhnemann. Just a single from it. India trailing by 39. Kohli 8, Pujara 20. 2 for 49 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener.
Where do I get my outdoor gear? Where do I get my outdoor gear? Aussie Disposals, it's all here. Aussie Disposals, it's all here.
Aussie Disposals Super Saturday one-day sale. Save 20 to 50% store-wide this Saturday only. Big brands, bigger savings. Call the family, call your friends, call everyone. In-store and online at Aussie Disposals. Some exclusions apply.
Aussie Disposals for your outdoor adventure.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley completed home at the Dales. Bonnybrookhenley.com.au. Murphy versus Kohli. They go again. 2 out on the leg side. Bowls here. Kohli back. Working it to point. Quickish single, but through comes Pujara. Milestone for India. The 50's up for the loss of 2 wickets, but the crowd recognise it because they know in a low-scoring affair, every run, every milestone counts. So they'll keep the field at least 1, usually 2 or 3 back with Murphy bowling, as we saw with India as well. Only 3 boundaries in the innings so far for Blunston, right on with Blunston. Over here in India, it's a different approach to spinners. You often see a lot of criticism when Lionhouse fielders back in Australia. But they know here it's about pushing back, about pressure. Murphy bowls Pujara forward in defence. Lyon spoke about that last night. That Kuhnemann, how proud he was of Kuhnemann and Murphy, standing at mid-off, chatting to them all day, playing the senior pro role, doing it so well.
Well, it's about where your fielders are out on the boundary, and we saw Matthew Kuhnemann get a wicket yesterday when Rohit Sharma came down the wicket and tried to hit him over mid-on. It was up.
Jara's 20. Murphy to him here, pushing to mid-wicket, no single.
And in that case, he had mid-off back, so he wanted to go straight, and he couldn't go over mid-off, so he tried to go over mid-on. Smart captaincy. I think that's the difference. It actually can be a really attacking field placement. The other part of it is this is a really low-scoring game.
Absolutely. Past umpire Menon, Murphy bowls, and Pujara goes back to defend to the same spot at mid-wicket.
So stopping, I mean, A, it can be an easier shot sometimes to hit it over the top than hit it along the ground in this part of the world. And B, you're trying to manage the scoreboard. When you're only putting 100 runs on, 100 runs versus 190 odd in your first innings, then, the difference between a 4 and a 1 is huge.
Yeah, that's right. It's a game for experienced leaders, and Smith's one of those, marshalling the troops at slip. There's going to be a change of angle for Murphy, which necessitates an extra helmet being brought out for Marnus Labuschagne. Is going to jump into silly point, so they're going to go with that triangulation again. Slip with Smith, Labuschagne, silly point, quite straightish in that position for Pujara, and Hanscom at a traditional short leg, quite square. Murphy, northern end towards us, towards Pujara, over the wicket, clips him to mid-wicket for the third time in the over. Kuhnemann gets a touch. He's been busy.
I've really liked how Smith has rotated the bowlers in this innings, and it can be really difficult sometimes when you have 3 spinners to make sure the third spinner is getting a go. But he's bowling Murphy here. He's bowling Kuhnemann. Two guys in their second and third game for extended periods.
Murphy finishing his over. Pujara goes back before coming forward, then defending outside part of the bat. Travis Head around from point to deny a single. 1 run from the over, 2 for 50. India, they trail by 38 with Kohli 9. Pujara 20 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener.
Good evening. It's currently slow going on the Westgate Freeway from the Ring Road Princes merge all the way to the Burnley Tunnel. There's also been a serious crash nearby in Point Cook with Forsyth Road closed northbound over the Princes Freeway. The inbound exit ramp is also closed from the freeway to Forsyth Road, so jump on Geelong Road through Hoppers Crossing instead. This March, Bob Jane T-Marts have great buy 3 get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. With 24 stores located in Melbourne, they'll look after you. T's and C's apply. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Can the pressure these 2 young Australian spinners are bringing to the party here prompt another Bendix big moment? Confident stopping Bendix breaks. Phil Long.
Look at the state of Matthew Kuhnemann's white. That is a guy who's given it all, isn't he?
I can only see him from behind at the moment.
Look when he turns around. Might even be a bit of blood on the knee, I think.
Blood, sweat and tears. Kuhnemann away from us. 2 slips. Bowls to Kohli in the short sleeves. Edging just in front of Hanscom, stretching out the right mid at second slip. Wasn't far away. Again, extra bounce. It's all about his length.
He's been fantastic today, hasn't he? He's creating so many chances just by landing the ball after ball in a very similar location.
Watching the replay back for Beaumont Tiles, I reckon that's at the shoulder of the bat, even the glove. He is getting serious bounce. He's not a tall man. The Indian physio is running out there. That might have caught Kohli on the back glove or the bottom glove, on the thumb possibly. He's been busy through the series, Kamlesh Jain. Had a lot with the Indian team, and yeah, Kohli's got the glove off, and they are looking at that right thumb. Oh, gee, there is some discomfort there. Kohli has thrown his head back in pain. Another replay for Beaumont Tiles. Yeah, that's come straight off the thumb and bent it back.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. They'll take some time here. Get the magic spray out there.
I mean, that's a really unusual injury off a spinner. To see the thumb come so far back off the bat off a spin bowler is very unusual.
Kohli suffered an injury in his corresponding series. There's the magic spray. That's what we want to see. Back at the Rancho Relaxo in 2017. That was fielding, wasn't it? He went diving into the rope and did his shoulder and missed the 4th Test match. Gave the captaincy armband over to Ajinkya Rahane. He's out of favour at the moment, but Kohli, magic spray, bit of strapping, hand back in the glove. He's not going to give up without a fight. He's 9 from 23 balls right now. He's found the rope once for Blunston, right on with Blunston, but for the most part, he's been kept quiet, especially by Murphy.
And Ravi earlier was talking about how much of I think he called him a cat on a hot tin roof at the moment. And I mean, he just has looked unsettled, and that injury is definitely not going to help.
And batting like a man whose top score in the series is only 44.
Thanks, Phil Long. So Kuhnemann after the delay, wider of the crease. Coley gets to the pitch of the ball and turns it out to Nathan Lyon at mid-wicket where there won't be a single. So we've seen in the test match so far, each session, 7 wickets, 4, 3, 6 and 2 so far in this stanza. They get a couple more here, especially before India reach parity. It's game on. Kuhnemann bowls, Coley back, room to cut, hammers it. Gets every single bit of that crashing into the advertising boards in front of the Vijay Hazare stand. Coley's second boundary for Blunston, right on with Blunston for your chance to win. 2 for 54, Coley into double figures.
And that's possibly the worst ball that Matthew Kuhnemann's bowled in this entire test match. It was a short, long hop outside off stump, and the reaction from Steve Smith suggested that he hasn't seen him bowl too many balls like that. He was actually applauding him and saying, "That's all right, mate, don't worry."
Deep points out there, Kuhnemann bowls crowdy, hits him on the pad, keeps a little bit low, gets the decision. Coley's given out leg before, he can't believe it. He throws his head back. The fact that it kept low means that Coley looks to be in an awful lot of strife here. I don't think he's going to review it. He's accepting his fate. He passes Pujara at the non-striker's end and makes his way to the pavilion. Matt Kuhnemann's done it again. He's got himself in the book. It's such an important time for Australia. India lose their 3rd wicket with the score on 54. We get a second look here, Louis Cameron. I'll tell you what, that's only just touching the leg stump, but he's deep in the crease. It hasn't gotten up, and Coley's gone for 13.
And it's another drag down from Matt Kuhnemann. I don't reckon that's the length he's trying to bowl. The difference between that ball and the one that went for 4 before is it just skidded on, and I reckon that's umpire's call on the leg stump. I think it was the right call not to review from Virat, but gee, it would have taken some self-restraint not to do it.
The crowd have been silenced. After that boundary, they were up and about. Now they realise the hole they are in. India still 34 runs in arrears. Australia 3 wickets in the session. Shubman Gill, Rohit Sharma and King Kohli, and it brings Shreyas Iyer to the crease, and he's on a pair and he's batting dreadfully. Oh, my apologies, Shreyas is on the board, but it's Ravinda Jadeja. They're going to break it up with left-right, which isn't unusual for India. They like to use Jadeja as the floating all-rounder, but nevertheless, Jadeja also a failure yesterday, and they need their all-rounder today. They need something because this could drift very quickly away from the home side.
It's hard to overstate just how remarkable it is that you've got Kuhnemann and Murphy bowling at such a crucial point in this game. I mean, every run is vital. As you said, Australia could win this test match today. They could win it in this session. And they are bowling guys with a... This session. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you're not... I mean, you don't kid. You don't kid. I mean, they've still got... What did I say? 38 runs to play with, and
how much longer have we got in the session?
Well, we've got about 40 minutes. Yeah. Australia lost six wickets in 40 minutes earlier, so don't put a line through it entirely. What are the shortest Test matches all time in India, Longy? I know there was one in 130 overs at Ahmedabad early last year. Might have been early the year before. But yes, we might be on track for another entry to that list.
Maybe not this session. That might have got a touch exciting.
I'm going to back you in. Round the wicket, left arm. Kuhnemann to Jadeja, first ball, gets him behind it, defending.
I'll tell you what, my match report copy's in trouble if it does finish in this session.
Well, that is true. You're on commentary for 10 more minutes, and you can set up a temporary desk over there. Watching the DRS back, umpire's call on impact, that would have been out anyway had he reviewed. It was just touching the leg stump. There was a bit of blowback for the green decision earlier today on umpire's call. I detected on the talkback line during lunch with John Donohoe, which is not unusual.
There is some history with that particular umpire there and close LBW shouts.
Was that Joel?
Of an Australian test. I believe so.
Was that Joel?
It was Joel, yeah. Bharat's nodding.
The main man. Kuhnemann here. Jadeja's second ball. In again behind it, but there's that extra bounce. Jadeja playing with low hands, smothering the spin. A successful over for Matthew Kuhnemann and Australia. India 3 for 54 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener. India still trailed by 34.
Find where you belong with Harcourts. Here's CEO Tony Morrison.
By the time this ad airs, there will have been shifts in the market that have been reported on TV, in the paper and online. And chances are they'll shift again. At Harcourts, we live and breathe the market and will give you the full story as it happens. Empowering you and getting the best result possible is another reason we've been around for over 130 years.
Visit harcourts.com.au and rest assured.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. And after an outstanding spell without reward from Todd Murphy, returning is the senior spinner Nathan Lyon. 2 wickets in the session. Time to turn the screws. Pujara's there on 20, but never looked really settled across his 62 balls in the middle. They'll start with a deep square leg, the only man out. Slip, short leg, silly point. Line over the wicket to his nemesis Pujara. Starts his spell. Pujara back, turning around the corner. Stark does well to his left. No run.
He's got him out a bit, hasn't he? Nathan Lyon versus Chateshwar Pujara. I don't have the exact numbers, but I believe it's 11 or 12 times.
It's 12 after yesterday, but Lyons... The batteries bowled who most in Test cricket is Pujara.
Right.
It's up around 1,500 balls now, I think it is. So
Pujara's probably got a few going the other way.
They have history, big time. Great rivalry. Lyon here bowls Pujara forward. Plays it down to silly point. Oh, I just wonder... The need to strike here is so profound for Australia. If India get a lead of 80 or 90, they'll still feel like they're in the game, which makes this period of time when they're still in the red, every wicket feels like it almost counts double at this stage. Lyon in, bowls, using his feet, Pujara, before turning it in front of square to the sweeper, gets one. Pujara 21. 3 for 55, 33 the deficit.
And right now is why they brought Nathan Lyon back into the attack instead of Todd Murphy, is they want their senior off-spinner bowling to Ravindra Jadeja, the only left-hander they've got in their top 7, I believe, top 6.
Yeah, that leg before from Kuhnemann to Kohli, it reminds me of the way that Kohli got out to Steve O'Keefe in the second dig at Pune all those years ago. The one that got memed so wonderfully by Ethan Meldrum on Twitter.
The Shooting Stars.
Shooting Stars. I think that's the original Shooting Stars video from Eth, where Kohli just can't believe it, back on his stumps, floating through space. If you're listening from India, believe me, you'll have to Google it. Jadeja gets to score. Line around the wicket to the left-hander, 2 out on the offside. He pushes with soft hands to Trevor's head, just behind point.
Nice ball back, guys.
89 kilometres an hour. Line already has Gill and Rowett in the session. 5 for the match. There have been some good bowling changes today from both captains. And your point about the trust they're showing in the younger spinners. Lyon bouncing up, northern end. Jadeja, straight one, turns it just behind square. There's one to Stark. He's won 3 for 56. Lyon kind of made the point last night that he won't be around forever, and the Australian spinning stocks, they look in good health. Murphy primarily, but as Kuhnemann, probably the second spinner in the pecking order. They're going to have good options overseas when they need a second tweaker.
You think Matt Kuhneman's second?
I feel like Murphy will be ahead in the pecking order. That's just my gut feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one because they've really wanted... I mean, they wanted Ashton Agar for this series.
Yeah.
He was the guy that they groomed, along with Mitchell Swepson, to have a guy to turn the ball the opposite way to Nathan Lyon. But then they realised, well, actually, Todd Murphy is our second best spinner. Andrew McDonald actually said it the other day.
Yeah. Lyon to finish the 24th over. Going back is Pujara, cutting nicely. Doesn't quite get all of it, but the outfield is quick. Head with work to do. Puts in the slide and drags it in a couple of metres from the rope. They have enough time to get through for a third run. So Pujara will retain the strike. Moving on to 24. India 3 for 59. They trail by 29. That's on the Holman scoreboard. Our coverage is for Henley Homes by a Henley complete at home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au.
The 7-seat Kia Sorrento, Kia's most awarded large SUV ever. Unlike any other SUV in Australia, the unrivaled Kia Sorrento is available in diesel, petrol, hybrid and plug-in hybrid technologies. The Kia Sorrento, awarded and unmatched like no other 7-seat SUV. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
SEN Test Cricket in India for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Just to make sure my point was made appropriately before, I don't think that the second spinner conversation partnering with Lyon, I think you're right about Kuhnemann away. I'm sort of thinking in the post-Lyon world where I feel like it's going to be Murphy next as the guy that plays in Australia when they only use one spinner.
That's right. It's an interesting debate either way.
Yeah, Kuhnemann to start the new over to Pujara, 24, goes back and pulls and gets a boundary. They've been rare through the session for Blunston, but Pujara is going to have to score when the opportunity presents itself. He's up to 28. He's found the rope on 3 occasions, 3 for 63.
And it's a funny thing to say, but given he's just gotten Virat Kohli out, but I just feel like Matt Kuhneman's lost his radar just a tiny bit. He's dragged, I think, 3 of his last 5 or 6 balls down now. Even the wicket he got of Kohli was a bit of a drag down. So
well, it did keep low. Not dramatically, but low enough. Right of the false stroke. That's a better ball. That's the fuller length that gets Pujara forward and not far away from Hanscom at silly point. Had there been the second slip, might have been in the game. Watching it back here, Hanscom went to his right, as he should, given the way Pujara was posturing. But had he gone to his left, could have been a chance. Now he's at silly point. Changes position a little bit. Goes back and punches hard Pujara. It's a deep point where there's a single. He's 29, 3 for 64. Yeah, it feels like Australia will relish the fact that they have a dependable second spinner. You look at the list of names that have played with Nathan Lyon. Jared Kimber wrote a good piece overnight about this. He's had about 7 different bowlers who've been the number 2 at some point across the decade he's been in the Test team. From Xavier Doherty to Glenn Maxwell to Steve O'Keefe. And there'll be many I'm missing here. Ashton Agar, of course, you touched on him before.
Mitch
Swepson recently. Kuhneman bowls. Catches the call towards mid-on, but it won't get anywhere near that man at long on, who is deep. That's Cameron Green. Jadeja's off the mark with a single, make that his second single. 65 on the board for the loss of 3 wickets.
And so, and they've been careful not to anoint a second spinner to Nathan Lyon. They've been really careful. But interestingly, the other day, Andrew McDonald actually said on record that they see Murphy now as the clear number 2 option in all conditions. And interesting, he's actually headed to your part of the world.
He is off the Durham. Bowling here, down the ground, striking it well is Pujara. That's a second boundary in the over. Kuhneman just overcorrecting a little bit there with his length. Pujara equal to it, motoring through the 20s. He's up to 33, 3 for 69. There have already been 10 runs taken from the over. A busy one ball left in it, 19 runs the deficit.
I keep saying it, but I just think Kuhneman, this might be the last over of his spell here. He's just lost his radar a touch. That time he's just over pitched.
Maybe swing Murphy around, give him a go at this end, possibly. Everything you said there, by the way, makes a lot of sense, Louis. It's a shame our conversation's going to be broken after this ball. Changing commentary coming. Daniel Norcross and Bharat Sundaresan to replace us. Last ball of the set, defended by Pujara, who's 33, 3 for 69. The score on the Holman scoreboard. Our coverage is for Henley Homes by Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. India trail by 19 runs. Norcross to take you through to tea.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30am and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
G'day, Heath Shaw here, reminding you KFC Supercoach AFL is back. There's a whopping 50 grand up for grabs, plus plenty of weekly prizes. Are you up for the challenge? Play today.
T's and C's apply. New South Wales Auth number TP/01005.
SEN Test Cricket with Tyre Power, your trusted local. India 3 for 69, 19 runs behind now. Murphy, I believe, is going to continue. I think I'm with Louis Cameron there. I think that might be the last. You're with Colo.
I'm with Louis Cameron as well. Like I'm really disappointed to have replaced him when he was on such a role.
We are today.
I know.
Louis Cameron. Where do you stand, Phil? Are you Louis Cameron?
Oh, this desk's gone downhill since you two arrived.
Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah.
Well, we can only do.
Unfortunately, this is what you get. Listeners of SEN, you get Dan Norcross and me for the next half hour.
Sorry, team.
Sorry, we apologise.
It's the way he's headed.
We don't pay Louis enough.
Until tea, it's you two, and it's you're like the bowler who gets the over before tea.
Yeah. We're the part-timers are in action now.
We'll hand him our fee later. Murphy, the left-handed Jadeja, forward in defence. He comes back to the bowler, no run.
I remember that 94-95 Ashes when there was a period when Gooch and Gatting were bowling together. This is what it is like.
Yeah, there's a bit of that. 3 for 69, 3 wickets in this session, but you fancy there may be a twist yet in this half hour before tea. Big appeal for LBW. He likes that as Jadeja comes forward, but I say it's Steve Smith who likes that, and Peter Hanscom, but not really anyone else. I think he's right, though, that Kuhneman is probably not long for this world as far as the spell goes. As far as the spell goes. I mean, he's looking quite fit, but he's gone. It's done, says Louis. Oh, wow, that is bounced, turned. and flown through the gloves of the otherwise excellent Carey. There really wasn't much he could do about that. We wait to see the signal. It is a bye.
Until this partnership is still on with the ball turning so much, I'm worried that my stat will go to waste before someone gets out.
Get your stat out.
Cheteshwar Pujara and Ravindra Jadeja have played 60 test matches together. This is just the 5th time that they're batting together.
Is that so? That is genuinely startling.
It is, and considering how close they are from Saurashtra, they've played cricket together growing up all these years.
I'm not sure that really would make a difference. It's but I know what you mean. Murphy in takes the edge of Pujara's bat. Goes back the point. I mean, what's odd about it is that Pujara tends to bat a long time.
He does,
but
yeah.
I guess Jadeja bats down at 7.
He spent a long period of his career batting at 7 and 8 even.
Yeah.
But he has moved up to the middle order in the last 3-4 years. It's quite staggering that they have batted.
Has that coincided, though? Jadeja's rise up coincided perhaps with Pujara's being less effective, as Murphy is in, beats the outside edge. Smith's convinced.
Bat on ground.
There's an edge, and he's trying to get umpire Wilson to go upstairs so they can check. This is now this happens more obviously in India than anywhere else, because so many times the ball just sneaks past the outside edge, and it's like a cheap way of having a look. But no, it's nowhere near the bat.
And his foot never move. Yeah, exactly.
No, but that's the point, isn't it? If you have an umpire who's solid enough to say no, then you've got a problem. As Jadeja turns this into the onside square of the wicket, very close to umpire Wilson. It's retrieved by Stark, and they'll get a single. End of the over. India 3 for 72.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
Welcome back. SEN Test Cricket with Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. And as this whole box acknowledged, we are all Louis Cameron.
Yes.
Louis Cameron is right. He is never wrong.
He is.
It is
the almighty
It was the
Louis
end of
Cameron.
Kuhneman. He was right. Let's face it.
He's always right.
He was right.
Yeah,
he's nailed
10
it.
off his last over, and as Louis pointed out, a couple of bad balls in the previous over, despite taking that wicket.
It's the voice of Phil Long. You can hear that with us throughout the score. As next ball is pushed off the back foot in the air briefly, nearly made it to short extra cover, but didn't quite. And Marnus Labuschagne has to get in the action.
So, Phil, where's my pat on the back for my incredible stat?
Yeah.
I thought it would impress you.
I was impressed.
Yeah.
That's what we're all trying to do in this box, is impress Phil. Full forward in defence comes Jadeja.
Yeah, be like Louis and impress
Phil. Yeah.
And I'm working with Gatting and Gooch.
We should get T-shirts saying, what would Louis say? And that's, I'm only here to impress Phil on the back. Here's Lyon. Forward comes Jadeja, defending. Sorry.
Very quickly, we did mention Cheteshwar Pujara's sort of lack of form. This is now his highest score of the series.
And I deliberately didn't say that so that Phil could say that instead, by the way.
You could have had that one.
We're just having a little look on the replay screen. That was quite close to Marnus Labuschagne previously, that push off the back foot by Jadeja. And now he comes very, very, I say solidly forward, determinedly forward. That front foot is being planted. It's almost, it's almost like, the great West Indian fast bowler Colin Croft. You could see the studs of his boot as he bowled. You know a fair bit about Colin, I'm sure. And Jadeja is almost defending, showing the studs of his front foot. I mean, not quite on this occasion. It's a little bit shorter of length, and he waits and turns it into the onside.
Much like Patrick Patterson as well. He could
yes, your man.
See the soul,
yeah.
Complete heel.
All the foot. And it's a very intimidating thing, I think, for a batter to see, actually.
Especially when you're size 16.
You're like being stamped on from a horizontal position. It's quite a weird thing. The shorter, pushed off the back foot into space out to the deep extra cover. And it is retrieved by Murphy out there, who throws in one more to the total. 27 overs gone in India's second innings. They trail by 15, and they're 3 for 73.
Get a read on the NRL and AFL. Get a read on F1, supercars and autumn racing. Get a read on your sport. Get a read on today with the Daily Telegraph and subscribe for less than you think. Hurry, search Daily Telegraph offer today.
If you love your lawn, you'll love the chance to win a Toro 60-volt Max Flex Force power system package, including a 22-inch recycler 60-volt Max battery mower and leaf blower valued at $1,788. Enter at iCanWin.com.au/Toro.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your trusted local. What have we got to tea now? 20 minutes? Yeah, 21 minutes to the tea. The crowd are really getting into it. The Mexican wave.
The Indorian wave.
The Indorian wave. Yeah, it's all called the Mexican wave because of the 86 World Cup. Did no one do it before? Did they genuinely invent a wave? If you've invented a wave, do get in touch with us. Todd Murphy into the left-handed Jadeja, who comes forward again and smothers the ball to City Point. We see a lot of that.
Speaking of waves, that's what India need to do. They need to ride this wave. Pujara's got a start. For the first time in the series, he's looked really solid.
You know what he can do. As Murphy is in, Jadeja again comes right forward, smothers the spin.
And they do have a lot of batting to go. Shreyas Iyer would have been very disappointed with his dismissal in the first innings. He is considered the best batter of spin in this batting lineup.
Jadeja?
Shreyas Iyer.
Shreyas Iyer. So are you surprised that Jadeja's up at 5? And no. It was in the first innings. Murphy into Jadeja, who drives back to the bowler. There's no run. There's a bustle to Murphy's approach. I'm going to give you his field because we've had lots of changes in the field today. Long off and deep point. They're the boundary riders. Extra cover and backward point, almost like a shortish third. There's now a silly point and a slip. Keeps the offside. And there's a short fine leg, square leg and a mid-on. As Jadeja comes forward and gets a little tickle on one that goes fine. He's flung in from short fine leg, no run.
That's a positive sign for Australian fans. We just on the TV seeing Usman Khawaja in his whites for the first time the last couple of hours and with his baggy green on, so he should be coming on to field, you'd think, very soon.
Do you know what the problem was?
We went from sore calf to stiff back. Stiff back seems to be the reason.
Forward comes Jadeja, gets a thick edge. He goes to short fine. It's really well fielded by Head, sprawling to his right, but they do get a single. 3 for 73. It sounds pretty much like my life. Once you reach a certain age, you go to the physio and it fixes this like annoyingly sore neck. And the neck gets fixed, and then the right shoulder goes. And then the right shoulder gets fixed, and then the hip gets a bit wonky. And then you just go round in a circle, basically. Yeah. I don't think I've had a single pain-free day in my 50s.
Sound like a fast bowler.
The defender on the front foot, back to the bowler. There's no run. End of the over. Just the one run from it. India are 3 for 74.
Golf lovers, if you're looking for a chance to eat, drink, play with mates, then it's time to tee off at X Golf. Practice your swing in a relaxed and welcoming indoor environment on X Golf's state-of-the-art simulators. Then enjoy finger-licking food and a drink. It's the ultimate golfing entertainment experience. X Golf. Eat, drink, play. Teeing off all around Australia. Find your closest X Golf at xgolf.com.au.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN. Daniel Norcross, Bharat, Sundaresan, and Phil Long with his pen in the air. No, it's his phone in the air.
Just seeing how long we'll still take.
Oh, I see.
17 minutes to tea, now that I'm the new statsman in town.
Yeah, you have to ask it. Yes, you have to ask yourself, how would you impress Phil, though?
That's true.
Yeah, I think you can probably slip one more in before tea.
Yeah.
He'll let you know whether he's appreciative or not. As Lyon starts in the over around the wicket, waiting in the creases, Jadeja. I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask a question of Phil, though. I appear, on my commentary stint, to have been commentating nothing but Jadeja coming forward and defending the ball. Now, I know the last ball of the previous over was played by Pujara, but has he had quite a lot of the strike just of late? He's 5 from 23. As Lyon is into him with a slip at a silly point in place. He's always been on the outside edge, and it absolutely spins. It's horrible for Carey out there. He does very well to get any kind of part of body. I think it was glove. It rebounded to point. There's no run.
Oh, big puff of dust. It's like watching a horror movie. Every time, one of those long-drawn horror binge shows.
Yeah.
Every time you think the ghost is gone, it just reappears.
Like Friday the 13th. So Jason. I mean, he seems to die on at least 6 occasions from memory. The line is in. That's better from Jadeja. He gets right forward. There's no run.
He's faced 20 of the last 21 balls.
Did that impress you as a question?
Very good. You can have that one.
Yeah, okay. See, that's what you got to do, Bharat.
Ask questions there. All my effort in finding a stat. All to naught. Yeah. It's a tough commentary box to please, I must say.
It really is.
Tough love.
Slip, silly point, backward point, short extra. On the offside as Jadeja comes forward. He plays with his wonderfully angled back, jabbing the ball into the ground.
Yeah, and going back to your earlier question of Jadeja walking out at number 5, we've seen him in India try this even in England at times. The ball's doing a lot. He just breaks up the momentum. Or breaks up the rhythm of the opposition, generally by playing a lot of shots, but he also has a sound technique, a sound defense like we've seen in the last 15 minutes.
Lion is into him, and he gets right forward again. It's a really big stride for not a very tall man, and it's not always easy to do without overbalancing. So he must have pretty firm glutes, is my guess.
Oh, he's an extremely athletic man. Arguably the most athletic cricketer to ever play for India.
I mean, you were slightly critical of Kohli's glutes yesterday, I thought.
I was?
Yeah.
It's more in terms of...
Yeah. I say critical, it's not quite the right word. It's shorter and it's cut away, square of the wicket. It's going to be fielded out on the point boundary by Murphy, and they just pick up 1. That is the end of another over, rapidly bowled. We'll come to you after this break, Phil. 29 gone, India 3 for 75.
Does Kennard's make trade easy? Kenoth. Is iced coffee liquid gold milk straight from the udders of heaven? Kenoth. Do tradies deserve special treatment like a 2-hour delivery promise, equipment swap and service on site, an express load and go service, and heaps more at their local Kennard Tire branch? Kenoth! Head to your closest branch to get the Trade Easy experience.
Kennard's make your job easy.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN. India 13 runs behind Australia. They're 3 wickets down. 3 for 75. Louis Cameron, who is right about everything. I'm going to suggest just on one thing might not have been quite right. I don't think this match will be over by tea.
Yeah, I mean, even if the wickets were to fall in a hurry, even if there were 6 wickets to fall of the next 6 balls, we don't have time.
I don't think we'll get the 6 balls in.
Yeah, that's true.
But, you know.
No.
I think it'll be by the end of the day. You never know. But, look, India are batting very, very solidly here in very, very testing conditions. What I would say is that if you get a thin edge to some of these deliveries, for Carey to take it is going to be very hard. The slips are both going to have to be on the lookout for rebounds.
Absolutely, yeah. The rebound catch is very much in play. These kinds of pitches.
Todd Murphy's coming round the wicket to the left-hander, and Jadeja drives back to the bowler again. Jadeja has just been hogging the strike here.
It's a different Jadeja to what you might have seen a few years ago. He would come and try to take the attack to the spinners. He bats like a proper number 5, number 6, and he backs himself to do that as well.
I tell you, the chaos of India, though, is absolutely exemplified by the flags away to my left. The flag on the far right is flopping from left to right. The flags on the left are flopping from right to left, as if there's a swirl in such a small area. I can't even gauge which way the wind's blowing. Murphy is in. That's cut away to backward point. Fielded by Head, which is kind of a metaphor for the actual match. Phil Long.
The 5th time Ravi Jadeja has batted at number 5 for India.
The 5th?
Yeah, he did it against Australia in Bengaluru in 2017 and then at the Oval twice in 2021 against England and twice in this game.
Yeah, so it is unusual. A rarity. Murphy in. That's tucked into the onside elegantly by Pujara to the left of the wide mid-on. Through a... Who did I say? Jadeja, yeah. And he picks up a single.
Speaking of bums, as we do on radio commentary, I forgot to mention this a while back. You know how patting a teammate on the bum is appreciated in cricket. It's a form of
it has been known to be,
Yes, affection and encouragement.
It's a very Marnus thing.
Yes, but it's a very different thing, and I was coming to Marnus. When you pat an opposition batter on the bottom...
Oh, that's not so good.
We'll
come back to that. Murphy is in. Pujara tucks it to the onside, the left of short leg. Hanscom puts his head down. It's close. One more to the total, 3 for 77.
Oh, this I think would have happened during my last stint. The first hour of this session, and Pujara was batting at the end of the over. Marnus just waited, he picked up the ball and asked Pujara to politely just go to the other end. And as he did, just gave him a little pat on the bottom, and Pujara just turned around, and I don't think he was mightily impressed.
Well, I'm afraid there's a distinction between, I don't know why there is, but there's a distinction between patting your own teammate's bum and your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's almost in the laws of the game. And it falls just in front of Smith at first slip, went through on the bounce. But he plays with such soft hands, Jadeja, that the edge that he's likely to get is going to be the one off the ball that fizzes. Now, that's why I think the rebound catch is in play, because that's the one that'll come, and Carey will really struggle if it bounces high. The sort of off the push, he plays with this angled bat, he keeps it very low to the ground, he does again. Out to short extra, end of the over, India 3 for 77. The deficit now just 11. Jadeja 7 from 33. Pujara 34 from 73. Bharat, Sundaresan and Phil Long alongside me, Daniel Norcross on SEN Test Cricket.
Great point about Jadeja, and you look at his career, very rarely does he get out to spin where he's caught at slip, or at times he does get caught behind, but he does get LBW a lot. Also, if you notice his technique, the front foot comes straight down the pitch, doesn't often go towards mid-off, towards cover like a lot of batters in this part of the world do. And as a result, if you can get a straighter one past him, especially as an off-spinner, you'll see he's fallen to Nathan Lyon and many off-spinners in that fashion. Well, the straighter one that slides through and hits him on the pad.
He was also spectacular in the first innings. I mean, that was the point when we really knew that the game was afoot yesterday. We'd seen a few puffs of dust, but then the ball that turned an absolute mile, which Pujara didn't play too well. He went back in his crease, tried to punch it, and turned 4 or 5 feet into his middle stump. He's not allowed that sort of thing to happen, actually, in this innings.
He's not been manic. He was really manic in the first innings, you could see. He felt like he could get out at any point.
Forward short leg slip and a silly mid-off in place for the start of Lyons' next over. Point extra. And no one back on the boundary on the leg side. But is that... do I see Khawaja himself? He is now
Khawaja
on.
Walked in 2 overs ago.
Yeah. Lovely, thank you for that. I should have spotted it. Short mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket. And a short fine leg. Lyon in, played off the back foot to that short mid-wicket. There's no run. Absorbing cricket today. How many runs have we had today, Phil, overall, in how many overs? I know that doesn't really impress you, but it's a worthy question. Lyon is in. To the Pooj, who comes down the wicket and works it out into the onside, out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll get a single, plays it all along the ground. Murphy is out there away to our right, 3 for 78.
It's such good rhythm to this Pujara innings as well, which is he's lacked against spin in home conditions for a while. Phil told us his numbers haven't been really great. But when he uses his feet the way he has been to line in the last half an hour or so, and he's able to just guide the ball towards mid-wicket, that's when you know he's at his best. If he stays in his crease and if he's just trying to tuck it around the corner, that's when you know he's not really flowing the way he likes to flow.
Lyon now to the left-handed Jadeja with 2 slips and a silly point. Oh, he's trapped on a pad. Lyon likes it, but not that much. Joel Wilson doesn't like it. There was a double appeal and a squeal, which I thought that was going down leg for me. And when Lyon really believes it's out, he goes down on the right knee immediately. He actually had a slow knee flex then, and Smith is not going to refer.
I was just talking about it a couple of minutes ago. That's the ball that always troubles Jadeja. The one that's straight. It was clearly missing leg stump. You're right. He withdrew the appeal at some point, Nathan Lyon. He didn't turn around, and the Jazz hands were missing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There was nothing quite right about that. Spin off the bounce. I don't think he's got an edge on that, but no. Get back, says Pujara to Jadeja. They don't take a bye. But this is what I mean. It's so hard for Carey. No one would want to be a keeper out there right now because it's the bounce that's doing it. Woof, bang, and that's gone flying up. And how do you take that? How do you take that?
How do you play that to start with?
Well, yeah. Well, you play it by missing it. That's what you do. Lion into Jadeja once more. Oh, now this is a closer appeal. He really likes it in his jazz hands. Joel Wilson says no one they're going to refer this.
They're going to review it. They're reviewing it right away.
They have done. That was certainty in that appeal. And he's on the front foot. It's hit him on that front foot. And this could be a key moment.
Player review for LBW.
Once again, the straight ball. Once again, the straight ball. Jadeja's pad. Always straight down the pitch.
This is a Bendix big moment. Confident stopping Bendix breaks.
Perfectly timed by Dan Norcross as well. Beautiful seam representation. There you go, there you go, there you go.
This looks really good.
That
no
looks
bat.
very, very close.
Okay.
Umpire's call, clipping leg.
Looks like pad first. Can we just confirm that with all judge, please?
I would be surprised if this is umpire's call. It's
I think that's his best chance, is what I'm
saying.
Yeah,
clearly pad first. Can we go to ball tracking? We're ready, please.
Here we go, ball tracking, and this is...
It did straighten. The ball did straighten, Dan.
Yeah.
I think Jadeja is in trouble here.
I'm with you. Here we go. It's impacted line. Hitting. Jadeja has gone. It's a fourth wicket at a crucial moment. Just before tea. Well.
Stand by. You're on screen. Signal now.
Up goes that finger. It looked out. All the Australians thought it was out. We had the big appeal. We had the down on one knee. We had the jazz hands. Everyone, at the moment it was given not out, it was an immediate referral. I think Jadeja himself knew. And however good a player of spin you are, line is going to be a handful on a deck like this. If you don't get your bat on the ball and you play with your front pads so far advanced, that can happen. India lose their fourth. They're 4 for 78 with 5 minutes to go till tea.
I want to say I told you so.
You did.
He's always had trouble with the ball sliding into him. The bat doesn't come down in time. And Jadeja was sent up the order to break up Australia's rhythm. He's walked back after having, if nothing, broken Cheteshwar Pujara's rhythm. He's taken so much of the strike. Nathan Lyon strikes yet again. And this brings out Shreyas Iyer.
What a time to come out to bat.
What a time to come out.
With your side, 10 runs in deficit, 4 wickets down, we said. 4 was the magic number. 4 minutes till tea now. How many over? Right, there's one ball left in this over. They'll get one more over in. He'll take his time, marking his guard.
And there's only one way Shreyas Iyer generally plays against spin. Very attacking. He won't die wandering.
Well, he's on a pair.
He is. Got out to a pretty loose shot in the first innings. Played on.
Yeah, so that was when we had our first umpire's referral for bowled. Sir Richard Kettleborough said so marvellously yesterday with a certain incredulity in his voice. India's hopes here finipendulous.
What a word, but what a delivery from Nathan Lyon again.
If Lyon can pick up another one. Well, whether it's before tea or after tea, the deficit, they're minus 10 for 4. Big trouble for India. Last ball of this over. We'll have one more after it before tea. Lyon to Shreyas Iyer on a pair. Comes in with slightly haltering approach. Shreyas is forward and he gets a thick inside edge and Lyon's hands go to his head. And, oh, he thought he'd got through there. And this line of attack on these pitches is so hard, Bharat Sundaresan. I've talked about it a fair bit, but it's also the width with which Lyon's arm comes. It's not that he's just coming around the wicket. He's coming around the wicket with extra value.
Yeah.
And then, when you're looking at that, you're thinking, surely that's going to go past my off stump. And then, thumb, it snakes back in.
It's why he's become such a dangerous bowler in the subcontinent for years. He always took wickets in Australia. He often took wickets in England, but struggled on that first tour of India in 2013. It's well publicized. And now that he has the ability to bowl with that square seam at times, along with his natural overspin, and because he can get these balls to slide into left-handers and get them to move away from the right-handers with the angle from around the wicket, and he can challenge both edges. We keep talking about that. We keep coming back to that with these spin bowlers. That's what makes him so dangerous. He beat Jadeja. It was a beautiful setup. A ball that slides in, the appeal, where the ball was clearly missing leg stump. Then the big turning off break. It's got Jadeja thinking about the off break. And then another slider. Jadeja had no chance.
Oh. Okay. Kuderman. Left arm round the wicket. Back into the attack. Replacing Murphy. That's squeezed into the offside by Pujara. He gets off strike, but it just means that Shreyas Iyer is on strike.
It's a great result for Australia. They get 5 balls now at Shreyas Iyer. What you'd see is the field will come up. Steve Smith will make sure that Shreyas Iyer has to face these next 5 balls. On a pair, under pressure. Hasn't done much of late. He's missed the first test due to injury. Comes with this big reputation of being excellent against spin. But all that goes out of the window when you're on a pair.
He's facing up now, and that's flatter and defended off the front foot, out to short extra cover, and there's no run.
And don't be surprised if even in these next 4 balls, Shreyas Iyer tries to use his feet. Long off's a great position for him. He does hit beautifully over the straight field.
Kuderman in around the wicket. That's fired in a bit faster. It's pushed out to short extra. There's no run.
Yeah. And Kuderman might not be a bad idea to just toss a couple of deliveries.
I was going to say, just
tempt Shreyas Iyer.
Because he's going to want to get off that pair.
Play with his impulse.
Slip, silly point. I might have an extra short, extra cover myself at this point. 3 balls left till tea. And that's, again, a little too flat, a little too fast from Kuderman. Get that above his eye line. Get him thinking there's a nice backward point in position. If the drive doesn't work, it skews. It could go there. If the ball stops, there's a short extra cover. I might be inclined to have another. If he goes for the sweep, there's a man potentially catching at short fine. Kuderman's in as he grunts as he plays the shot. As he bowls the ball, rather, and Shreyas Iyer plays the shot, short extra cover. 1 ball to go till tea. It's been a session of 4 wickets have fallen. How many runs have we had, Phil?
66.
66 in how many overs?
This will be 28.
28.
Come on, Matthew Kuderman, make him wait. Yeah, that's great.
This is lovely.
Put pressure on him.
This is what I want to see. So short extra's now coming up into a catching position. Travis Head's moving to short extra. It's funny how they only do it for 1 ball, but why not?
Why not?
Ball.
No, I mean, let him wait.
Works, but you know.
Shreyas Iyer just wants to defend this ball and go back into the hut.
Desperately.
Send him to the hut, but after having dismissed him.
Mid-on back, long off back. Kuderman into Shreyas. Tucks it into the onside, but Kuderman swiftly moves to his right to field. That is the end of the over, and it is the end of the session. Another great session of cricket. India 9 runs behind, 4 wickets down, but they are 4 big, big wickets. Gill, Sharma, Kohli and Pujara. Bharat Sundaresan is alongside me with India 4 for 79. Another session that you have to say belongs to Australia.
Well, at this point, they won 3 out of 4 sessions, or 4 out of 5 sessions in this test match. And what they've done is they've really not let India get away. Really good defensive and attacking bowling. They've found the perfect blend. And this is exactly what they would have wanted. 4 wickets. Even 3 would have made them happy. But the 4th one, especially with Kohli gone and Rohit gone, Australia will think that they're well on their way. But Pujara, once again, like always, stands in their way.
Well, he does. He's done it in a great series. We've got his highest score of the series. He's unbeaten on 36. Shreyas Iyer still on a pair. He's only faced 6 balls. The wickets to fall. Sharma for 12. Gill for 5. Virat Kohli for 13. LBW to Kuderman and Jadeja for 7. The other 3 wickets falling for Lyon, who went 3 for 27. Kuderman 1 for 31. Starks just bowled the 2 overs, none for 6. And Murphy, very parsimonious, as Jeremy Cody would say, 8 overs, none for 9. We're going to take a break. Coming up after the break, John Donohoe will have all the latest from the Sheffield Shield and the AFL practice matches, as well as the start of the NRL season.
First over after 1. Balls him! Should McGill went dancing.
and lost his middle stump. Nathan Lyon gets the crucial breakthrough just after the long break. India lose their first wicket of the second innings with the score on 15.
Oh, big Phil for LBW, he loves it. Oh, so does Joel Wilson. Well, I think this is going to be reviewed. I wonder, is that pitched in line? It's in front, there's no doubt about that. They're having a chat, and Rohit's gone up. Yes, it has pitched in line, and it is crapping.
It's in line, and it's in the wicket.
Into middle stump. Rohit's got to go. It's a second wicket.
Deep points out there. Kreeneman bowls, crowdy ball. Hits him on the pad. Keeps a little bit low. Gets the decision. Kohli's given out leg before. He can't believe it. He throws his head back. The fact that it kept low means that Kohli looks to be in an awful lot of strife here. I don't think he's going to review it. He's accepting his fate. He passes Pujara at the non-striker's end and makes his way to the pavilion.
Lyon into Jadeja once more. Oh, now this is close to the field. He really likes it in his jazz hands. Joel Wilson says no one they're going to refer this.
They're going to review it. They're reviewing it right away.
They have done. That was certainty in that appeal. Here we go. It's impacted line. Hitting. Jadeja has gone. It's a fourth wicket at a crucial moment. Just before tea.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley completed homes now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo. Henley.com.au. And for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. And 4 wickets in that middle session, just 66 runs for India. There's still 9 runs in the red. Australia with a prized opportunity here in the 6th session of the Test match to really press home the advantage. Adam Collins with you. Louis Cameron with me. Back in the middle for India, Cheteshwar Pujara, the holdout so far. He's on 36, and Shreyas Iyer still on the pair, yet to score. Australia will start the 3rd session as they did the 2nd of the day with Nathan Lyon bowling from our southern end. On that occasion, he got a wicket to get the party started for the visitors. He knocked over Shubman Gill. Also trapped Rohit Sharma leg before, then Jadeja leg before as well, just before tea. He'll have 3 catching men around the bat, a slip, leg slip, short leg. Louis, the press will be on straight away.
What are you up to tomorrow, Adam? Just out of interest.
Norkie and I have done the maths on this. There are, I believe, 33 overs remaining today.
There are, yeah.
And let's assume there's, well, they'll obviously need the 2 for the changeover. Call that 31. If Australia bowl out India in 20 overs here, I tend to agree. 15, 20 overs, let's say. It might be that kind of test match that just ends in a flurry. Phil?
I think we'll have some time tomorrow, won't we? Some spare time tomorrow. I don't think this is going to 4 days.
Yes.
In saying all of that, let's remember that India bat deep, and through the series, their lower order, with the exception of yesterday, have been a menace. So Lyon round the wicket to start the session. Bowling here at Pujara. Leaves it alone outside the leg stump. Spins hard into the gloves of Alex Carey. So, of course, after Shreyas Iyer, they have the wicketkeeper, KS Bharat. Akshar Patel is the leading run scorer in the series. Ashwin has got 5 Test hundreds. And Umesh Yadav, who can give it a whack, as we saw yesterday. Lyon bouncing up, bowls here. Dancing is Pujara, but doesn't beat mid-wicket. Does on the bobble. Kuhneman stopped it, but couldn't take it cleanly. Ball for 80. They trail by 8.
And the Indian tail is the big factor in this, and the reason that India are probably still in the game. You compare that to Australia's tail. I was having a look earlier, and I don't want to take any of Phil's thunder here, but I believe the Australian tail is on track to have the worst series ever by numbers 8 through 11 in a test series of 3 or longer.
He's given us the Australian analysis for 5 down all out, or 6 out all out throughout the series, and yes, I suspect you're bang on there. Lyon delivers here. Shreyas hit on the pad. Lyon doesn't go up. Must have been turning too much. Only really Carey was interested in the appeal. Lyon, as ever, the barometer on these matters. Shreyas Iyer, he's 7 dot balls. He was out to a poor shot yesterday on Nor. Umpire Wilson standing at our southern end. Lyon passes him and bowls to Shreyas, who gets forward. That's better, smothering the spin.
And I think if Australia are going to roll through India in this final session, they need a bit more out of Matthew Kuhnemann. And it's a funny thing to say, given how amazing he was just 24 hours ago. But I just reckon he let his standards slip a little bit at the end of that last session. He got taken out of the attack and then obviously brought on for that last over. They wasn't quite there, was he?
Yeah, they might start with Murphy, I reckon. Lion bowls here. Shreyas Iyer lunges forward, deflects it just next to Peter Hanscom, away from his right hand, collected it backward square, no run. The northern end is where Murphy's bowled from throughout the test match, and Lyons at the southern end. So that might be the configuration to begin with. Murphy did everything right in his spell in the middle session. Had Kohli on the ropes.
You'd have to think Mitchell Starc could be a chance with the amount of reverse swing Umesh Yadav got earlier too.
Puff of dust, previous ball from Lyon, spun sharply. Goes again, Shreyas Iyer forward. Well played to complete the over. First over after tea, 1 run coming from it. India trailing by 8. 4 for 80 the score. Pujara 37. Shreyas Iyer's faced 10 dot balls. Louis Cameron is one of our experts. Download the SEN app from the App Store today and follow everything we're doing on social media, SEN_cricket. And we welcome our listeners on TalkSport 2 in the UK through the morning, taking our coverage throughout the course of this Border Gavaskar series. And it is going to be Matthew Kuhnemann changing ends. Well, I say changing ends. He finished from the northern end before tea, but yes, he'll get the first chance at Pujara, and they'll set up with a couple of slips. Lyon dropping back to the shade on the western side of the ground at deep square leg, a long off and a deep point. So the traditional Indian in-outfield.
And the deep square leg is interesting because he has bowled without anyone out on the leg side for a lot of today, spinning the ball away from the right-handers.
So Kuhnemann, first ball of the session for him, past umpire Menon, bowls here, Pujara forward, pushing to short leg where there's no fielder. No concerns there. So 8 runs away from parity. And once they get there, if this pair can be there, then India can start applying some pressure. Such is the nature of a low-scoring test match. It never takes much to tilt the scales the other way. Kuhnemann bowls using his feet. Pujara clipping in front of square, gathers pace across the practice pitches, and a boundary out the deep mid-wicket. That'll help. Now boundaries for Blunston, right on with Blunston. Pujara to 41. He's hit the boundary 5 times, 4 for 84.
An excellent proactive batting here by Pujara. He knows that that's a bowler down the other end who might just be searching to find his length. He's skipped down the wicket and he's got the ball on the full. It's clever batting.
Beautiful flick of the wrist, watching it back on our screen for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. He does that as well as anybody in the world, getting to the pitch of the ball when the finger spinners are in operation. Pujara, the old veteran.
And already he's done exactly what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
He's got the silly point out of there. He's gone into a mid-wicket, so he's already playing on his terms.
Good little win for Pujara. Kuhnemann bowls. Pujara goes back and cuts out to deep point for 1. 42. Deficit 3. 4 for 85.
Down the other end, Shreyas Iyer is going to face up to this next ball. I just reckon he might be a little bit twitchy.
Didn't look good at Delhi.
4 and 12.
4 and 12. Missed out with a duck in the first innings here. Thanks, Phil Long. With us for Fuso Trucks. Fuso Canters are in stock now. Job done.
And he was the one who was supposed to bring in some solidity to the middle order, wasn't he, when he missed that first test and they had Surya Kumar Yadav in there.
Rolling here, Shreyas Iyer goes back to try and get off the mark and does so. Hammering a boundary out through deep mid-wicket, and it goes all the way for 6. It takes India into the black. From 3 runs behind to 3 runs ahead. 11 runs taken from Kuhnemann's first 4 deliveries of the session. And that's the kind of pressure we're talking about. 4 for 91. Is that the first 6 of the innings? It must be, Phil Long.
Yeah.
All our boundaries for Blunston. Right on with Blunston for your chance to win. Kuhnemann under pressure. Needs to respond. Bowled so well up until the point where he got Kohli, and then it's just faded away a wee bit. 1 back on the leg side. Kuhnemann to Shreyas Iyer. After getting off the pair, pushes to line at mid-wicket. He's changed position, no runs, so square legs up when Shreyas is on strike. And you're right, he had a fabulous series against Bangladesh. Shreyas Iyer is player of the series back in December, that series that finished over Christmas. Kuhnemann wider of the crease, Shreyas forward. That's a better length from Kuhnemann to finish. 34 overs gone, 11 from that one. India in the black by 3. 4 for 91, Pujara 42, Shreyas Iyer on 6. That's on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30am and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
Go full sport with Code Sports, Australia's biggest and most experienced sports news team, bringing you all the latest news and in-depth stories from around the globe, as well as every stat, odd and live score. For all your sport now in the one place, visit Code Sports today.
We're here at Holcar Stadium for Tyre Power. 4 for 3 on Kumo, passenger and SUV tyres. Lion new over. 3 catching men, bowls to Pajara, round the wicket, turns him just in front of square, beats mid-wicket, gets a single, 43. Batting with intent after the break, Pajara, 4 for 92.
I noted with interest as well that after Matthew Kuhneman, he pegged it back in those last 2 balls, but after he bowled that second drag down that got hit for 6 by Shreyas Iyer, the first bloke over to him was Marnus Labuschagne, who presented him with his baggy green a couple of weeks ago, and also his maiden ODI cap in Sri Lanka earlier this year, and those two are very close. They're very good friends from their state teammates in Queensland.
No one watches it as closely as Lou Cameron. Lion bowls here, going back, Shreyas Iyer in the crease, pushing a mid-wicket, no run. All those hours you watch the nets, you and Bharat sitting there, keeping tabs on his level. Keeping tabs on. You're pretty good. When I want to know what's going on, you're the 2 blokes I turn to. I don't get to the nets quite as often as I did when I was writing on the game. So a man at a deep backward square, one at deep mid-wicket and a long on for Shreyas, who likes to attack through the leg side. Line here, gloves it, round the corner, fine enough to beat Starkett, short fine down towards the rope. It will get there in time. So Shreyas Iyer, a boundary to where leg slip otherwise may have been. Moves to double figures, 10 from 15. India leading by 8, 4 for 96, so they've already added 17 runs since the interval.
This was a terrific ball from Nathan Lyon. He's pretty unlucky there. That would have gone to exactly where a leg slip would have been standing.
And you can see too from the expression on Lyon's face on our Beaumont tile screen, Australia's favourite. That's usually where David Warner's hovering. Of course, not playing this week. Field remains the same. Lyon in, bowls, Shreyas forward. Pushing, outside part of the bat, across the practice pitches again, 4 more. That's the 4th boundary, including a 6 since tee. Back-to-back 4s for India, who go beyond 100, 4 for 100 to be precise. That's for Blunston, right on with Blunston. Shreyas Iyer up to 14.
And this is what it's like playing cricket in India, where they get a couple of boundaries. It feels like they're on top. You can hear the crowd going crazy through the effects mark. But Lyon should be happy that he's bowled a couple of really good balls there. Phil
long for Fuso trucks. Fuso counters are in stock right now. Job done.
Yeah, 21 runs in the 16 balls since tee.
They need to win this session, India. Australia have won all but one in the test match, you would say. India need to take the honours here over the last couple of hours. If they can, tomorrow is going to be just compelling. It already is. Lyon in to Shreyas. Clips it. Out to deep square where there's a sweeper. One of 3 men stationed out on the leg side. Todd Murphy does the tidying up. 4 for 101. Leads 13. Shreyas now 15 from 17 after being none from 10. 1 ball left in the over, Louis.
It's just, you feel like the crowd's on top of you, don't you? Everyone's kind of rolling in after work in the afternoon session, and it's just a different experience to playing cricket anywhere else, I think.
Oh, yeah. And a player like Shreyas Iyer, when he gets in, he can be a real handful. That's why he's been promoted in this Indian lineup, given the opportunity. Ahead of Shubman Gill to start the series. Now ahead of KL Rahul with his experience. Leg slip in for Pujara. Last ball. Line staying around the wicket. Pujara getting down to a ball from the leg stump. Out to mid-wicket. Oohs and ahs, because that did go on with the Nathan Lyon arm. 22 runs from 3 overs after the break. India 4 for 101 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Shreyas Iyer's 15. Pujara's 43.
More and more Australian families are getting the power with Tyre Power. And you can too during their store-wide super sale now on. Tyre Power continues to be a champion for road safety. Next road trip, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the store-wide super sale, get the equivalent of 25% off when you buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumo passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
So India scoring in boundaries for Blunston. Right on with Blunston for your chance to win since the break. They are trying to change the tempo. And Kuhnemann is going to bowl again. Phil Long.
His last 3 overs have gone 10, 1 and 11.
So backing in the youngster. Took 5 for 16 yesterday. Deep mid-wicket. Cameron Green out. Interacting with the crowd behind him. 2 slips. Kuhnemann bowls here wide in the crease to start. It's short. Shreyas Iyer pulls it with authority. Straight at the man at deep mid-wicket. It galloped to the rope. Another Blunston boundary right on with Blunston. Shreyas Iyer takes his strike rate beyond 100. 19 from 18. Score up to 4 for 105. Now this is getting a wee bit problematic for Australia. These partnerships can get away from a touring side. It doesn't take much.
And just as Pujara got rid of the silly point or the second slip that he had in at the start of this session, now Shreyas Iyer has done the exact same thing. That man's come out. Peter Handsom's gone into a mid-wicket. So all of a sudden, Australia are on the back foot here.
Shreyas Iyer made a century on Test debut back in November 2021 against New Zealand. He's a player of some class. Kuhnemann bowls to him here. Shreyas plays late, deflecting down to Travis Head, who races around from backward point. No single. Of course, Shreyas Iyer made a brilliant 100 against Australia. They were touring here in 2017 in the game for India A. He's the man for the job, so it looks. Kuhnemann to him here. Gets forward. Defends. 19 was the score that Hanscom was dismissed on this morning. Feels like a long time ago in this game of cricket, Louis. 10 wickets have fallen since.
I actually got an answer to your question about Peter Hanscom yesterday about whether he was sleeping before he was batting.
Okay.
He wasn't sleeping. I asked him at breakfast this morning. He wasn't sleeping, he was meditating.
Okay.
And he only does it when it's 2 wickets to fall. So he wakes up when he's the next one in.
Shreyas faces Kuhnemann, goes back and pulls again. He's given that absolutely everything. His second 6 of the session, nearly into the second deck here at Indoor. Shreyas Iyer to 25 from 21. All of those runs in the quarter of an hour since tea. India 4 for 111, shifting through the gears. They lead by 23. That's for Blunston, right on with Blunston, Phil Long.
We've had as many boundaries in the 22 balls since tea as we had between lunch and tea.
They're making their move.
That's a good start. That's a very good start. And Matthew Kuhnemann is just not bowling well at the moment.
Kuhnemann being tested. Better length. Shreyas Iyer brought forward in defence. Yeah, we touched on the Hanscom meditation earlier today. There's that great story about him meditating at the tea break of his first Shield game way back when with Chris Rogers, that he tells that story. So he does practice mindfulness, and you're not surprised to hear that it was meditation, although he did talk about sleeping before batting last week. Bowling again is Kuhnemann to complete the 36th over. 10 runs taken from it. 4 for 111 India. Shreyas 25 from 23. Pujara on 43. That's on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
40 crispy chicken McNuggets are for friends. Together with tangy Cajun sauce, close friends only. Pick up juicy chicken and tangy Cajun at Macca's drive-thru today. Select items available for a limited time.
G'day, Heath Shaw here, reminding you KFC Supercoach AFL is back. There's a whopping 50 grand up for grabs, plus plenty of weekly prizes. Are you up for the challenge? Play today.
T's and C's apply. New South Wales Auth number TP/01005.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Your tyre expert Steve Smith involved in a long conversation with his senior spinner Nathan Lyon between overs. It continues here. Nathan Lyon bowling from our southern end. Adam Collins and Louis Cameron on the call. They're making tweaks. Where are they going to go here with Pujara on strike, Louis?
Well, the man who's warming up at short fine leg is Mitchell Stark, as Phil has noted with his very keen eye. I wouldn't be surprised to see him bowling that next over instead of Matthew Kuhnemann, who just, his lengths either side of the tea break have just not quite been right. He's been mostly too short, but also a couple of times he's overpitched, and it's allowed India to get off to an absolute flyer at the start of this last session.
It's probably the first bowling change that hasn't worked for Australia in the Test match. To this point, Smith's got it spot on, but Kuhnemann, not quite after tea. Lyon's turn. I'll go with the short leg slip, no conventional slip, and 2 catching mid-wicket. So 4 catches on the leg side. Then Stark at short fine, deep square leg. mid-on, the other fielders. The 2-7 field. Line delivers, and Pujara lets it sail past his thigh pad into the gloves of Carey. So it's going to be a straight line, leg side trap set.
Just 2 fielders on the offside. That's very unusual. This will be an illegal field in a one-day game. I got told off playing for Brunswick the other day that you can't have this field in a one-day.
Really? Line bowls wider of the crease. Pujara from the leg stump turns around the corner, but Mitchell Stark denies a single. So you can't have a 2-7 field in one-day cricket.
You can't have a 3-6 field in limited overs cricket. I think it's the most you can have.
Brett's putting his hand up, saying 5.
Yeah, the resident umpire. Yeah.
Is that a new thing, or have I just never known this?
It's been around for quite a while, though, really. Yeah, only in one-day cricket, though.
Line to Pujara using his feet before defending, as he does so routinely. Okay.
I'm not entirely sure of the reasons why. There's some, I mean, you got enough of a disincentive in one-day cricket of bowling at leg stump because, you know, they're a leg side wide. It's pretty hard to bowl there, so...
So does it work the other way? You can't have a 7-2 offside field?
No, you can have a 9-0.
Okay. Line bowls, Pujara using his feet, pushing the cover where there'll be a single. Green wheels around from mid-off. To 44, Crowder involved, 4-4-1-1-2, leads 24, back to the Shreyas Iyer show.
And just finishing off that story, the only reason we thought that we were allowed to have it was because we actually had a 3-6 field for probably about 4 or 5 overs before the umpires realised, oh, hang on, that's actually illegal, and they stopped us. But in Test cricket, it's completely fine. I think you could have a 0-9 field in Test cricket.
Yeah, I'm certain you can. I've never seen in first-class cricket that be an issue. Line up to the crease, bowls here, Shreyas forward, pushing to short leg. So they've got a similar field for Shreyas, but one of the catching mid-wickets has jumped over the slip. They keep the leg slip.
So they're still trying to attack, aren't they? I mean, they're on the back foot completely, but Steve Smith just trying to calm things down. He's probably saying to Nathan Lyon, mate, just string a few dot balls together for us here.
Line in, bowls to Shreyas, goes back, gets it out, past the leg side trap for 1. Mitchell Stark's around from fine leg, short fine leg to square leg. Shreyas to 26 from 25, 4-4-1-1-3. At the end of the 37th over on the Kia scoreboard, Kia movement that inspires. They lead by 25.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. For 43 years, National Tiles has consistently given our customers the best value for money tiles in Australia. Here's proof. Magnificent polished Verona floor tiles. National Tiles' best value price of $39 is over 20% below the market. That's right, 20% below the market every day of the year. Yes, I personally guarantee you National Tiles has the best value for money tiles in Australia every day of the year.
Change of bowler for Australia. It's Mitchell Stark. What's his work so far today, Phil?
Very, very light. 2 overs for 6.
Phil Long with us for Fuso Trucks. Can't wait for your Canter. You don't have to. In stock now. See your Fuso dealer today. Stark bowled 5 overs yesterday. Should have had a couple of wickets in the first over of the Test. Not to be. But did play his role without a doubt in that opening spell. We got the ball moving around. And now the senior players need to be counted for. We heard last week a lot about them missing their opportunity in Delhi and knowing that these opportunities are so rare in India. Well, there is one here. India only lead by 25, even if the energy has changed considerably since tea. It's got to be players like Lyon and Stark who take responsibility.
And you just get the sense that this isn't the time Australia wanted to bring Mitch Stark back on. They wanted to bring him in on their own terms, much like India did this morning with Umesh Yadav. When they got that ball old enough that it was reversing, that's when they brought him on. Whether or not it's quite the same for Mitch at the moment, so we'll have to see.
Well, he's going to try. He's going to start around the wicket. That's when he tries to reverse it. First ball to Australia side, down the leg side, and Carey does well to cut it off. I thought it was going to be 4 byes there. Way off radar. So we, as you say, saw Umesh Yadav get the ball reversing around when he returned to the attack. That was the 72nd over of Australia's first innings, and it was all over 5 overs later. So Stark bowling with the ball, it's only 37 old.
Yeah, it's a big difference. Although, if you can get the ball reversing after 30-odd overs, I mean, that is a much better time to be bowling with it than after 70 overs. You get the balls a lot harder at that point, so it can be potentially a lot more dangerous.
And there was a bit of that in Pakistan as well with Stark and Cummins hiding the ball, looking for a reverse, wide of the crease. Shreyas Iyer clipping through the onside. What a catch! Usman Khawaja away to his left. Stark strikes Shreyas Iyer caught for 26, but Usman Khawaja, off the field earlier today with a back complaint, has gone full stretch to his left. He's dragged it in. What a moment this might be in the test match. 5 for 113. The umpires are going to send it upstairs to make sure that he's taken it cleanly. But if he has, that will be replayed for a long time, Louis Cameron.
And the dreaded soft signal was out. So
soft signal is out.
There you go, as Richard Kettlebridge just explained.
Front foot checked. It's a fair delivery. Clearly hit the ball. Can we go to the best angle for the catch, please?
I do enjoy Richard Kettlebridge.
It's very soothing.
Clearly hit the ball. Clobbered the ball. Timed the pants off it. And there was Khawaja to his left, both feet off the ground. Have a bit of that. He's kept that in his mitts, surely.
Yeah, if you've got one more angle, please.
Wow. Both fingers pointing towards the turf when ball reached in. The only thing that could deny him is if it bobbled out.
Keep it rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through,
We're going to get every possible angle on the replay, Louis. Your first thoughts?
Oh, they're going to find
this fingers
out.
Clearly under the ball from that angle. Do you have any other angle just to confirm from the other side, please?
Wow. He was diving after
please.
changing direction and got both fingers underneath the ball. I mean, it's like a soccer goalkeeper.
It was such an unusual attempt, wasn't it? To have your hands pointing down towards the ground like that rather than with them cupped up in the air.
Let's keep that rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
That's going to be given out.
Thank you. Fingers clearly under the ball there. Keep rolling through, please.
Richard Kettlebridge about to confirm the decision, and Shreyas Iyer knows it.
Thank you. I'm ready.
He's already making his way off the field. Waiting for confirmation on the big screen. And here it comes. The finger goes up a second time. Shreyas Iyer caught at mid-wicket by Usman Khawaja. The definition of a classic catch, a clutch catch for Australia from the 36-year-old. And Mitchell Starc straight in the book upon his return to the attack. India, 5 for 113.
And a 36-year-old who's spent a lot of the morning off the ground. And we know, having spoken to the team comms manager today, that he was suffering a bit of cramping. He batted for a long time yesterday. I think it was for over 3 hours. So he wasn't feeling 100%. But, gee, the back looked completely fine there, didn't it?
I mean, he spent most of the session off the field. He was... as you say, it was hamstring. Sorry, it was soreness, and it was cramp. I mean, you know, to pull that off at the best of times, but for a guy who's been off the field, all the more impressive, all the more significant. And it brings KS Bharat to the middle with India in the lead, but nowhere near away. Partnership broken. 35 from 39 balls. It's going to be Mitchell Starc, third ball of his spell. Already got a wicket, up to the crease here, round the wicket. KS Bharat yorks him, keeps it out. Just where Starc wants to be first up. Well.
141 clicks at your toes first up. That's the kind of ball you don't want to get in your first ball as a new batter.
Can't get over that catch from Khawaja. For Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. That's a replay that's going to go around the world. And one of the greats.
I just want to know what he was thinking. I mean, why did he go with his hands down like that? It was such an unusual attempt.
Yeah, it's like the way the goalkeepers go to try and keep the ball out of the bottom corner. But somehow came up with it. Starc hides the ball, bowls to KS Bharat on leg stump, turned down to long leg where Cameron Green will tidy up. 5 for 114. India lead by 26 the first time around yesterday. KS Bharat was leg before wicket to line for 17.
And they're almost trying to manufacture a wicket in terms of how he's holding the ball. He's running with the ball in his right hand, which is a sign that the ball might be reverse swing, but I don't think it is reverse swing at all. All these balls to the right hander from Mitch Starc coming around the wicket, they're all angling in towards the leg stump, and they're not coming back towards the off stump. As he is when he's at his best with the reverse swinging ball. So they need to get that ball into the surface a little bit longer.
Starc with blood all over his trousers, being held up because guess what? Something going on in front of the side screen. Might be that pesky cameraman. Yeah, it is. They're going to have to move that camera 5 or 6 metres away before Pujara will permit play to resume. So Starc in to the set man Pujara. Hides it again, bowls here. Pajara turns it into the onside. There's a mid-wicket in position. Matt Kuhneman will cut it off. 5 for 114, lead 26. Wonder how Pajara will play this. Has got an extra gear to move into. We've seen that in the past. We think of him as a conservative player, but he's also a senior player.
And the extra pace of Stark could help him. It's interesting, Mitchell Stark, I saw his finger in the lead into this test, and it's not 100%. It's mangled, and he's still sleeping with the splint on at night, interestingly enough, because the tendon that runs across the top of that finger still hasn't fully healed. And there's also a bit of a cut on there that hasn't healed from when he injured it.
Stark to complete his over. No, he won't. Pajara's not happy again. Stark won't be happy either. Oh, can you believe it?
What are they doing?
Can you bear it? The sheet has been pulled up for the end of the over as the bowler is running in with 1 ball to go.
So Stark ran in. They got the nod it was the end of the over. He didn't bowl the ball, so it's not.
And you've got to have some sympathy for these guys behind the sheet there, because they're blindsided. They can't see a thing. They're standing behind the side screen. So if someone gives them the nod...
If we look down here in front of us, we can see exactly what the setup is. Incredible.
Oh, wow.
They've been poorly advised.
There are 4 men standing on the railing on the sides, literally on the back of the side screen.
Small change in field. Hanscom at third slip comes right up close. Stark delivers. Pajara turns it aerially through the onside behind square to Nathan Lyon, who's sweeping in the shadows of the Western stand. 5 for 115, a successful over for Australia. There'll be a change in commentary. Daniel Norcross coming in for me. India lead by 27 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires with Pajara on 45 and KS Bharat on 1.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30am and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
Go full sport with Code Sports, Australia's biggest and most experienced sports news team, featuring leading experts with decades of experience in the game, bringing you the in-depth stories that matter. For all your sport now in the one place, visit Code Sports today.
SEN Test Cricket with Henley completed homes now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo. Henley.com.au. What a piece of cricket we have just seen. Goodness me, what a catch. That was what, an absolutely stunning catch. We can obviously sometimes go a little bit over the top with catches, but the technique, the way he managed to cradle it and then it's like swap hands. It was like sorcery from Khawaja. Absolutely magnificent.
For a guy not renowned for his fielding, that goes up there in his top 2. Remember the one when he got Kohli at Adelaide?
Unbelievable catch at Gully.
Line in, started you over, round the wicket, clipped away to square leg, good diving stop by Stark using that left hand that's injured. 1 more to the total, 5 for 116. Pajara to 46.
He went diving to his left, didn't he? Early on, first test of the series, 2018-19. That was a sensational
it's his dominant side, quite clearly. Really, it was so low to the ground. It was hit so hard. Shreyas Iyer was playing a potentially match-turning innings there. He'd taken the counter-attack to Australia, and he was threatening to get a quick-fire 50, which in the context of a game like this could be, well, massively important. At the other end, we've got a sort of medium-fire 50 from Pujara in our sights. So he had 1 half-century score in this match so far, that by Khawaja.
Now, can you tell me why Nathan Lyon is consulting with Cameron Green? Is Nathan Lyon going to Cameron Green to ask the tips on how to bowl off-spin? It's the second time it's happened.
He is.
He wanders off to him and he has a long chat to Cameron Green. I mean, what does Cameron Green know about off-spin bowling?
Well, maybe he knows more about it than
we do.
I mean, he is a right-hander who's faced a lot of spin bowling in the last 18 months or so.
He's a bloody millennial. He's been living in his mother's basement until about 6 months ago.
Right.
Those are the opinions of Peter Lalor. Those are the opinions of Peter Lalor. Not, I have to say, Bharat Sundaresan, although I have some sympathy with them. As Nathan Lyon is round the wicket to Bharat. He's just got the crease, gets an inside edge, just past the diving short leg, and stuff is happening again in this test match, and things in this test match happen in clusters. So when a wicket falls, you have to be on your mettle. 5 for 117. He got a little run as that just squirted out into the onside. The lead now at 117 is 29. This leg side field is now getting ever more packed. We were talking earlier, Louis Cameron was talking about the illegality of having more than 5 players on the leg side. in a one-day game. I was reminded of an event. Line is in, involving India, played back up the wicket, there's no run.
But before we come to that, no, Dan, I think just going back to the finishing on the Usman Khawaja catch, which we were talking about. I mean, not just the fact that he went to his left, like you said, the fact that he was able to adjust in that moment.
The hands.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, it's weird. It was incredible, actually, because what we had to be careful of was it bouncing out of his hand as it's clipped away to short backward square leg. And indeed, if he'd taken it and his hand had grounded the ball in the catch, but instead he twisted the wrist round and took with the other hand out.
He kind of flicked the heels up a bit high, had to get down to it, got his left hand under it, and before he's hit the ground, he's plucked it out with his right hand.
He's managed to do it like
it's
that,
quite
clasped it to his chest.
Line in, it's tucked into the onside. And this field, I've got to tell you, the reason why I was mentioning this is because this field is currently, is it 7-2 leg side field? We've got a leg slip, short leg, backward square leg, 2 mid-wickets, mid-on, and a deep mid-wicket. And in the semi-final of the World Cup in 1983, Bob Willis set a 9-0 field because he wanted to get off the field as quickly as possible so he wouldn't be mobbed by the spectators when India scored the winning run. So this ball is pushed back up the wicket. There is no run. End of the 39th over. India 5 for 117.
Tired of overpaying for your mobile plan? Make the switch to Mate and experience unbeatable value. For a limited time, enjoy $1 per month for the first 3 months of your mobile plan. That's pocket change, mate. Each plan includes unlimited talk and text to standard Aussie numbers, plus a 500 gigabyte data bank. You can even keep your own mobile number. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online to sign up and start saving today.
Test cricket and SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Mitchell Starc stays on. He made the breakthrough, but I don't think there's anything that we've seen in the over that he bowled that would say that he's going to pose a particular threat, unless for some reason people are going to clip the ball 3 inches off the ground to a diving Khawaja again. Now we've got 2 mid-wickets at pretty much the place where Shreyas Iyer was caught. There's a wide slip in, 2 mid-wickets, a mid-on and a deep backward square leg as Starc is in around the wicket. That's down the leg side, well taken by diving Carey. He's terrifically good at those low catches. What have you spotted, Bharat?
No, I mean, you spoke about the 2 mid-wickets. Neither of them is Usman Khawaja, so he's taken that great catch and they've said, all right, go off to mid-off.
Where's he gone? Is it mid-off?
It's one every 6 years.
One every 6 years. He's gone off to mid-off.
That is strange, isn't it? What would be the thinking there, guys? It's a weird
Maybe
one.
Uzi's like, you know what? I don't think I can pull that off again.
You're going to retire after that.
It's like when you
Never
say
do that again.
It's like when you say something absolutely brilliant in a meeting and then you just get up and say, "See you guys, I've got to go."
Mic drop.
Yeah.
I can't better that.
Yeah. Well, actually, one of the mid-wickets has now moved to a short catching cover. We've got a cover in front of square, and well, they're both in front of square. One just slightly in front of square, and one nearer extra cover, both in a catching position, hands on knees. Starc in, and that's driven wide of them up to mid-off, where Khawaja gets to field rather more prosaically than he did in the previous over.
I've become distracted by these scoreboard attendants. I used to think that being a corridor attendant at the cricket with no view was the single worst job at the cricket.
Couldn't agree more.
Maybe that poor lady who was working in the bathroom setting.
Oh, in Pakistan.
In Lahore, wasn't it? Yeah, it's a whole day in the bathroom. These guys spend 50% of their lives basically with the sheet over their head.
Yeah.
The sheet that comes down over the front of the sight screen, they pull that back over their head, and they're like depressed teenagers on Sunday morning.
But they do get to watch for half the game. Or don't they?
No,
they don't. No, they have to hide.
Half the game, they don't have the sheet over their head, but they are still behind the sight screen.
That's true,
They see nothing.
How frustrating. Starc in, driving to short extra cover. There's no run.
Goes back to what we were talking about yesterday, Dan. And Peter, you're no stranger to India. There are a lot of people who need jobs.
Yeah.
And these are some of the tougher jobs to do. It's like the lift man.
Well, there's the number of people that are here that are sitting not watching the cricket is truly staggering. I spoke to Prakash Wakanka, who's a colleague of mine on BBC, and he explained part of the reason why 500 million rupees is paid to the MPCA, the Madhya Pradesh Cricket Association, for this test match. And normally you'll get a whole host of police and army who will turn up and queue to get the gig. As Starc is in round the wicket. Oh, that's guided really nicely down to deep third for a single. Throw comes in from Murphy, 5 for 118. But he said that if it was a one-day game, they wouldn't be sitting around on chairs outside doing what appears to be absolutely nothing.
Yes.
They would all be flocking into the stands to have a good peek.
I had a crack at Ravi Shastri 2 tests ago. Said, "You've never been in a kitchen." He said, "Peter, we have 1.3 billion people. They need something to do." And it's absolutely true. There are so many people with so many menial tasks.
Absolutely.
So many creative ways of earning a living. I'll tell you a story about something that I saw in Calcutta, maybe next over. One of the most extraordinary sights I've seen from a beggar who had a little trick that was kind of like something you'd see in a circus sideshow.
Well, yeah, we might need an over for that.
Headless man.
Oh, good grief.
Headless man.
As Stark is in, that's tucked away into a sort of short square leg position. There's no run. 5 for 118, the score remains.
I can probably get it out now. I was walking along the footpath in Calcutta years ago, and I looked up. There was a decapitated man lying on the footpath. I got a shock.
Yeah,
a shiver went through my body. There was a person lying on the footpath without a head, and you know you can't process it. You're looking, thinking, what on earth? What on earth? And as I got closer, I realised he'd buried his head in the footpath as a sort of trick to get arms from people.
Stark is in. And down the leg side, taken on the bounce by Carey. I'm going to come back to that. That's the end of the over. 5 for 118, India.
Speaking of depressed teenagers.
40 crispy chicken McNuggets are for friends. Together with tangy Cajun sauce, close friends only. Pick up juicy chicken and tangy Cajun at Macca's drive-thru today. Select items available for a limited time.
Get a read on the NRL and AFL. Get a read on F1, supercars and autumn racing. Get a read on your sport. Get a read on Today with the Daily Telegraph and subscribe for less than you think. Hurry, search Daily Telegraph offer today.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN with Henley completed homes now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo, henley.com.au. We were talking before the break about a decapitated man in Calcutta, as you do. It's Test cricket on SEN. Pete Lalor. So, man's buried his head in the sidewalk, basically.
Yes, essentially buried his head and had a begging bowl out next to his head. He must have had a straw or something to breathe through. I don't know how he did it. It's quite the trick.
The issue there for me is like... Bowled him! Off stump! Goes back! Bharat has gone. Lions got another. India lose their 6. Angled across. Played inside the line of it. It's crashed into the off stump. My word, this game is moving on quickly again. Wickets coming cluster. India 6 for 118.
Nathan Lyon has decapitated India's top order and the middle order. It's down to the all-rounders now. That ball that slides through, we saw him get Jadeja out. In a similar fashion, left-hander LBW here. KS Bharat had no idea. He was playing for the turn. The bat face turned. And the ball just spun past his outside edge and slammed into off stump.
Stumps are rearranged like a hillbilly's teeth. It was quite the sight.
Alex Carey, toward the end of the previous, the penultimate over, the previous over from that end, had said, 6 and 7 are coming, boys. 6 and 7 are coming. And there he goes, his opposite number. That was a beautiful piece of bowling. And hasn't Nathan Lyon stuck his chest out in this innings? You know, he's left it to the kids in some of the innings, but they're looking a bit tired to me, and the old man stood up.
Yesterday he spoke to SEN and he said he walked up to Todd Murphy and Matthew Kuhneman and said, look, you can't be Ashwin and Jadeja. Be the best Todd Murphy and be the best Matt Kuhneman. Today he's been the best Nathan Lyon. And he's really turned this game on its head.
Goosebumps from you, Bharat. 4 for 42 Lyon has got. He's on course for yet another fiver. He's got this wonderful race with Ashwin going on to try and get to 500 wickets. And that'll be his 474th, I think.
I don't think any other bowler has taken as many wickets in India.
Overseas bowler.
Any other overseas bowler has taken as many wickets as Nathan Lyon. I think he passed that mark yesterday.
It's true.
Fair effort, isn't it?
Well, our stats today are sponsored by Fuso Trucks. Can't wait for your canter. Don't have to. In stock now. See a Fuso dealer today. Normally, it's Phil Long who gives us those, but today it's Pete Lalor.
Sorry.
No, don't apologise.
But what's better than a goat? If you're the greatest of all time, what are you now?
And with the boat, best of all time, greatest is better than best.
Yeah.
Just need to interrupt a little here because the umpires are gathering. And I don't know why they're gathering. Let's see if we can hear why. It's unclear. New batter's just come out, Ashwin. Pujara's talking to Lyon. Ashwin is taking strike. Now, can you make out what's happening there?
I just wonder if it...
Not sure what's happening here. Where's the delay?
No surprise that Ashwin's involved.
No, see if we can decipher it.
It sounded like the Aussies were giving him some stick.
Lyon is into Ashwin. He's got a leg slip and he defends. And the back foot now is to kick the ball away for his off stump. And there's going to be a lot of chirrup now. You're going to hear plenty of noise because there's a forward short leg, a leg slip, a slip. And obviously the keeper. All going to get in Ashwin's ear here.
And Manas and Hanscom discussing Ashwin's footwork there. Or football work, I might say.
Samba cricket. In comes Lyon round the wicket to the crouching Ashwin who defends on the front foot. There's no run.
Ashwin was off the field for quite a bit of time. I don't know whether it had... but it wouldn't have been...
Wouldn't have anything to do with it at this stage because he's coming in at 8.
Exactly.
So it can't be that. There was a curious delay there. As Ashwin's in once more. So Lyon, I beg your pardon, is driven square on the wicket. That's running away towards the boundary. It's a very quick boundary, but it's a very quick Travis Head who is fully in possession of his head. And the ball is thrown in for a couple of runs. 6 for 120. I've got to get back to the headless guy because the thing is, if you thought that you'd seen a decapitated corpse, why would you give it any money? I mean, there's really no point in putting money next to a bowl of a decapitated corpse.
Well, I think you're applauding the trick. Once your heart settles down a little bit,
I see. Once you've worked out that he's actually got the head.
Sideshow.
Right. Lyon in shorter, clipped away into the onside, straight to Stark who fumbles at short mid-wicket. That finger perhaps still giving him a bit of jip. One ball left in the 41st. India with a lead of 32. They're 6 wickets down. This match has gone on at such a pace. It's been breathtaking stuff. But in a low-scoring match, India will be thinking if they can get that lead up above 100, that'll certainly give them something to bowl at. Full, clipped in the air, down to long on, where Khawaja trots in and throws in one more run to the total here on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India 6 for 121.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Thrilling Test cricket on SEN with Henley completed homes now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo, henley.com.au. You think, Bharat, you might be able to decipher some of the chatter that's going off out there?
Yeah, at the end of the last over, you could hear Manas and a couple of others egging Mitchell Stark to get the ball in his hands. There was something between Mitchell Stark and R. Ashwin lunchtime yesterday. I remember he spoke about it as the players walked off the field.
But he's facing now, and Stark's coming in round the wicket to him. And he gets a short one down the leg side, which goes through to Carey, and there's no run.
And when Ashwin walked out to bat, while the umpires got together and there was a little bit of delay, you could hear the slip cord and talk about discussing amongst themselves about why Ashwin's so padded up. And one of them, I couldn't pick up who, said, oh, he must have come prepared to face Starkey, to face Mitchell Stark. So there's a lot
I see, yeah. Because he's wearing a bit of... He's wearing a bit on him. He's heavily ironclad.
He's the least likely cricketer to get a Christmas card from the opposition, Ravi Ashwin.
He doesn't mind that either.
He doesn't mind. He's a competitor. I don't mind that either.
I love him. Starks in to him down the leg side again. Looks to flick it away. Misses it through to the keeper, and there's no run.
He's quite the competitor, verbally and sort of with skill-wise.
Yeah, doesn't hold back. Has his own YouTube channel as well, so
that's right. Has plenty to say on it.
Mostly in Tamil, so I don't think most of the Australians will pick it up, and hopefully they don't depend on the YouTube translations. Those are terrible.
Are they? I've got to confess, I'm of a certain age, as is Pete, I dare say, where I go to YouTube to watch old stuff, not new stuff.
Play your old stuff. Hands come in at that sort of leg gully here.
Short ball. Stark in, and it's full instead, the bluff, and it's been driven away magnificently for a Blunston boundary. It runs out to the boundary 4 more. 6 for 125.
Ashwin's a dangerous batsman in these kind of situations. He scores very quickly, has a lot of shots, especially when he's facing pace on slow pitches. Great timer of the ball. Any width, he will throw his hands at it.
Just open the face there.
Yeah.
Drove that beautifully.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it? To the left of cover. How is he going to counter-attack? I don't know. I wonder. And he's also he's above Harsha Patel. The first innings, did he not come in at 9? I think Harsha came in at 8.
Did.
Yeah?
Harsha has been batting ahead of him.
Yeah, so a little change there. I wonder if it's maybe an inconvenience, perhaps. The Stark is in round the wicket too, and it's tucked into the onside. Thinks of a single, but it's certainly not there. Brisk fielding from Kuhnemann. 6 for 125. I haven't seen the bouncer yet. I mean, it's very hard to get the ball up on this. Hard to threaten the chest and head on this pitch.
There is a lot of history between Stark and Ashwin. Pete, you would remember 2017. Stark pointed at his head when he was bowling at Ashwin, and then remember Ashwin getting Stark out, and he was mocking him by pointing at his own head. There's a lot happening. Then the Sydney Test, the famous one that Ashwin drew for India in 2021. And Stark went after Ashwin, hit him many times on the body.
Slip and leg slip in, Stark in. That's full, very full. Dug out, almost Yorker length to mid-wicket. There's no run.
I think the Australians would be well advised to keep their mouths shut around a guy like Ashwin. I think you just motivate him.
Yep.
He's a fighter.
He is. It's very true.
Also 2-0 down. You've got to be quite careful. You don't want to... If you're in a strong position, you win this game, then maybe a bit of verbals if you get to Ahmedabad and the series is still alive.
Verbals against India at the Modi Stadium. Well, okay.
Oh, well, that could be fun. Leg slip's moved up a pace or 2. Start in short down the leg side. Horrible for Carey to have to take it. He can't properly. He rather parries it down to Cameron Green. At fine leg, another bye ensues. 6 for 126 India. They lead by 38.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30 a.m. and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
Hi, I'm Caroline Wilson. Join me and my friend Corrie Perkin each week for the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast, thanks to Red Energy, my supplier. Powered by the mighty Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy, Red Energy is 100% Australian-owned and local. Phone 131 806.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. 6 for 126 India. Bharat, Sundaresan and Pete Lalor. Pete.
Brett, wasn't it Ashwin that Tim Payne said, can't wait till we get to you at the Gabba?
Yep.
I think he wanted to rough him up. Do they think that he's maybe a little bit apprehensive when the ball's up around his armpit?
I mean, in that innings, you'll remember he had a back spasm, and Hanuma Vihari at the other end had torn his hamstring, so they couldn't move. And the Australian fast bowlers peppered Ashwin and peppered Hanuma Vihari, but Ashwin in particular is hit in the ribs, is hit on the shoulder. Matthew Wade was getting stuck into him, making fun of him, mocking him. And during that period when Tim Payne kept talking to Ashwin about him, that's what led to the famous or infamous "we'll see you at the Gabba" comment.
Lyon is into Ashwin once more. He pushes it to the offside, going deep into his crease, just jabbing it into the ground, picked up by the slip. Smith moving to his right.
To the extent, Dan and Peter, there were T-shirts doing the rounds. Can't wait to see you at the Gabba or get you at the Gabba after India won that series. Of course, Washington Sundar famously went home, bought a dog and named the dog Gabba.
Line in, and that's worked to square leg. There's a single on offer, and Ashwin tears off. He doesn't need to worry too much. The throw's coming in at the keeper's end. And Cheteshwar Pujari's been a little starved of strike just of late. He's 46 from 96.
It's strange, Dan and Pete, that we've into day 2 of the 3rd test, and there's not been an incident between the Indian and Australian team. Some would say that's great, but we've already heard some former Australian cricketers not happy with not there being no incident, but Maybe there being too much niceness being exchanged between the two teams.
There's too much niceness in all cricket these days. It's, yeah, we could do with a bit more needle for me. This line is in, and that's flicked in the air, picked up at short leg. There's an appeal, there's no bat, and they don't believe that there's a strong case for an LBW. So just take a look at that, the Beaumont Tiles replay screen. Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. No, there's nothing going on there. This line is in once more. Pujara uses his feet and then defends to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
If there's one cricketer who can get under the Australian skin, as Pete was saying as well, it is our Ashwin. So the longer he stays in there, the longer he can frustrate Australia. It will have an impact.
Line, he's got a leg slip in. This is round the wicket line, persists. A little fine tickle is running away towards the boundary. Good stop. Keeps the scoring to 1. Where he's fired in. 6 for 128.
Not to forget, Ashwin did get rid of Nathan Lyon earlier in the day. 2 highly competitive off-spinners. Nathan Lyon would want to return the favour.
Yeah, there's quite a disparity in batting quality between the two.
That notwithstanding.
Yes. Yes. I've been really impressed, by the way, with Todd Murphy in the field, as well as with ball. He's very eager. Scampered round there, did a lovely diving stop. Right-handed. So once it gets down past you, that can race away for 4. He could have saved 3 runs there. Lyon in once more. It's worked on the bounce to short leg. That completes the 43rd over. 6 for 128, India with SEN Test Cricket, sponsored by Tyre Power, your tyre experts.
The track saw you've been looking for is here. Introducing the new Milwaukee M18 Fuel 165mm track saw for clean cuts and a clean job site. The new track saw delivers the power to cut solid hardwoods, portable precision and effective dust management. Make every cut count, even in the most challenging finish, fit out and cabinet making applications. Buy your M18 Fuel 165mm track saw from your nearest Milwaukee authorised retailer. Milwaukee, nothing but heavy duty.
Test cricket on SEN. 6 for 128 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Now, what have we got here? We've got to change a bowler.
It's 3 overs from Mitchell Starc and back to Matthew Kuhnemann. Hope to.
Had an odd day today, Matthew Kuhnemann. Is that an odd test? It's absolutely matchless in the first innings. Really did find his lengths, but he's going at 4 and over. In the context of this match, very unusual. Just the 1 maiden. Interestingly, also Lyon hasn't bowled a single maiden. 17 overs, 4 for 47. So, although India aren't going at any great rate, not conceding much in the way of maidens, Murphy's been the most parsimonious of the lot. But Kuhnemann just struggled a bit with his lines and lengths today. Sometimes dropped a bit short. He was attacked by Shreyas Iyer mercilessly. A couple of 6s over mid-wicket. He's in now to Pujara, who comes forward in defence and pushes into the onside. There's no run.
Parsimonious.
Parsimonious.
Some good words from Dan Norcross.
He was a little away. Managed to slip Philippendulous in earlier, but it passed without comment.
He knows a lot of words.
Kuhnemann is in. Played it under the offside in the front foot. There's no run.
Philippendulous. I think I went to school with his brother.
Hey. I knew the Enduluses. They were an odd family.
With the name like that.
Not going to help, is it? Here comes Kuhnemann again. Flatter, faster, on leg stump. Trying to get into his work really here, isn't he? He doesn't necessarily give it a great deal of flight. But when he does, he gets great. Does get great rip off the pitch, but I sense that he's a bit lacking in confidence here. Just trying to come in and land it on the right length currently with slip in place. He grunts as he delivers. He is a grunter, this boy.
He is.
Reminds me ever so slightly of Monica Seles in his approach to delivering a ball.
Yeah, a bit of Sabatini mixed in there as well.
Sabatini once sweated on my left shoulder as she walked past me. I didn't wash that shirt for a month. Kuhnemann in. Oh, beats the outside edge. That's more like it from Kuhnemann. Little poke and a prod.
Beautiful.
I think these young bowlers just looking a bit tired, just lacking a little bit of zip. It's bloody hot out there.
Oh, it is.
Very
it's
hot.
Terribly hot. And you've been making the rounds from the print area to here and back, Pete Lalor, so I'm sure you felt the heat.
Yeah, he lost a few pounds actually in this test. Kuhnemann in. Tossed up, defended into the onside. There's no run. 6 for 128. End of the over.
40 crispy chicken McNuggets are for friends. Together with tangy Cajun sauce, close friends only. Pick up juicy chicken and tangy Cajun at Macca's drive-thru today. Select items available for a limited time.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN with Henley Completed Homes now selling in Clyde North and Carcallo. Henley.com.au. Now then, I think Todd Murphy is going to replace Nathan Lyon. Do we like that? I got Pete Lalor alongside me as well as Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. Todd Murphy, I think, has been underbowled in this test, as well as Kuhneman has bowled at the other end. Todd Murphy, every time he's come on, he's managed to put pressure on the Indian batters. He's really got the wood on Virat Kohli, as we've spoken about. But even in this innings, might not have taken a wicket. Very difficult to score off, and Ashwin's a free-flowing batter. He will look to score runs. He's not someone who will occupy the crease and just hang in there. Not the best runners in between wickets, these two.
No, I was going to say, well, there was a time when Pujara was also slightly carrying an injury, when he was even more sort of limp, as he would stagger through from one end to the other rather slowly. Forward comes Ashwin and drives nicely, elegantly into the offside. Nathan Lyon picks up at mid-off. They get a single. 6 for 129. The lead now 41. 41 for 6 in effect. Sounds parlous, but Australian fans at home will be concerned. They know what Jadeja and Ashwin can do, and they know what this pitch can do, and the wickets fall in clusters. India, on the other hand, they need another 80, I reckon, at least, as this ball's worked away through backward square leg for a single. At least that, for them to feel confident, at least. What are you looking at, Pete?
Talking to Steve Smith before this test, and Steve said it's very important to keep changing your bowlers around if the batters get settled in this, and changing the fielders around too. So getting back to the heat, I actually around this time of day, on the 2 days before the test, I walked back from the ground to the hotel, which is about 4.5 k's.
Murphy from round the wicket is in. Oh, inside edge onto a bit of body and bounces down to the ground. Carey picks up.
And it's exhausting. The heat around this time of the day is really takes it out of you. It actually got to the point where I had to seek some shade and have a sit down and run some cold water over my head. Fortunately, I found a temple, which is always the coolest place in India.
Murphy in, and that's nicely cut by Ashwin, but it's going to be cut off at backward point. A really good sprawling stop.
Nice.
Keeps the scoring to 1. Travis Head, the man doing it, in his baggy green, on 6 for 131.
Nice bubber at the temple. Could see that poor foreigner was looking a bit distressed and came out with some cold water for me.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I think this is, if you don't mind me saying so, just looking on as a neutral observer, a time when the veneration of the baggy green isn't necessarily the ideal headwear for the moment. This is flicked away through backward square leg, and a sensibly sun-hatted Mitchell Starc, who's bucking the trend, sprawls to his left to field, and they get a single. I think a small woolen cap as opposed to a wide-brimmed white sun hat is perhaps not ideal, but I understand the pride that Australians take in this extraordinary piece of headgear.
And not to forget, Usman Khawaja has 2 baggy greens on his head.
Well,
carrying Todd Murphy's.
Yes. Murphy's in. This is defended on the front foot by Ashwin into the offside. There is no run. We're going to have a change in commentary. End of the over. Adam Collins is going to come in. India is 6 for 132.
The track saw you've been looking for is here. Introducing the new Milwaukee M18.
At Test cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. 2 wickets and 53 runs in the session so far. 13 overs in the hour since tea. The majority of those runs came in an extraordinary flurry in the first 25 minutes of play. Then the Usman Khawaja intervention, one of the all-time great catches. But Australia under pressure again. Pujara on 49, advances to a half-century. Pujara has been the man for all seasons for India over such a long stretch of time. 13 years in international. Always enjoyed playing against Australia, always enjoyed the big moment. He reaches his half-century from his 108th delivery, 5 boundaries along the way. Is there one more Pujara special left in his career at Bharat Sundaresan?
Oh, well, I think it's a binge-worthy Netflix series, Pujara versus Australia. The number of times he's just stood in the way. The greatest obstacle Australian cricket has had in the last 10 or 12 years. In Australia, in India, especially when India are in trouble, he always puts his hand up, even if he's not been in the best of form.
The lead's 45. Kuhnemann bowls and Ashwin's forward, deflecting the backward point. No single on offer. Yes, I think he's played since 2010, Pete, against Australia. This has been the proliferation of series between these two nations since 2010. He's been part of all of them. There's been so much cricket these nations have played. Ashwin played in all of those as well. Kuhnemann bowls, he defends out to backward point, no run.
Well, I think Australia are thinking, we've seen this Netflix series before. How many times has he done this to us? I mean, essentially India are 6 for 45. But there's this nagging doubt just starting to come into the Australians' minds. You could see it at the start of the session too. They were saying a lot of meetings.
Kuhnemann, northern end, bowls. Ashwin goes back on the stump, straight one, pushing out to cover. There's no single. Yeah, it felt like India came out with a real plan after tea to score quickly and try and transfer some pressure. Just when they were doing that, there's the Khawaja catch. They regrouped. They lose KS Bharat, Lions' 4th wicket. Now they're regrouping again. Ashwin forward with his experience. Down the second slip on the bounce where Hanscom does the fielding. We welcome back Ravi Shastri as he gets his headset on for the first time in this final session. It's compelling viewing, isn't it?
Compelling viewing, and once again it's Pujara. It is Pujara.
Kuhnemann bowls to Ashwin on 10. Inside edge onto his pad. Tried to whip it away but didn't make suitable contact. End of the over. 46 gone. India 6 for 133 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. They lead by 45 with Pujara on 50 and Ashwin on 10.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30am and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
Profiling Australia's sporting greats on and off the field every Sunday morning at 10am for Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives. Join me, Sam Edmund, and very special guests on This Is Your Journey. 10am Sundays on SEN for Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Pujara, just the second half century of the Test match. Khawaja made 60 yesterday. Felt like a ton. And so it is for Pujara. He could be batting at the close of play. India will have something to defend tomorrow. The job for Australia, they have to hold their nerve. Young Todd Murphy in from our broadcast end. Delivers here to Pujara on 50. Hits him on the pad. He ends up shouldering arms after the ball. Hits him on the pad. Adam Collins with Ravi Shastri and Pete Lalor.
Yes, they've got to keep it tight. They've done well. The discipline's been good from Australia. They've got to be patient. Just hope for a mistake.
They've only put on 15, but it feels like more than that. They've steadied things down, this pair. Experienced pair. Pujara faces off the glove, but spills out towards, well, leg gully where there's no man, no run.
I think they fancied their chances against Ashwin when he came in. They had Stark on. I wonder if you'd try... Stark hasn't worked out. Why wouldn't you try Cameron Green against him? He's the weak link out there at the moment.
Also got a habit of taking very important wickets, Green, hasn't he? He's been a partnership breaker early in his Test career.
He often relied on his bounce, however, and that's not going to come into play in conditions like this. He's a tall man, gets more bounce than most.
Incredible stat on television about Pujara. Read it out after this ball from Murphy to him, defending at the middle of the bat, appropriately so. 88% of deliveries that Pujara has played today have come out of the middle of the bat, according to television. Now, that's a crazy number.
Oh, he's been so good. He's been very mobile and agile on his feet today. Great intent.
So a slip at a catching short square leg. Murphy bowls, Pujara dances and shovels it into the onside. Labuschagne does the fielding, pinging it in to the gloves of Carey, keeping the pressure on.
I wonder what Australia are thinking of Pujara here, because the last 4 or 5 series, every time Australia has had a chance to finish things off, it's been this man more than anybody in Indian cricket who's held them at bay.
Those two slow but crucial half centuries at Sydney and Brisbane. Back in 2021, bowling here is Murphy defending Pujara once more to mid-wicket. I think the Sydney one was the slowest of the decade or something like that. Brisbane, he was bruised and battered. You would have seen him coming off the ground when got worked over in that first session. Didn't throw in the towel at any stage.
Oh, he's the warrior. He is the warrior, the ultimate.
Murphy bowls round the wicket. Pujara happy to lean forward and defend again. End of the over. Maiden from Murphy, 6 for 133. Pujara stays on 50. Ashwin 10 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. For 43 years, National Tiles has consistently given our customers the best value for money tiles in Australia. Here's proof. Magnificent polished Verona floor tiles. National Tiles' best value price of $39 is over 20% below the market. That's right, 20% below the market every day of the year. Yes, I personally guarantee you National Tiles has the best value for money tiles in Australia every day of the year.
Spin from both ends for Australia. The spinner of the series will be for Lumo Energy. Switch to Lumo Energy. Kuhnemann, who's struggled just a tad in this final session, went around when Shreyas Iyer was blitzing them. 26 runs in the space of 14 deliveries before getting out. That aforementioned Khawaja catch. Now he's got to get through either Ashwin or Pujara. It's the former on strike on 10. He's faced 23 balls. No fielders out on the leg side. A deep point, the sweeper on the offside. Kuhnemann round the wicket. Silly point and a slip. Ashwin's forward, deflecting to backward point, no run. The other point here with Pujara is, I mean, he got dropped last year, didn't he? Got left out of the Indian side, returned for the what became that sort of one-off test in England. But, I mean, he found himself out of favour after the South Africa series.
He did.
Ashwin here facing up. He's got 5 test tons. Kuhnemann bowls Ashwin back. Carving hard the deep point. He's 11, 6 for 134.
Yep. But he's so valuable to this Indian team. And, you know, sometimes when the balance of cricket around the globe is as it is these days, where sometimes you go through a period of very little test cricket, and there's a lot of white ball cricket being played. Suddenly the form of the white ball players comes in the minds of the selectors. And you can have had some decisions made that wouldn't have happened otherwise. But this man's still a lot to offer for Indian cricket.
He's back on strike, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep point. So 3 out, Kuhnemann to Pujara, forward defending out into the onside. So he got that IPL deal, didn't he, after being so heroic in Australia, like a little reward.
Yeah, and what a standing ovation in that when they had that auction, when his name came up and someone actually put their hand up. There was the biggest roar in that auction house.
Who says there's no sentiment in T20 cricket? Kuhnemann bowls Pujara, cuts again, just in front of point. Labuschagne to his left. That might have carried. Judging by the response of Smith at slip, I think that's a drop catch. We'll get a second look at it. It was just miscued from Pujara, and it has gone through the hands of Labuschagne. That could be a big moment for Bendix, the best known breaks. We'll get multiple looks at this on the replay screen, I am sure, for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. The first one here, short, hard spun. Yep, straight in and straight out.
Oh, he'll be very disappointed. That, by his standards, is a straightforward catch. He moved nicely, got 2 hands to it.
Dreadful shot, dreadful piece of fielding. Bowls again, up in the air, over the top of mid-wicket by Ashwin, shoveling it out towards the rope, and it'll reach the rope. So salt in the wounds, a drop catch, then a boundary. India take their lead beyond 50. It's 51. They're up to 6 for 139. Ashwin has 15 of those. Our boundaries for Blunston. Blimey, that drop catch, Pete, looks worse with every replay. He just went back, the ball spun hard, he kind of spooned it to cover, and maybe it got to Labuschagne slower than he thought.
Just seemed casual.
Yeah, it looked like a man who's been standing in the sun too long, frankly. They look quite worn down, these Australians, this afternoon.
Labuschagne, such an excellent fielder. Executed 4 direct hit run-outs last year. There you go. Kuhnemann pulls out here. It might have been Ashwin that pulled out, actually, but either way, they go back to their starting positions. So Pujara a life on 50. Last ball of the 48th over. Kuhnemann delivers. Ashwin full toss towards mid-wicket. Doesn't quite carry to line. Bobbles it up, pushes it towards square leg. They get a single. So an eventful over. 7 runs coming from it. 6 for 140. The lead's up to 52. Ashwin 16. Pujara 51 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
The pursuit of adventure begins at Harley Heaven, and your dream motorcycle is closer than you think with the 2022 Harley-Davidson Runout on now at Harley Heaven. Receive bonus upgrades on selected 2022 Softail models and 2022 Touring models. Available for this month only. Harley Heaven, Melbourne, the home of adventure and the home of Harley-Davidson. Visit one of their 3 Melbourne stores in Dandenong, Ringwood and West Melbourne. Find more details at harleyheaven.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley completed homes, now selling in Clydesdorp and Callow, henley.com.au. Some anguish on the faces of the Australians at the end of the over. That was a legit full toss to finish, and Ashwin nearly placed it to line at mid-wicket. So both sides just having a little bit of a wobble here. Who can hold their nerve? 2 wickets, 61 runs in the session so far, Ravi Shastri.
And the lead now 52. From India's point of view, they're effectively 52 for 6. This catch is important. And you want to win test matches, I mean, that's as straightforward a catch you'll get by his standards. Just felt he was a little too casual there. Thought he had caught it even before he did.
I mean, if he does, if Pujara's gone with the lead on 46 as it was at the time, Pete. Very different test match. Slim margins, fine margins at indoor. Lion bowls, new over. Hits the pad of Ashwin first on the way through. Big decision to make for John Wilson, and it goes the way of the bowler. Has the figure gone up? It's been given not out and never reviewed straight away. We're obscured.
Original decision is not
Smith's
out.
gone up.
Front foot checked. It's a fair delivery.
That has hit the pad first, I reckon.
Vision, please. I've never seen Nathan Lyon
so confident
and so desperate for a wicket. He held that appeal for way longer than necessary.
And these two men have form, Nathan Lyon and Joel Wilson, that's for sure. Here it is, spun back. Pad first, Bharat.
It looks like
here's our
first from that
umpire.
angle. Can we just confirm
might
that with
be
all
a
checks,
lot of
please?
spin. Could be the umpire's call here.
Oh, gee, it's spun a long way, hasn't it?
Spun a long way, could be missing as well.
Clearly pad first, thank you. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, thank you.
So pad first, and we're going to have to see more than 50% of the stump hit, which will mean that, at least to begin with, Ashwin will be in a good position as we formally get through the various steps before ball tracking arrives. So it's hit him in line with, let's call it middle. So 2 reds, no concerns. Here's the spin. It's sharp spin. It is hitting! It's hitting the leg stump. Enough of it's hitting. Nathan Lyon does it again. Another 5-wicket bag in India. He's second at the series. You're going to have to change your decision, Joel Wilson. Ashwin leg before wicket for 16. India 7 for 140. Ravi Shastri.
Oh, what an over this could have. Last 5 minutes could have been for Australia. Pujara dropped. Ashwin out straight away in Lyon's next over. This could have been 8 down, but having said that, Australia will be very happy with this wicket because Ashwin can frustrate oppositions. Lyon deserves it. He knew he had his man the way he appealed, and it couldn't have come at a more opportune time this for Australia.
Pete, Nathan Lyon.
Extraordinary bowler, extraordinary day. But you could tell the desperation of the Aussies. They could feel that slipping away. They dropped that catch. They wanted that wicket. And the celebration when that DRS came through, you'd have thought they'd won the series.
Yep, it was tremendous. And I think he's taken 50 wickets in India, if I'm not mistaken. I think Phil will confirm.
Yep, Phil's nodding his head over at the other side of the box. That a handful of really important contributions from Nathan Lyon in India, but perhaps no more important than in the second innings at indoor. Drinks are on the field at 7 for 140, which leaves the lead for India at 52 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires. Pujara still there on 51, 7 for 140. Game on.
Get a read on all the NRL action, team news and match highlights. Get a read on everything footy. Get a read on today with the Daily Telegraph and subscribe for less than you think. Hurry, search Daily Telegraph offer today.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. For 43 years, National Tiles has consistently given our customers the best value for money tiles in Australia. Here's proof. Magnificent polished Verona floor tiles. National Tiles' best value price of $39 is over 20% below the market. That's right, 20% below the market every day of the year. Yes, I personally guarantee you National Tiles has the best value for money tiles in Australia every day of the year.
I always wanted kids. Having a family was the dream. I guess I just never found the right person to do it with. For a while, it did really upset me. But then I thought, you know what? I can do it on my own. So
What happens next is up to you, because the only way her story continues is with you. Donate sperm at Monash IVF and make the dream of having a family more than just a dream. Visit monashivf.com today.
Hiding the ball, looking for a reverse, wide of the crease, Australia's eye, clipping through the offside. What a catch! Usman Khawaja away to his left. Stark strike, Australia's eye, caught for 26, but Usman Khawaja off the field earlier today with a back complaint, has gone full stretch to his left. He's dragged it in. What a moment this might be in the test match.
Is she there?
On him! Off stump, goes back. Bharat has gone, Lions got another. India lose their sixth. Angled across, played inside the line of it. It's crashed into the off stump.
But Australia under pressure again. Pujara on 49, advances to a half century. Pujara has been the man for all seasons for India over such a long stretch of time. 13 years in international. Always enjoyed playing against Australia, always enjoyed the big moment. And after that, Nathan Lyon completed his 23rd 5-wicket bag in Test cricket, and what a timely one. It brings Akshar Patel to the middle. He's having a fabulous series with the bat. 7 for 140. Lyon to the crease, 3 catching men on the offside, lunging forward in defence. Every ball has so much riding on it now, Ravi Shastri.
And he's got a spring in his stride now, Nathan Lyon. He senses the importance of this next 10 minutes or so. Could have been 8 down, but for that catch going down, Labuschagne putting that down.
50 wickets in India at 27 Lyon. He's got 5 for 47, 5 out of 7. Bowls here. Akshar beaten outside the off stump, perilously close. They appeal for the stumping in order to get the quasi-review for the court behind, I suspect. I reckon umpire Menon knows what's going on, though. They won't get their free review.
Gaming the system there. Steve Smith just on screen there. Kudos to Steve Smith. He's turned to his main man and he's delivered straight away, hasn't he? Absolutely. It was a good bowling change.
Yeah, when the going gets tough, get the tough in action.
How about the replay for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite? If Australia are chasing 100 here, it will not be easy. And India needs to be mindful of that. Akshar Patel, he's batted so well. 2 half-centuries in the series. Facing Lyon, outside part of the bat, pushing out towards the offside, no run.
Don't like them turning for this stumping appeal every time. It is starting to look like they're gaming the system a little bit, right?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Looking like it.
Yeah.
It is what it looks like.
Yeah. Occasionally, it's smart if you're not sure.
So 2 slips, a silly point for Lyon. Akshar, the new man. Pujara down the other end. Bowls here, Akshar on the drive, off the mark. Nice shot, down to long off. Usman Khawaja, who took that specky earlier in the session, does the fielding. 7 for 141, the lead up to 53.
If someone who told you that Usman Khawaja took the specky and Marnus Labuschagne dropped a simple one.
Yes.
Yes, it was Usman off the field earlier today with the bad back, and we thought, maybe, who knows? You know, sometimes that might keep a player off the field for the rest of the fielding innings, but backed himself, the 36-year-old, and boy, how about the style points? A little kick of the feet in the air after taking the catch. It was all there.
There's a bit of Mark Water, that one, I reckon. He used to like to flick the ankles up in the air a bit.
Just like Mark Waugh at Madras in 2001, same part of the field as well, when Waugh couldn't field in the slips and still dragged in a blinder. Last ball of Lyons over. Round the wicket, lunging forward is Pujara on 51. He'll stay there. End of a successful over, a vital over for Australia. 7 for 141. India's lead is 53 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires.
Every detail about Porsche has to be just right down to the way you pronounce their name. It's this unrelenting attention to detail over 35 years that Porsche demanded when selecting Charlie Battisti & Co. as their certified collision center for Porsche. So should the unthinkable happen, Charlie Battisti & Co. will restore your vehicle to Porsche's exacting standards. charliebattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
It's going to be the rarely spotted Todd Murphy. Just 10 overs in the innings so far. None for 13, but boy, he's turned the screws when he has been on. Replacing Matt Kuhneman from the northern end. And it'll be at Akshar Patel. We saw him bowl Jadeja with the one that went straight on at Nagpur. Just a superb piece of bowling. That'll be what he's looking for here. Can he get him with the one that doesn't turn? 2 out on the offside, 3 catching men on the offside. He bowls here. Akshar goes back. That is dead straight. Push to cover, no run. Could be a little bit fuller.
What you don't want is Todd Murphy trying too hard. His job will be to just get it there in the right areas, keep it tight, attack with Lyon.
Murphy bowls, Akshar goes back and defends. He was the not-out man in the first innings, Akshar Patel, making 11. Sorry, make that 12.
Well, he'll be taking advice from Lyon. Lyon's been in these kids' ears the whole series. And in fact, he's saying it's a great time to be in the team, to have 2 young players around, put your arm around and help them through, help bring them up to the game.
Akshar facing Murphy, driving and beating the diving Green, who was racing around from extra cover. Down to Stark it goes. 7 for 142, lead 54, Akshar on 2.
And I think it can be good for your own game as well.
It can be. Keeps you on your toes. At the same time, you feel you're young again when you have youngsters around you, just getting into those conversations. And his message would have been accuracy, discipline, extremely important on Indian tracks where there's so much on offer. And you can see today they've done a good job. Kuhneman just dropped a few short, but otherwise Todd Murphy has been pretty accurate.
Pujara was looking to attack when he had Ashwin with him. I wonder whether he'll do the same here. Murphy starting a new spell, using his feet, Pujara. There's 3 men on the onside to beat. The straightest of those is Cameron Green at mid-wicket, no run.
Puts a lot of work in, Nathan Lyon. It's always the first one out there in the morning. He beats Steve Smith to the wicket. He's out there staring, thinking about the day's play, what he's going to bowl, where he's going to bowl it, where Kuhneman and Murphy should be bowling it too.
Murphy bowls, Pujara goes back and defends. So how do we play this if we're India here, Ravi?
India will be thinking 100.
But in terms of how they get there, do you think one of these two will bat some aggression and purpose to try and break the back of it?
Not really. I think they'll treat it on merit, do what they're doing.
Murphy with a hop, skip and a jump to the crease to complete his over. Outside the leg stump. Kerry doesn't glove it. No glove from Pujara either, but plenty of turn. 51 for Pujara, 2 for Akshar. At the end of the 50th over, India 7 for 142. Lead of 54 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Golf lovers, if you're looking for a chance to eat, drink, play with mates, then it's time to tee off at X Golf. Practice your swing in a relaxed and welcoming indoor environment on X Golf's state-of-the-art simulators. Then enjoy finger-licking food and a drink. It's the ultimate golfing entertainment experience. X Golf. Eat, drink, play. Teeing off all around Australia. Find your closest X Golf at xgolf.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley completed homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo, henley.com.au. It was the 8-wicket partnerships that proved so problematic for Australia in Nagpur and Delhi. Akshar Patel, part of both of them. 88 in the first, 114 in the second. If they can get half of that here, they're right in the game. Lyon bowls, Akshar on 2, round the wicket, into Silly Point, it goes on the bounce.
Again, that big stride forward. And Lyon knows that if he has to get rid of Akshar Patel, it's now, when he's just come to the crease. If there's any half-hearted defensive shot, there's his opportunity.
Averaging in the 80s in the series, Akshar facing Lyon and defending again. We thought of him as such a threat with the ball last year against England, Ravi, but it's been his obstinate batting and stroke play that's been the feature so far in the series.
Match-winning innings, especially the one in Delhi. He averages 85 before the start of this innings.
The lead's 54. Line delivers. Akshar back and nearly sneaks through. How's that's the call on the basis of the dangling bat, but Lyon isn't interested. But more sharp spin and bounce.
Just goes to show its batting is going to be very difficult here. A 3-figure score on the board for India, and it create doubts. Australia can still get it, but they'll be under immense pressure.
Yeah, there'll be a tipping point when they're between what's possible and what's not. Lyon bowls. Akshar goes back and punches and beats the man at cover. There is Usman Khawaja sweeping though around from long off. He's 7 for 143. What do you reckon that tipping point is between? Well, it'd be an absurd victory from here, and well, a credible score they could defend, like 120 maybe.
Yes, I think that's what they'll want. If they get anything over 100, they'll say at least they've got the runs on the board. So from Australia's point of view, they can't afford to miss chances like the one they've dropped of Pujara. Just cannot afford to.
Well, I think that's why you're seeing that little bit of desperation creep into Australia. They know that this is starting to become a tricky total.
Yep.
Bizarre thing to say.
Line's got a leg slip again now for Pujara. He'll get as well. Pujara goes back and finds deep square, finds the sweeper. He's done that well today. Up to 52 with the singles, 7 for 144. Lead moves up to 56.
And also when you cast your mind back to the series, 4th innings in Nagpur, Australia bowled out for 91. 4th innings in Delhi, bowled out for 115. So there's not much there. And this track has a lot more to offer than both those tracks.
Great point. And I'm sure the Indian experienced spinners will be reminding the Australians of that from the moment they walk out, regardless of what they're defending. Jadeja in the series, 21 wickets. Ashwin, a contributor across all 3 test matches. Got on a roll this morning. Lyon has 5 for 50. Last ball of the over. He'll change angle to Akshar. Over the wicket he goes. Delivers here. Akshar hit on the pad. Shout again. Umpire Wilson says no. Lyon was keener than Carey. Smith's got the call to make. 12 seconds left on the clock. It was across the left-hander, it's worth remembering. Makes it a harder decision. And they'll be satisfied with it. End of the over, 7 for 144. Australia still have all their reviews. Our coverage is for Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde, North and Calcalo. Henley.com.au. Daniel Norcross jumping in for me, and Ravi Shastri. We'll see you tomorrow.
Berwick BMW's customer service is world class, and Abdul's review proves it. I appreciate not only your commitment to providing a good service, but to the friendliness and efficiency. I'll be recommending Berwick BMW. Good on you, Abdul. With next day servicing available, visit Berwick BMW.
LMCT 8953. Stuck in quicksand? That's a challenge. But WD-40's 2,000 plus uses can help fix almost anything, whether it's rusted, squeaking, seized up, or messed up. WD-40, there's always another use. Available at all leading retailers. Visit WD-40.com.au.
Thrilling test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. My word, 7 for 144. And it's Pujara that stands in the way of Australia yet again.
Yet again.
As Murphy is in, forward he comes in defence. Plays back up the wicket, there's no run. Daniel Norcross, that's me. Bharat Sundaresan,
that's me.
And Phil Long.
That's me.
We're here to impress him. Is here being impressed by a fantastic game of Test cricket. It's not Test cricket as we know it, Jim, but it is Test cricket. He's in around the wicket and using his feet. It's Pujara back at the wicket, no run.
Cheteshwar Pujara batted 13. This was the 14th innings. He'd gone 13 innings without hitting a 50 at home. What a time to change that.
Well, yeah. The lead is only 56. We must remember. 56 surely would not be enough. Keeps low, and Pujara keeps it out, digs it out really. Plays it to Labuschagne at short mid-wicket, and there's no one. Just taking a little look here on Beaumont Tiles replay screen, and as I and Bharat Sundaresan both suspected, that last ball of Nathan Lyon's over did pitch outside leg stump.
Well outside leg stump.
Yeah, it was never in play. Murphy in, forward in defence comes Pujara. Plays it up to short mid-on, no run. While Akshar is there with Pujara, I'm expecting them to treat this like any other partnership.
Yeah.
It's the loss of one more wicket and then we will see fireworks. You'd imagine, because I'm not sure Umesh or Siraj can really play any other way than the way that they do. Murphy in down the leg side. Huge appeals for all sorts of things for a caught behind. And, they managed to squeeze a stumping referral. I don't think this is out.
Umpire review for stumping.
It did drag out. So maybe a fair
vision, please.
Fair appeal. Peter Hanscom was very pleased when Joel Wilson signalled for the third umpire, but I don't think umpire Wilson had any choice.
It was down leg side here, Bharat. So I'd be surprised. I don't know. I don't think there's any bat on that.
Okay, it doesn't look like there's any bat involved. Can we just confirm that with Ultra Edge when available? Thank you.
Confirm with Ultra Edge. It's nice Yorkshire voice of Richard Kettleborough. You can hear as a third umpire.
Yeah. Keep it rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through.
He missed the bat, but he did drag that.
Through. Thank you. No bat involved. Go to your best side on angle, please.
Here we go. This is the key. This is a Bendix big moment. Has he dragged that foot? No. In fact, no, not at all. He's absolutely fine.
Foot grounded behind the line. Thank you. Ready with my decision for the big screen.
I tell you, the Aussies were absolutely up for that. And it was nowhere near bat. It was nowhere near glove. And the foot never actually left the crease. It dragged to around the crease line, but never beyond. And he dragged it back 4 or 5 inches before the stumps were broken. Now then, this fascinating field, which I'll try and bring you after this ball. Murphy in, and that's defended to one of the many fielders on the leg side at square leg. That'll probably have to wait because it's the end of the over. 52 gone. India 7 for 144.
Introducing the all-new Lexus RX, the luxury SUV that defies convention. With a rebelliously designed spindle body, it mirrors nothing else. A driver-focused cabin and intuitive interface ensures it feels like nothing else. While with scintillating driving dynamics, it moves like nothing else. Be no one else in the all-new Lexus RX. Expect perfection, experience amazing. Contact Lexus of Brighton for details. LMCT 9897.
Tassie and SEN with Henley completed homes now selling in Clyde North and Carcallo, henley.com.au. Nathan Lyon, who was a hero of the moment for Australia, is continuing to bowl. How long is this spell? Please, Phil Long.
Second over?
Yeah, just the third over.
Third over.
Came on when
2 slips and a silly point in place. Left-handed Harsha drives languidly. He was in the air briefly, but it went past the diving short extra cover up to long off where Khawaja does the fielding. One more to the total. 7 for 145. The lead 57.
Sensational Nathan Lyon. Adam said these wickets he's taken in India. Won Australia the test match in the series in Lahore last year. Bowled really well alongside Mitchell Swepson in Sri Lanka.
Mitchell Swepson.
He's been a substitute on the field a few times during this test match. And back home, as we know, for the second test with the birth of his first child.
So 5 spinners have been involved in this series, really, with Ashton Agar not playing, but selected. He sort of had a bit of a Stephen Finn moment, didn't he? Being unselectable, in effect, and sent home. That's quite the thing. Now then, we've got this field for Pujara with a short backward square leg and a ring of slips in front of square on the onside. If you can imagine such a thing. His ball is tucked
quite a field
into the middle of those slips. And, right, they're obviously not slips, but it's a square leg and sort of 2 mid-wickets, and they are no more than about 6 yards apart, forming a pretty straight line round the wicket to Pujara, and he tucks the ball to the squarest of the 3.
The best way to describe it, and I'm sure you'll appreciate this, Dan, is the 3 of them are ganging up on Pujara.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what it looks like from here. They're very close in.
Yeah, they're like the Martin Van Buren boys from the episode of Seinfeld.
Absolutely, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, they carry the same kind of menace as well, I've got to say. It's a mid-on and a deep mid-wicket as Pujara waits. Line in, forward in defence, gets that to the middle of the 3 gang. 3 of the gang, 3 in the gang. What gang of 3 do you have a reference for? In England, there was a gang of 4, famously in 1982, that broke apart British politics. But I don't think any of them look like Shirley Williams, as this is full and worked to backward square leg. There's no run.
And I think gang of 3, the only thing I think of as a wrestling fan, and Adam Collins sitting behind us will appreciate this, is the New World Order. NWO. Hulk Hogan, Scott Hall, and Kevin Nash.
You hipsters with your wrestling. Of course you love wrestling. Lying in. Bujara, it's a shorter one, which he works to the squarest of the three, and that is the end of an over that's yielded just one run here on SEN, association with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India 7 for 145.
Optus Business Mobile Plus is fit for businesses of all shapes and sizes. Get all the mobiles, SIMs and data you need, and none you don't. Search Optus Business Mobile Plus today, call or visit us in store. Great business starts with yes.
Berwick Motor Group gets 3 votes. Play SEN's AFL Survivor and you could win your choice of one of 4 cars valued at $46,990 from Berwick Motor Group. Register at iCanWin.com.au. SEN AFL Survivor. Driven by Berwick Motor Group.
Welcome back to Tesco at SEN with Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo. Henley.com.au. India 7 for 145. Pajara 52. Aksha has 4. Aksha leading averager of the series. Where is he in the run scoring list? As I see, some biscuits have arrived in the box.
The cookies, yeah.
Cookies? This is like being the BBC. What's going on? There'll be cakes next.
Cookies.
We'll start having a twee conversation about the Queen, the late Queen.
Let me tell you very quickly, Nathan Lyon, 5 for 51. He now has 50 wickets in India. Only Richie Beno with 52 and Derek Underwood with 54 have more.
Wow. Impressive. There's a nod of the head from Alan Collins to Phil Long. I'm sure that'll become apparent at some point. It's not about cookies, is it?
No. Nathan Lyon has dismissed Ravi Ashwin 6 times in Test cricket.
Yeah.
Ravi Ashwin has dismissed Nathan Lyon 6 times.
Oh, I say.
And the 6 times for both happened today.
And if he gets a chance to dismiss Nathan Lyon later in this Test match, we will be in for a humdinger, I tell you. They might have to wait for Ahmedabad.
Third tie test.
Todd Murphy in, sure, fall outside the off stump, turning away ever so slightly into the gloves of Carey. There's a couple of slips in place. There's a short mid-off. It's a different kind of gang that we've got for Aksha. They're a little more standoffish, some of them.
But you don't need a gang when you have Cam Green so close to you.
Yeah, he's like a
one-man army.
One-man gang, yeah. Full, played defensively off the back foot to Cameron Green. Big looming presence. With his baggy green on, 7 for 145. The lead, 57. This is the crucial wicket for Australia. Only when they break this 8-wicket partnership, because of the experience they've had in this series, will they be able to afford to dream of what their target might be. Murphy in. Forward comes Aksha, plays to backward point where Travis Head languidly picks up on this hot, steaming day in indoor. We don't really experience the heat because we're inside. I nip out every now and then just to get a little flavour of it, and for various reasons I nip outside. And I can assure the listener back home that it is a sultry heat, but you Australians are used to heat, although not of late. The summer's been very odd of late. The one I experienced was rather disappointing. Murphy in, this is driven. It's a short extra cover, a good diving stop from Labuschagne, prevents what could have been 4, might have been 2, through extra cover.
This partnership, 5 runs, but more importantly, 33 balls, taking us towards a 3rd day, I think.
Oh, definitely, we are headed towards a 3rd day.
Yeah. 12 overs remain in the day. Murphy is in, and that's cut out and missed. Ooh, it's perilously close there to getting an edge. Well taken by Carey, up to the lead of 57. I mean, even a hat-trick now. An extra half hour is possible. Extra half hour is possible, but you would imagine Australia needing, even if they only needed 58 from what would be with a change of innings, 6 overs, would go slow. So
not Travis Head.
Not Travis Head, indeed. So join us again tomorrow, whatever time it might be your time, wherever you are in Australia. Murphy's full and forward comes Aksha. Defends the short extra cover and there's no run. But at the end of the over, 7 for 145, 54 overs gone. Make sure you're with us as soon as it starts.
Whether by air, road or rail, successfully managing your freight deliveries is crucial to growing your business. EFS are experts in delivering simple freight solutions that'll transform your business overnight, saving you valuable time and money. Their innovative approach guarantees your products get from point A to B with the minimum of fuss. So get the new year started off in the right way. Talk to EFS today and get a free freight review of your business. Visit efs.net.au.
Welcome back, Test Cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Yes, I was just trying to finish saying, I think the first session tomorrow has every chance of being the last session tomorrow, or thereabouts. So, if you want to catch the action in what is a crucial match in this Border Gavaskar Trophy, you need to be with us from 2:30 Eastern Time, 11:30 in Perth, and I'm reliably informed 2 o'clock in Adelaide.
What matters to me?
That's what matters to you.
Yeah, because home.
Yeah. Your dogs will be listening.
The dogs are always listening. They're really into their cricket.
Yeah, I've
that
seen...
age when like the puppy
Yeah.
is about 2 and 1, that's when they really get into their cricket.
And they think they can do everything at that age, don't they? Proper all-rounders, your dogs. So Lyon is going to go over the wicket, intriguingly, to Pujara, and the gang of 3 has broken up. Now we have a short leg and a mid-wicket, mid-on, deep mid, backward square, slip in place, forward in defence it comes. Pujara works it to the mid-wicket. It's almost like a short, straight mid-on, really.
Australia will hope that the first session tomorrow is the last session. It's the best chance of winning.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, well, a wicket or 2 tonight, and it feels almost certain that it would be, as Lyon is in, and that's sort of flicked off inside edge to Stark at backward square leg, or a wide, short, long leg, if you know what I mean. It's a short, long leg is what it is.
It is, but
was he got bad on that, and Hanscom's in front of square. He didn't stand a chance there. He's now gone. He's taken a couple of steps to his right, stable doors.
Backward short leg.
He's a backward short leg. I wouldn't say no to a forward short leg as well here, but runs are crucial as well. The lead 57. Runs have been so hard to come by. Not had many boundaries. Made up a flurry in the first half hour of the final session. Down a wicket comes Pujara, and there is boundary. It's a mighty boundary, a Blundstone boundary at 6. Where did that come from? Goodness me. Into the crowd over, wide long on, team mid-wicket, and 150 is up for India.
And there's laughter all around the Indian dressing room. Nobody expected that. Nathan Lyon didn't expect that. Rohit Sharma enjoyed that 6. Very unlike Cheteshwar Pujara. He's taken a chance, backed himself, and that's a mighty 6.
79.
Rohit Sharma bump of the fist as well.
79 metres that 6. That's only 1 metre less than the great Irish cricketer Orla Prendergast managed at Newlands a couple of weeks ago. It's that big. This is defended into the ground and there's no run.
Yeah, Pujara hit for 4 to go from 37 to 41 in the second over after tea. Then moseyed along in singles only. And then, as you just said, Dan, where did that come from?
Well, he's over the wicket line. I wonder if that's making a difference. Tossed up, tucked into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I mean, it tells you also just how small this ground is, you know, because that went quite a long way back, and it was 79 metres, and I kid you not, when I mentioned Orla Prendergast, the Women's World Cup, she had an 80-metre 6 that only went 4 or 5 metres beyond the boundary. So this is quite a small playing area for a test match, and yet it's surprising, therefore, as Lyon comes round the wicket for the last ball of the over, kind of surprising how few boundaries we have seen. Well, I say that. I suppose you've got to take into account the fact that they're batting on one of the most trying pitches you will ever find yourself on.
I mean, the gang of 3 is back on the onside of Nathan
Lyon. They've been reunited.
They have. In a T formation, Manas in front of Peter Hanscom and Matthew Kuhneman.
Is that a tag team wrestling reference that I should know about? Here is Lyon, last ball of the over. Pujara goes back into his stumps and works it to Stark at that short, long leg. End of the over, 55 gone, just 10 remain in the day's play. India 7 for 151.
Voted one of the world's top 10 iconic wine stores, here's Miles from Prince Wine Store with a wine update.
Get ready for a Tuscan takeover at Bellotta Wine Bar on the 23rd of March. We'll be celebrating the food and wine of this gourmet paradise with a selection of Tuscan wine legends matched to a menu of classic and regionally inspired dishes. Join us on a tour of Tuscany while you sip the night away. Go to princewinestore.com.au for more information.
Prince Wine Store, Bank Street, South Melbourne. Delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. So 10 overs remain. The lead 63, and Phil Long is... Are you looking at me or the screen?
No, I'm looking at you.
You look at me, kid?
I think parsimonious is the word you might use for Todd Murphy's bowling figures.
Yeah, I'd like to do it in a Jeremy Coney accent, if I may. Parsimonious?
13 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 14.
Woof.
Parsimonious is one way of putting it. He's been super impressive, unbelievable for someone playing just his third test. The control he has.
It's been great, hasn't it? I mean, Matt Kuderman's taken more wickets this game, but as Harsha comes forward and drives, he'll get a single. He'll leak a single, and Murphy's a little bit peeved by that as it goes to the left of the mighty Cameron Green, the man mounted at short extra cover up towards long off. 7 for 152. You know, Matt Kuderman had a spell when he just sort of lost it a little bit and gave away a lot of runs. At no point really has Murphy lost his groove. He might not be quite as threatening, but he's not lost that groove, and it's so great.
No, he's
the captain.
He's just improving every spell, Todd Murphy.
He's in around the wicket to Pujara, dances down the wicket and then clips it away to the right of a sprawling forward square leg out towards man of the boundary line. They get one more. Lead creeps to 65. 7 for 153.
As well as Nathan Lyon has bowled, one thing he's not been able to do is stop singles of his bowling. He's yet to bowl a maiden in his 21 overs. Todd Murphy, whatever the captains have asked of him so far in these 3 tests, and it's the same in Shield cricket. For all of you listening who follow your Shield cricket, he's done that for his Victorian captain Peter Hanscom ever since he made his debut 2 seasons ago. Always depend, regardless of whether the pitch has anything on offer or not.
Here comes Murphy, beats the outside edge. The one that turns past the left-hander's bat. I want to ask a quick one for you to ponder on before Adam Collins comes on. We saw a burst from Umesh Yadav, which broke the back, broke the tail. Is there a case for a bit of Mitchell Stark or even Cameron Green? Short, cut away, thrashed through the offside, and it will be stopped just inside the boundary by a scurrying Lion. Imagine such a thing. 2 more to the total, 7 for 155. Just to see like an over or 2 from Cameron Green's height, a bit of variable bounce back, or a bit of reverse swing. The ball is old enough, it's dry enough. Just an over or 2 from Stark will be intriguing.
I'll be surprised if you don't see a couple of overs from Stark before the play is done.
Murphy into the left-handed. Harsha goes back into his crease to a slightly shorter ball, pushes into the offside. Is this the most expensive Murphy over? We've had 4 runs off it. Is that right? Is that it's the most expensive over? 4. So he's not been hit for a single boundary. Would that be right? On that logic,
right.
That's incredible. Especially given this ground here. Last ball of the 56th over is dug out. Yorker length by Harsha. He remains on 7. Pujara 59. 56 overs gone. 9 remain in the day. We're going to have a change in the commentary box here on SEN. Adam Collins is going to come and replace me with India 7 for 155.
From street to stadium, country to coast, nothing comes close to summer hoops.
These are the stars of the Hungry Jacks NBL. Jack McVeigh is the Tasmania Jack Jumpers Energizer Bunny. Playing with an infectious energy, McVeigh is quickly becoming a dangerous scorer who can get hot at any moment, making him a real threat. Watch every game of the Hungry Jacks NBL, live on ESPN via KO and Foxtel.
Hungry Jacks NBL, unrivaled.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, henley.com.au. Adam Collins with you for the next, 4 overs, 5 overs before Norcross takes the baton and takes us over the line, and we go downstairs and speak to an Australian cricketer. Who knows who we'll be talking to at the close of play. A lot might be influenced by the next little passage. Nathan Lyon, ball in hand. We spoke to him last night. He was proud as punch with his 2 younger colleagues, Kuhnemann and Murphy. Well, today it's been the big dog stepping up. 5 for 57, 5 of the 7. And what he would give to pick up his old sparring partner, Cheteshwar Pujara, one more time. He's there on 59, standing between Australia and potentially a victory tomorrow morning, clipping into the onside first ball, no run. Pujara nearing 2,000 runs against Australia. I was just thinking about it. Went outside, went grabbing yet some more afternoon tea. I found a plate of these vegetarian kachoris, I think they're called.
Kachoris, yeah.
Very nice. Line to the crease again. Leg slip, short leg. Pujara lunges and pushes out towards mid-wicket. the record that Pujara has against Australia and the influence he's had is kind of Laxman-esque.
It is.
I mean, he saved his best for Australia, Laxman. Obviously, very different players. In saying that, Pujara did hit a second decker a couple of overs ago. He's facing line here. Will he hit with the spin? To leg slip! Is that taken around the corner? Oh, that is absolutely brilliant from Stephen Smith. Pujara's gone for 59, caught in the leg side trap. Lyon has 6. A second moment of utter brilliance from Australia in the field in this final stanza. First it was Khawaja, now it's the acting captain, diving away to his right, obscured by Alex Carey. Goodness me, how on earth has he dragged that in? Stephen Smith, you are a star. India lose their 8th wicket on 155, but the fact that it's Pujara means the world, Bharat Sundaresan.
How pumped is Steve Smith? How pumped is Steve Smith? You rarely see him react to anything on the field like that. It needed a piece of magic to get rid of Pujara, to get rid of that obstacle who's always stood in Australia's way. He's dropped a couple of catches at slip so far in this series, but when it mattered, Steve Smith has put his right hand out and taken an absolute blinder. That's a game turner.
67 runs, the lead for India. Umesh Yadav only knows how to bat one way. He hit 2 sixes yesterday. That's exactly what he'll be trying to do here. Hitting with the spin. Nathan Lyon, 6 for 57. One away from a 10-wicket match here in India for the first time, but that doesn't mean anything. Personal accolades for Lyon. It's all about giving Australia a chance for what would be the most famous of victories. Lyon has just been immense.
And the wicket has come at not just a crucial time in terms of match scenario. In the last 5 or 10 minutes, you would have heard it through the stump mic, and to all of you listening back home in Australia, the Indian crowd was finding its voice. I could see all around the ground. They're all crowded around those hoardings just at the bottom of the stands. They were smashing the hoardings, creating a lot of noise. It's generally a sign that the crowd senses that India are getting on top. Well, let's do what Steve Smith has done.
Well, it's the third time in the session they've broken a partnership as it's getting problematic. 38 was the stand between Shreyas Iyer and Pujara just after tea to run a ball. 22 between Ashwin and Pujara when Pujara was looking to counter-attack. And here, Pujara out. The man who mattered most. Make no mistake, Australia are in the box seat to bowl out India on this second day. And from there, they shouldn't have much left to win the test match. 2 in the leg side trap again. Umesh Yadav forward. Shout for leg before. And the finger goes up. Nathan Lyon's on a hat-trick. He's got 7 for 57. Umesh Yadav sending it upstairs. He's duty-bound to do so in this situation. But the first replay doesn't look a good one for India's number 10. Nathan Lyon.
Can we have spin vision, please?
Blimey.
Oh, what a performance. What a talisman he's been for Australian cricket for so many years.
Watching
Umesh
the replay,
Yadav had no idea the off break. He's doing a lot, but we thought it was doing a lot.
Okay, it looks like there's a gap between bat
when
and
Ashwin
ball.
was given out.
That with all Tredge, please.
So Richard Kettlebrook going through the process. It's exploded through the surface again.
Through, please. Keep it rolling.
Hitting in line with leg. Only
no
needs to be touching.
We'll go to ball tracking.
Only needs to be touching the leg stump. And they're off to the races and one away. Here's the projection. The 2 Reds, no concerns. Spinning, missing. Spinning, missing. Australia will lose their... Well, sorry, I'll rephrase that. India will retain their review. Umesh Yadav reprieved.
Unfortunately for Joel Wilson, you could see the leg stump very clearly when Umesh Yadav was stuck. That's missing by a distance. Australia on top now.
Joel Wilson, you're going to have to change your decision. It was the soundtrack of 2019. Line bowls here. Umesh swings across the line, out towards deep mid-wicket, and it doesn't clear the fielder. Cameron Green on the rope. The tallest man on the park. Above his left shoulder, kept his cool, was hanging underneath it for what seemed an eternity. Looking into the sun as well. Cameron Green makes his contribution. This time Umesh Yadav's gone for a duck. This time Nathan Lyon collects his 7th wicket. 7 for 57, 9 for 155. Wow. What an extraordinary few balls.
Umesh Yadav, you had one job to do, to avoid the tallest fielder on the field. Unfortunately for you, you picked out the tallest fielder on the field, and after he took that catch, you could see Cam Green indicating to some of his teammates that he lost the ball in the air. He had his sunglasses on, but he did well enough to clasp onto that ball and also to make sure his foot was nowhere near the ropes. That's the end of Umesh Yadav. Nearly at the end of India.
The definition of a big moment for Bendix manufacturing in Australia since 1955. Nathan Lyon, he's taken a 7-foot in India before. He's taken an 8-foot in India before. And he's got one ball left in his 22nd over to have a look at the number 11, Mohammad Siraj, who ran himself out in calamitous circumstances 28 hours ago, Baz.
Mohammad Siraj was very disappointed that Akshar Patel had no trust in his batting. Here's his chance. Can he survive for one ball? And if he does, just expect Akshar Patel to start playing a lot of shots. But before that, he has to survive this. Nathan Lyon took 8 wickets in Bangalore, didn't he?
8 for 50.
6 years ago, he has a chance for another 8 for, and he's deserved all 8 wickets if he does get there.
Nathan Lyon, a 10-wicket match as well. 3 for 35 in the first dig. 7 for 57. So the first time he's taken 10 in India in a test match. Phil Long might be able to add to that when we get to the end of this extraordinary over. 2 wickets in it, just when Pujara felt like he was going to put Australia to the sword with Akshar Patel. But Akshar stuck down the other end. An observer, as he was yesterday. And in fairness to Umesh Yadav, that's the only way he knows how to play. And more often than not, it can burgle a boundary or a 6. Not today. Given out leg before, overturned. Holding out to Cameron Green. Nathan Lyon flapping his wings at the top of his mark. Not what that's all about. He goes into Siraj here. 1 ball left in the over. Double wicket maiden. It will remain. Squeezing out. They won't take the single. Stephen Smith, who took the screamer, races around to ensure there won't be another run. 9 for 155 on the Kia scoreboard. India 67 runs in the black. Akshar Patel back on strike. He's 7.
If you love your lawn, you'll love 0% interest for 1,000 days on Toro's ride-on mowers, including the powerful yet easy-to-handle Time Cutter Zero Turn range, the professional-grade Zmaster 2000 series, and the quiet and convenient ES 3000 72-volt battery ride-on mower. Love your work, love your Toro. See your local Toro dealer today. Approved applicants only. Fees, conditions and minimum finance amount of $1,000 applies. Credit by Hum Cards. Offer ends 31 March 2023. See torocatalogue.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your ties, Baz. When I came on commentary, I was going to say to you, if Australia are chasing 112, if they're chasing 119, if they're chasing 107, after what happened in Wellington a couple of days ago, let's take a look at a tie. But when you get into the 60s and 70s, that becomes miracle territory. That doesn't become Ashwin and Jadeja just bowling you out conventionally. That's the position Australia have got themselves into. We said when this second innings started, they needed all 10 wickets today. Well, they're on the cusp of that. 8 overs left. Mitchell Starc returns to the attack, replacing Todd Murphy. They'll give a single to Akshar Patel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 men out. Even Steve Smith's going to have a trundle. Where's he going?
I think he's just going to short mid-wicket.
The short mid-wicket in the case of the miscue. The 3 helmets sat behind Alex Carey beneath us. Starc, who got a wicket with his 3rd ball back into the attack after tea. The moment that changed everything, the Usman Khawaja catch. Starc from the northern end gets to the crease, bowls into Akshar. Yorker down the leg side, doesn't catch up with him.
The end of the last over, as we saw Steve Smith, and there's an appeal here for a catch down the leg side.
He's got no real reference point. No one behind the wicket apart from Carey.
Yeah, exactly. Carey's not confident at all. He's saying, I didn't hear anything. They have 3 reviews left, don't they? Well, I think Steve Smith's going for it. Yeah, why not?
I mean, they've got 3 reviews and it's 9 down.
Why not?
It's one of those where even if it's a 10% chance, it's probably fair.
Caught behind. Original decision is not
very different to when it was 9 down at Headingley a couple of years ago.
We have spin vision, please.
Oh, yes. Richard Kettlebrook, who's been the special comments man on our commentary throughout, about the 50th time he's been used in 2 days. earning his money upstairs. First replay, Baz, you're the umpire.
Nah, bad on ground.
Get rolling through, please.
Very
That's
clearly. Big puff of
definitely
dust
hits the
too.
ground.
Yeah,
Can we just
ball's clearly
confirm
missed.
with ultra edge, thank you.
That should be no doubt. Just going back to the end of the last over, Adam. Steve Smith was pretending to chase that ball. At the end, picks up the ball like a school kid. He
Keep it rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through. Back clearly hits the ground.
Put his finger to his
rolling
chin,
through, please.
almost
Yeah.
like he was thinking
Clear
of,
gap between
who do I
bat and
give the
ball.
ball to now? And then he turned to
Nixon, you can
Stark.
stay
So there
with
was that
original
moment,
decision.
the
Not
cute
out.
moment with Steve
Stand by.
Smith.
You're on screen, signal now.
But an international test captain just stood there, quizzically looking up in the air and wondering who he should go to. And Mitchell Stark just walked up to him and said, give me the ball.
8 out, 4 in the shade, 4 in the sun. Stark bowls, act sharp, defends. Back down the pitch. He's 7 from 26 and, well, I've seen a bit of Mohammad Siraj batting. You've probably seen more than me. he isn't very good at it.
Yeah, not really.
This might require Akshar to I'm just seeing another replay of Smith's catch. Give me a spell. That is one of the all-time great leg slip catches. Can't see the thing. Carries pads in front of the ball.
And his body weight's behind him. It's just a sensational catch. That's his reflex. He has taken such blinders in his career. This is right up there.
Yeah, I think that's the best. It's on the podium.
Yeah.
Stark here. 4 left in the over. Bowls to Akshar. In swinging Yorker. Kept out. The crowd fixated on every ball. Phil Long.
Mohammad Siraj, highest score of 16 not out, but an average of 5.64.
They'd probably take the 5.64 right now. In fact, they definitely would. So long as it gives Akshar enough time to face some balls.
The blinder from Steve Smith also gave Manas his voice back. Wasn't saying much after that dropped catch of Pujara. We overheard him over the stump mic going, ooh, what a game. What a game of cricket. What a game of cricket.
He's, I have to admit, he did annoy me for a while there, but Manas is growing on me big time at the moment. Stark up to the crease, bowls here, full. Akshar takes it down the ground as a single there. We're playing the game, though, so they won't take it. 2 left in the over, and here comes the umbrella. In the Australian fielders will come to cut off the one, at least some of them. Nathan Lyon wants to come up, and Smith's saying, actually, we're going to try one more ball at this. We'll take one delivery at Siraj. So, Stark and Smith don't agree. How are they going to land, Baz?
No, I think so mid-wicket's coming in. Point was coming in, Nathan Lyon. I think he's going back, but I don't expect all of them to go all the way back to the boundary. And now Smith's bringing cover, deep cover in. Cam Green's walking in. Nathan Lyon is walking in straight next to the square leg umpire, who is at backward point. So they've left the fine leg back.
Third man as well.
Third man back, deep backward square leg. Those are the 3 guys on the boundary.
Okay, so Stark's got 2 balls here, and Akshar has to try and find a gap, has to try and find the rope.
Yeah, he just has to score runs now, Akshar Patel.
So the deep square leg's becoming more almost a deep mid-wicket, right in the sun, not far away from where Green took that catch. Stark in, hides the ball, looking for reverse, bowls to Akshar, who steers it down behind point, gets 1, which I suspect they'll all broadly be okay with. 9 for 156, leader 68. That means the Stark gets 1 look at Mohammad Siraj. Can he get it reversing? Can he get it tailing back towards the woodwork?
The last time Siraj faced Stark, there's a funny incident. I think it was the MCG test, where one of the others, Navdeep Saini, bowls a beamer at Mitchell Stark, and Mitchell Stark then gets out and he's very unhappy, and apparently as he walks past Siraj, he says, I'm going to bowl a beamer at you. And Siraj apparently looks at him and says, but I wasn't the one who bowled the beamer at you. So hopefully Mitchell Stark has realized by now that it wasn't Siraj who was targeting his head. We'll see. I think this will be full. It'll be at his middle stump.
And to the credit of Siraj, they're giving him the deep square leg and the deep fine leg, and indeed the deep third man for the top edge. So they are playing the numbers game a little bit here. And Khawaja's back a long off.
Yeah, long off. There's a deep point. No third man.
So, of course, they're happy to give him the single, but they're more catching positions, really. If he has a swing and, well, line goes back as well, that might be overcooking it a bit. Like, you've still got to get the guy out.
Yeah, the gully's coming in, Manas Labuschagne, very close to the right-hander. Well, you'd expect this ball to be the block hole.
So he's going to go round the wicket. Full and straight order of the day. 2 slips and a galley. Stark to Siraj. 1 delivery here. It is edging down. Carey does well. Moving across in front of Hanscom at first slip to deny the single. So 9 for 156. The lead is 68. Akshar 8. Siraj yet to score. Our coverage for Henley Homes, henley.com.au, and for Tyre Power. Know your tyres.
Country racing, we're stronger together.
That's right, guys. It's time to get out and celebrate the resilience of our communities with a day at the country races. There's entertainment for the family, plus fashion, food, and all the up-close racing action that you only get in the country. Plus, at 35 race meetings, we'll be saying thanks with free tickets for people who have helped us get through the past few years. Find out more at country.racing.com/thanks.
SEN Test Cricket, we've got spin from our end for Lumo Energy, switch to Lumo Energy. Nathan Lyon putting in a bid to become our spinner of the series and looking for one more big moment for Bendix, manufacturing in Australia since 1955. And if you're listening on TalkSport 2, where our coverage is being picked up across the series, well, hope you're enjoying yourself. This Test match, I mean, there'll be more twists, right?
Yeah.
Even if they're chasing 69 and Lyon gets the 8th wicket here. I doubt it'll be a comfortable chase.
And Akshar Patel really has no choice. We've said this a couple of times. No point hanging around. Mohammad Siraj is not the kind of character who will give you much support at the other end. Sharing a joke with Usman Khawaja at the moment. I'm sure there's some Urdu happening there. Usman Khawaja, I've been very impressed with this Urdu on this tour.
So how many overs in the Test match? So 58 in the first innings, 77 in the second, and 33 here. So this is, it's going to end up as one of the quickest Test matches on record, even if it gets into a third day. I think the quickest 130 overs in this country jumps out at me.
Yeah, we went past the England game at Ahmedabad, which was the shortest,
So Lyon has 7 for 57. His previous over was a double wicket maiden. He got Pujara. 2 men catching behind the wicket. Into Akshar here, delivers the field spread elsewhere, places it to deep point, where of course being the first ball of the over, the single will be declined.
And Mohammad Siraj ran down halfway down the pitch. He's keen on taking Nathan Lyon on.
Well, run-out's a very viable dismissal mode. You often see it when the milk to strike game's taking place. One of the 2 batters gets confused.
Nathan Lyon just stretching his knee. It's been a hot all day, very humid as well. Is he cramping up? You can just see his left knee. Oh, I think it's just cramps.
So Lyon's reaching for his left. Well, it's more his calf than his knee.
calf, actually. Yeah, must be cramps.
What do they say? The old man injury. The calf. 7 wickets today, Lyon. Bowling like a young man. Delivers here on the pads at Akshar, but doesn't bisect the pair of fielders in that direction. Kuhneman collects, no single. So what does Lyon do here, Baz? What's the delivery that's most likely to get Akshar?
I think he'll keep going for one that just slides in, as he's getting some medical attention now. Just maybe a couple of pills, some hydration.
So Nick Jones out there, the Australian physio.
With this field, unless Akshar Patel really chances his arm, I think his best go is to just bowl one that turns away sharply like he did to Jadeja, and then hold that slider. And he's getting Nathan Lyon now, just stretching that calf. 6-20 to Joel Wilson. What's up?
Well, we've got this break in play. I'll remind our listeners that you can follow all of our post-match activity. There'll be a summary from you and me. That'll be a video as well on all the platforms. There'll be the highlights. And tell you what, there've been a few today. What have we had?
Game of highlights.
15 wickets, half century to Pujara, all the rest of it. Some stunning catches in the final session. There'll be an interview with an Australian player. No idea who it'll be. We had Lyon last night, so it might be a bit greedy to ask for him again, but we'll see. Lyon's back. Physio gone. Bowling to Akshar. Just one slip now in the catching cover. Across the line. Swings hard and long. All the way. Yep. Oh, that's gone miles. That's way back in the second deck. Hitting against the spin. This is what Akshar wasn't able to do yesterday when Siraj ran himself out. Calculated hitting from the man who's had the hot hand through the series. Akshar 14. The lead now into the 70s.
One thing we all have seen Akshar Patel do in his career is hit sixes. Mighty hitter in white ball cricket. And that did go a long way against the turn, but he backs himself to play that slog sweep. He might go for it again.
He's got to go for it again. Lyon bowls. Is he equal to it? Goes on the back foot to carve away out towards deep point. They take the single from the fourth ball of the over.
Interesting.
Not sure about that.
Yeah.
So Siraj versus Lyon, 2 balls in the over. Australia would have been happy to give the 6 away, I suspect, to get 2 balls at him. 75's the lead.
At this stage, yeah, I think 6 runs shouldn't matter if they think they can wrap this up. These 2 deliveries. Nathan Lyon still struggling with that cramp. Siraj is the kind of batter you would back yourself as Nathan Lyon to get rid of in just 2 balls.
Match figures of 10 for 99 Lyon. He's done everything right since coming into the attack yesterday. Wicket in his first over. Wicket in his first over today. Got Australia going. Removing Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma in quick succession. Opening them up after lunch. He's been able to drive through that incision. That gap after tea, which was largely there due to Usman Khawaja. Let's not forget that piece of fielding. They've controlled the controllables, Bharat. Can they do so again? Round the wicket, he'll go. 2 balls at the number 11, Siraj. 3 catching men, bowls here, Siraj. Competent in defence. Is that Cheteshwar Pujara in disguise?
That crowd absolutely loved that forward defence from Mohammad Siraj. Held the pose as well. Look how long he held the pose for. Take that, Akshar Patel. You didn't trust me in the first innings.
So 4 men out, 3 men in close. Lyon, last ball of his over. Siraj gets forward again. Deflecting the short leg. Akshar gets another opportunity. 7 runs from the over. The lead 75 India. 9 for 163. Akshar 15. Siraj yet to score.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 26 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, henley.com.au. Very unusual for India. We're not going to get the overs in today. 81.3 bowls. They lost a couple for the changeover. So notionally 6 to go, but only 14 minutes on the clock. So if India lose their last wicket in the next 3 minutes, Australia will have to walk out for 1 over before the close.
Poor Travis Head. Poor Travis Head.
It feels inevitable, doesn't it? Mitchell Starc has the ball at the northern end. The field is spread again. 8 on the rope, 4 in the sun on the leg side, 4 in the shade on the offside, the western side of the ground. Only Steve Smith in close at mid-wicket with Alex Carey, the wicket-keeper for company. Starc into Akshar on 15. Bowls here on the drive, out towards long off. That's centre wicket practice. He doesn't run.
One thing Akshar Patel is really good at, seen it in white ball cricket, clearing the stumps and going inside out. Will he back himself against Mitchell Starc? Mitchell Starc is bowling really full. So if he can get under the ball, these are short boundaries like he showed in the previous over. He can either clear the fielder, the deep cover fielder, or even if he can slice it a little, find the gap between very, very fine backward point or deep backward point and the deep cover fielder.
Here's Mitch Starc. Passing umpire Menon, bowls and beats Akshar. Might have just took the pace off that one. It died into the gloves of Carey on the bounce. So this game of cat and mouse continues. The lead 75. Akshar, if he can drag it to tomorrow, with Siraj down the other end, well, that'll be another factor.
Yeah,
I mean, the best case scenario for Australia is taking the wicket in about 3 minutes from now. That would be stumps, so they don't have to face tonight. Lyon limbering up still to our left. There's something clearly not right with his left leg. Starc in. Hides the ball. Bowls here. Akshar full down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it. Carey moving away to his right. No run.
Looks like Akshar Patel's decided, I'm just going to play out Mitchell Starc. hope that Siraj survives that one ball he has to face from start and chance my arm against the spinners.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
So it'll give him potentially, well, up to 6 balls up against the spin of line. Even against the spin, it's the slightly shorter boundary on the western side here at Norcross Stadium. And we saw him smack at 90 metres in the previous over. Stark's got 3 left here. Hiding the ball again, close to the stumps, way outside the off stump. That's landed in the foot marks. That could almost be signalled a wide.
Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't.
Gets to Carey eventually. Get a second look for Beaumont Tiles, I suspect. Here it is. Yeah, that was just inside the tram tracks.
I'm surprised.
Saw a puff of red dust.
The original soil underneath is coming to the top.
So in comes the field. Not quite the Jardine, but nevertheless there is an element of theatre to it as 1, 2, 3, 4 of the sweepers come up, make that 5. So they're going to leave back deep mid-wicket, fine leg, and beneath us third man Pete Hanscom. And he's got 2 balls to bowl at Akshar, who again he might just knock these on the head.
Yeah.
But he did find a single in the previous over, or he might live a little and try and pierce a gap.
Yeah, he might look to access the offside field. Just had a quick chat with Mohammad Siraj, who doesn't look like he's in a position to take a quick single at the moment.
Only 10 minutes to go in the day. If they get the wicket here, they won't bat tonight. Stark delivers. Akshar hit on the pad. Shout for leg before's turned down on the basis of height. Umpire Menon says no, and I don't think this time they'll do it. No. Because that looks...
Oh, it's full toss, so it was missing the leg stump.
Oh, missing the leg stump, sorry.
It completely
lost the track of that too, yeah.
It hit him too high as well on the full and clearly missing leg stump by distance.
Yeah. They say it wouldn't have hit a second set. Well, that wouldn't have hit a second set. Lion having a laugh over at backward point, so they'll keep the field as it was. So the 3 back, third man, fine leg, deep square. It's like we're calling a T20 game here, Baz.
No, big delivery coming up. What does Akshar Patel do? He still has options to take a single.
Can Stark get a dot ball out? That's what he's striving for here. Or can he get it straight? Stark bowls, last of the over. Akshar full straight, dug out to mid-wicket. No dot ball. Important. That's a maiden. Siraj on strike for line. Changing commentary. Daniel Norcross to take us through to stumps. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes, henley.com.au. India 9 for 163. India lead by 75.
G'day Australia, this is Kayla Morrison, Melbourne Victory Women's Captain. Our partners at Mate have a record-breaking offer for you. Enjoy $1 per month for the first 3 months on all Mate mobile plans. You get 500 gigabyte data banking on all plans, and you can even keep your own number. To sign up, visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online.
Make the switch to Mate. Terms and conditions apply. Visit letsbemates.com.au for full details.
Welcome back to Test Cricket on SEN with Henley Holmes, henleyholmes.com.au. And as Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan go down to do their interviews, I'm afraid they've let the lunatics in charge of the asylum. It's me, Daniel Norcross, and Phil Long, and we can get away with Moida. So,
anything.
There's about 8 minutes to go. Maybe 3 overs, maybe 2. We're not going to get all the overs in today. It's been a lot of incidents, been a lot of referrals in this match, Phil. Like overall across the 3 innings.
It's been a long day, hasn't it? It's a lot happened.
There's been a lot happening. There have been 15 wickets fell, 14 wickets fell yesterday. Question is, will there be a 16th? Possibly match-defining 10th wicket, because at the moment it's a sticky irritation here of this 10th wicket partnership. Line is coming round the wicket. He's got Siraj on strike, and he's got him as he off the pad. No. Just off the pad, not off the inside edge. There's 2 short legs in place. There is a gap on the offside if Mo Siraj can just find that gap, but it's perilous if you do that. It's a strongly leg side field. There's a deep mid-wicket for the big Mo. And a short mid-wicket as well. Forward in watchful defence comes Siraj. It's patted back by Manus Labuschagne at short leg.
Yeah, seem to have heard from Richard Kettleborough a lot. My notes suggest we've heard from him 9 times for various reviews today.
Today alone?
Today.
Do you know how many there were yesterday? Can you recall?
I can have a look.
Yeah, do you mind? It feels like a lot. He's the star of the show here today. Line in. Oh, he's bowled in! That's it! That's the 10th wicket!
Australia have got them all out for 163. It was a horrible shot from Mohamed Siraj. He's got Aksa Patel at the other end on 15. Doesn't look like getting out with a lead of just 75. And what does he do? He comes charging down the wicket to the man of the day, the man who has picked up 8 wickets for 64 runs. Nathan Lyon, take more than a bow. I don't know what comes after a bow. Take a knighthood, because you have dragged Australia back into the Border Gavaskar Trophy, well back into the series at any rate. And with a target of just 76, you've really got to fancy Australia to win this game. They've been all over the place in the first 2 test matches, but now they have got an enormous opportunity to bring it back to 2-1. 75 is all the lead is, 76 to win, and Nathan Lyon, magnificent, and Rohit Sharma, hands to his face. Cannot believe what he's just seen Mo Siraj do. I mean, you understand now why he was run out in the first innings, actually, because if you recall, he was run out with a batter at the other end going for 2. Was it also Aksa Patel at the other end?
Yeah, and also the other thing, a great amount of symmetry in that innings there. Shubman Gill came running down the wicket for Nathan Lyon's first wicket, as he's applauded off here. He raises the ball.
Well, he should be applauded, because he has put in a mammoth stint today, Nathan Lyon. 8 for 64. Ably supported by Todd Murphy, who didn't have quite the same attacking threat. Matt Kuhneman couldn't really repeat the heroics of the first innings. His length and line just not quite there today. Got a bit of treatment, so a lot rested on Nathan Lyon on what is obviously a pitch that massively favours spin bowling. And now it's going to take something epic for India to win this game. A target of 76. It stumps on day 2 with Australia hugely on top. What another day of Test cricket. We're just talking about whether they could take that 16th wicket of the day. 16 wickets to go down. 14 down yesterday. Phil Long is alongside me. You've watched plenty of cricket in India. It feels like one of the more dramatic Test matches so far.
It also feels, I don't know if you agree, Dan, that maybe India haven't got quite enough.
It really
another
does.
30, another 20 even.
Yeah.
And they might, but well,
what thing is, all it takes is a couple of counter-attacking charges, doesn't it? It takes somebody to fling the bat and get a quick 15, 20. And the thing is, you're kind of incentivized to do that if what you need is 76. Difficult to do when you're building a lead, or if you're trying to build the lead as Australia did in the first session. You recall, it was me who was slightly more perplexed perhaps than others at the way that Australia approached that first hour. They were trying to dig in and build a long lead, but then they lost those 6 wickets for 11 runs after not really getting far enough ahead in the first place. And that brought India back into the contest. And then India themselves, faced with that deficit of 88, I thought that there was a place for a counter-attack, and the only man who really did the counter-attack was Shreyas Iyer. He did it after tea in spectacular fashion, and his removal was extraordinary. It was one of 2 worldy catches that we've seen today from Australia. One from Usman Khawaja. We're going to hear from Cheteshwar Pujara, only the second man in this contest to register a half-century. Let's hear from him.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a tough pitch to bat on. I think it's not easy. You need to trust your defense. You just need to make sure that you get to the pitch of the ball, or if there's a short ball, you play on the back foot. So try and judge the length early, but still it's a difficult pitch to bat on. I hope that we'll be able to hold them out. I mean, I know it's not enough. 75 maybe looks like it's not too many, but still there is a chance.
Sure about that, BG. 74. Yeah, from an Australian perspective, seems a long, long way away. But tell me about also your start of your innings. You were really proactive. You had a good, strong strike rate early, about 50, and you looked like you really wanted to mix that balance between defence and attack.
Yeah, you need to do that on such pitches. If you just keep defending, then there's one ball which will bounce and hit your glove. So, yeah, you need to find the right balance of attacking, and in between, yes, you still need to trust your defense. But my aim was to be little more positive, try and rotate the strike, try and, score as many runs as possible. Whenever I get a loose delivery, I try and make sure that I punish those ones, because you have to work really hard to score those runs. So you need to ensure, as a batsman, you need to ensure whenever you get a loose delivery, you just try and put it away.
When Nathan Lyon changed that slip moved the back of the top leg and you had a few men around on the onside. What was your thought process? What did you think he was trying to do against you?
Well, when he was bowling around the stumps, his line changed a bit. He was trying to bowl middle and leg stump line rather than bowling on the off stump. So I knew that he will be bowling at that line, but I just wanted to rotate the strike. I've been getting singles through square leg, but because of the slowness of the pitch, I wanted to hit that ball to square leg, but it went to leg gully. So yeah, and it was a brilliant catch by Smith as well. So a bit disappointed, but yeah, I think the way things were coming along, I thought if there was a bit longer partnership between myself and Akshay, we could have got a few more runs today.
I have to ask you this, bowled to you, we've seen you across so many years, over the test matches, and the last test match, one aerial shot, and 6 today to record. What's happening?
Well, I'm learning a few more shots. Whenever a situation arises, whenever there's a need, I think it's a good option to have. So whenever I think if there's a situation, if there is a demand, I feel that rather than playing too many dot balls, if you can take that chance, you get few runs. And I've been working a lot on those shots. It's been more than a year and a half, and now I'm very confident that whenever it's needed, I can play those shots. Thank you, Kadibai.
That was Cheteshwar Pujara, who scored 59 today. Makes him something of a star in this match. Second top scorer. We'll talk about him and much more besides after we take a short break.
G'day, Heath Shaw here, reminding you Australia's best fantasy footy game, KFC Supercoach AFL, is back for another huge season. And this year, there's going to be a lot of players out to win it. There's a whopping 50 grand up for grabs, plus plenty of weekly prizes. Are you up for the challenge? Play for free today at supercoach.com.au.
T's and C's apply. New South Wales Auth number TP/01005.
For our great game, Aussie Rules, since 1912, the AFL Record has been its most iconic publication. The cries of "Record, get your record!" are etched into our game day ritual. We buy one on the way into the match, mark down the goal kickers, then some of us tuck it away as a keepsake. You can be part of this AFL match day experience. Job opportunities are available as an AFL Record seller as well as sales supervisors. Go to aflrecord.com.au and click on careers to express your interest right now.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN with Henley Holmes. henleyholmes.com.au. And, well, it's Test cricket like nothing I've seen before, I can tell you that. Being out here in India is quite the eye-opening exercise. I'm Daniel Norcross. I'm alongside Phil Long. And for the next few minutes or so, we're just going to run a rule over what has been yet another pulsating, extraordinary, remarkable, wicket-heavy day. Phil is our stats man here, and he has been as busy as a man can be. His laptop's almost exploded. He's almost certainly got carpal tunnel syndrome from writing so much stuff down. What are your big takeouts from today?
Well, I'm also going to throw in a bit of intermittent Wi-Fi, which doesn't help when the wickets are falling at that rapid rate. But no, what a fantastic day. Major takeout, I suppose, early on. Cheteshwar Pujara in that second innings scored 59, as we know. He faced 142 balls, which was more than 100 balls more than any other Indian batsman could manage. That's the magnitude of that innings. But the real star of that second innings had to be Nathan Lyon. 8 wickets in the end, his second 8th wicket haul in Test cricket. He took 8 for 50 in Bengaluru against India in 2017. Took 8 for 64 today. And in taking those 8 wickets, goodness me, all sorts of records fell, and he went on various lists. Started the day with 22 5-wicket hauls in Test cricket. That was level with Curtly Ambrose, Malcolm Marshall, Courtney Walsh, Waqar Younis.
That's pretty good company.
Good company. Yeah. Now gone on to 23, so he's joined Dennis Lilly, Imran Khan and Kapil Dev, which is also good company. He's moved from one good party to another there, hasn't he?
And he gets ever closer to that magical 500 wickets, and it really is magical. I mean, if we run down our list of leading wicket takers of all time, it goes Murali, it goes the late great Shane Warne, it goes Jimmy Anderson, then it goes Anil Kumble, Stuart Broad, Glenn McGrath, Courtney Walsh, and no one else has made 500 Test wickets.
That's right. So he's got 8 wickets closer to that mark. So he's now on 479, 21 wickets to go there. Let me give you the other lists he's jumped up. Well, he's jumped up wickets in India taken by overseas bowlers. He's now got 53, overtook Richie Beno, 52, one behind Derek Underwood, 54, who's top of that list. So that might go in Ahmedabad. And then 5 wicket hauls. Let's look at 5 wicket hauls. 5 wicket hauls in India. He's taken 5 now to join the great Richie Beno. Nobody's taken any more than those. 5 wickets versus India. He's now done that 9 times. Nobody's done it that many. In Asia, 11 5-wicket hauls. Ooh. He's top of that list as well now.
Of overseas bowlers.
Cleared by 3 overseas bowlers in Asia. Daniel Vettori second with 8. Nathan Lyon now has 11. And as far as 5-wicket hauls for Australia go, he's now got 23. As we mentioned, joined Dennis Lilly. The only 2 bowlers ahead of him. 2 not bad bowlers, Glenn McGrath and Shane Warne.
Yeah, not bad at all. So, I don't know where to start when we do a review of the day. Australia resumed with a lead. Adam Collins has rejoined us, and it was a strange old first hour in which Peter Hanscom tried to dig his way into an innings, I dare say you put it like that, and Cameron Green, they did. They scored 30-odd in the first hour, and then there was the bundle of wickets, 6 for 11 in no time at all.
I think it was 6 for 12 at Bangalore in 2017, 6 for 11 today, but yeah, this side's made a pretty stern stuff. We were just down at pitch side, Bharat and I talking with Mitchell Stark, and we sort of put that to him, like, how proud are you of your senior colleagues as a senior player, the other senior players, of just keeping it together? And I think the fielding was a big part of that story, wasn't it? The 2 thrilling catches from Khawaja and Smith, which...
Well, I was going to come exactly to that, because after taking those 6 wickets, India were on a roll, and at various points in today, it looked like they could actually test Australia with a proper target. Shreyas Iyer's superb counter-attack, Bharat, was stopped by, I think, the second best catch of the day, and I have no idea how that was the second best catch of the day, because on almost any other day of almost any other year, that Khawaja catch, it's one for the ages. I'm never going to forget it. And as I said at the time, it was sorcery. He took it in one hand and he held on to it with the other. Stop looking at Nathan Lyon's eyes and concentrate on Khawaja's catch, because that was something else.
It seriously was. Maybe we should just say it was the best outfield catch we've seen in a long time, and we can say Steve Smith was one of the best slip cordon catches we've seen of all time. The reason I did rudely push Phil out of the way and put my cans on were, as we were walking back, I just did what I do. I kind of took a sneak peek into the Indian dressing room, and I could see Rohit Sharma and Rahul Dravid in serious discussion. I know it's only 76 runs, but the discussion seemed to be... I didn't overhear what they were saying, of course. I think India still believe. If they can get Australia, say, 3 down before they get to 20, because of Australia's long tail, I think they'll still back themselves. They would have obviously liked to get to 120 or at least 110 as a target, but 76, maybe 32 short. But if you have Ashwin and Jadeja and Akshar Patel on your side, you have to back yourself.
You do. Let's explain before we get there how it came to be that, because India lost 4 wickets before they got to parity and beyond, and Cheteshwar Pujara held on for 142 balls. We discussed before you came on just what a mammoth innings that was in the context of this match. But then Nathan Lyon just kept on picking up wickets, and there was a key moment. The catch at leg slip, one of the most amazing catches you'll see. How do you get rid of a guy like Cheteshwar Pujara? Well, Akshar Patel was going fine at the other end. You could easily have seen that partnership take India to a place of 120, 130, even more tomorrow. And it took one of the most spectacular catches you will ever see in your life. It was at leg slip. It was flicked away. It's not only did it take the wicket, it saved 4, a certain 4, and going the wrong way and falling backwards. Somehow Steve Smith stuck out a right mitt and 3 inches off the ground took a wonder catch.
Talk about classic of the genre. Great slips catches. We see them all the time. The difference with a leg slip catch is that you're obscured by the wicketkeeper, and the added degree of difficulty here was that Kerry shoved his pad out. He couldn't see a bloody thing, and he still managed to have the presence of mind to get into position. And well, that's just instinct. That's just years of doing the job, I suppose, for Stephen Smith. But yep, that is the moment. If Pujara is still there at the close of play tonight, well, put it this way, they're not chasing 76, that's for sure.
Yep, and just one last thought on it, on being 76. One of the reasons why 76 is so hard to defend is because actually a batting side is incentivised to send in a pinch hitter, to say to somebody, have a bash, because if you have a bash and you knock 25 runs off it, you've basically done it. If the target's 120, you can grind your way there. England made that mistake at Abu Dhabi. They needed 120 odd to win. They got bowled out for 76 trying to grind. When you need a target of 76, you give it a smash. We're going to say goodbye. We're going to listen to some highlights now, but tomorrow, 2:30, you better make sure Eastern Australian time you join us, because this test match will be wrapped up in one session. You do not want to miss it. Are Australia going to bring it back to 2-1, or Australia going to make it a 3-0 lead?
Thanks to Henley Holmes and Tyre Power. SEN Test Cricket, as you say, got to be here tomorrow. Australia, 76 to win.